Chapter 1329, Rank Upgraded. Chapter 1329, Rank Upgraded. The round table meeting room fell silent after hearing Singular Burial's command guild leader. Although Abandoned Wave has created more monsters in the Frozen Scar, they're not fully grown yet. They will need at least 2 or 3 more days before they reach maturity. If we declare war on Zero Wing now? Everyone attempted to persuade Singular Burial to be patient and wait a little longer. What's there to worry about? You've witnessed these evil beasts' strength for yourselves. Even before reaching maturity, they're terrifying creatures. The only reason that we're helping Abandoned Wave create evil beasts is to prevent every guild in Star Moon Kingdom from working together against us. We'll just use the evil beasts to raid Stone Forest Town. It'll be a piece of cake. We won't even need to dispatch our forces to the raid. Abandoned Wave can take care of it easily without our help. At most, the other guilds will suspect that we're related to Abandoned Wave and his beasts. Without concrete proof, they won't work together to challenge us when Abandoned Wave captures Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing's members and the independent players in the town will become sacrifices for the army. Abandoned Wave can then nurture even more evil beasts. Even if the various guilds discover our relationship, it will be too late to do anything about it. Alright, see to the necessary preparations right away. Everyone grew excited as they listened to Singular Burial's reasoning. If Heaven's Burial secured Stone Forest Town, the 2 towns would provide a stable source of coins and magic crystals for the guild. With the help of the monster army, it would only be a matter of time before they took control of Star Moon Kingdom. At that point, only God's domain's various superpowers would pose any threat. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons exploded into action. Meanwhile, in Stone Forest Town, Shifeng discreetly returned to Zero Wing's residence after the competition in the battle arena in the guild hall's basement. Shifeng carefully took the hero's chapter from his bag. He placed it on the magic array in the center of the hall and began to chant an incantation. As the hero's chapter sat within the array, the hall's mana surged towards it. Suddenly, balls of light appeared in the center of the array. These balls of light began to gather and form a humanoid shape as if they were constructing a body. Once the shape was complete, the hero's chapter transformed into divine runes that entered the body. Hopefully, the hero isn't too weak, Shifeng silently prayed as he watched the body gradually take shape inside the magic array. The heroes summoned with the hero's chapter shared the same starting point. However, their growth potential varied like personal guards. Only, heroes typically had very high growth potential. Even the weakest among them could reach level 180, tier 5, while some could climb as high as level 200, tier 5. Even in the past, Shifeng had never heard of a hero reaching tier 6 god rank. However, it was rumored that if one gathered a sufficient number of heroes' chapters, they could summon a tier 6 hero to defend their town or city. Unfortunately, nobody had succeeded, so Shifeng did not know if the rumor were true. Time passed quickly. After the balls of light vanished, a robust man in black robes and wielding a blood-red greatsword appeared before Shifeng. It seems my luck is still quite good. At least I didn't summon the weakest kind of hero. Shifeng could not help but breathe a sigh of relief after he checked the hero's attribute panel. There was a 60% chance to summon the most common hero when using the hero's chapter. Such hero's growth was limited to level 180, tier 4. There was a 30% chance to summon a hero with good potential. The combat power of such heroes could reach the peak of tier 4. They could also reach level 200. Only 10% of the heroes summoned could reach tier 5. The hero standing before Shifeng was among the 30% with good potential. It also had the Barbarian hidden class. The Barbarian was an advanced class. Its strength was even higher than Berserkers. Amongst the many advanced classes, its strength ranked among the top 3. Gilbert, Hero, Great Lord, Barbarian. Level 63. HP 40,000,000/40,000,000. Growth potential, 84. In God's domain, heroes were not actually considered human, although they were. They had human parents but had received the God's blessings, which increased their life ratings. Hence, they were far more powerful than ordinary human NPCs. They could even rival archaic species of the same tier. Every large guild that had obtained a hero's chapter in the past hadn't hesitated to summon one to protect their guild cities. After summoning Gilbert, Shifeng designated him as the commander of Stone Forest Town's army, giving him control of the 2,000 NPC guards the town employed. Aside from their personal strength, heroes were powerful managers. One hero was more than enough to manage every NPC guard in an advanced town, not to mention an intermediate town like Stone Forest Town. With this, players wouldn't have to be responsible for the town's security. Shortly after summoning Gilbert, Shifeng heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations. Stone Forest Town, which is under your management, has achieved SSS-rank security. Activating private space upgrade system. Once a private space has been upgraded, players can enjoy even more benefit system. Stone Forest Town is the first town to achieve SSS-rank security in Starmoon Kingdom. Do you wish to allow the Adventurers Association to enter and garrison the town? There is also such a reward. Shifeng was ecstatic. Players couldn't construct the Adventurers Association, Lifestyle Association, War God's Temple, Library, or the bank. Similarly, there were no designs for these establishments. Only after a player town reached a certain rank would these establishments occupy the town. Practically every player in the game visited the Adventurers Association. For example, normally, the Adventurers and Lifestyle Associations would only occupy a town after it upgraded to advanced rank and B-rank security. As for the War God's Temple, Library, and Bank, they would only occupy small cities or above with B-rank security. These 5 establishments had an even greater function in player towns and cities than in NPC cities. Take the Adventurers Association for example. As long as the establishment occupied a player town, players would be able to accept commission quests unique to the kingdom and commission and rare quests unique to the town. As the town flourished, more quests would become available. The chance of high-ranking commissions appearing would also increase. Some players had even received SSS-rank commissions in a particular player city in the past. However, that player city hadn't been just any city. It had been the Secret Pavilion's main city. If Stone Forest Town could attract the Adventurers Association now, it would become far more popular with players. Independent players would no longer have to return to NPC cities to turn in their quests. They could simply do so in Stone Forest Town, following which, Shifeng agreed to allow the Adventurers Association to occupy Stone Forest Town. He only needed to choose a location for the building. As for the construction fees, the system covered it fully. He didn't have to pay a single coin. Without hesitation, Shifeng placed the Adventurers Association near both the Candlelight trading firm and the private housing area. The players that had purchased private houses in Stone Forest Town also received a corresponding system notification. Suddenly, a 3-story building rose in Stone Forest Town's crowded central district. The building took shape as players watched. What is Zero Wing constructing this time? That can't be it. If it were a player-constructed building, it wouldn't complete so fast. The system must be generating this. Could it be a shop for wandering merchants? That might be the case. Based on my research, once a town reaches a certain point in its development, it'll gain a mysterious shop. I hear that it offers plenty of valuable items. Isn't that just another benefit for the players who own houses in Stone Forest Town? How are we supposed to compete with them now? Normally, I have to waste hours traveling to and from Stone Forest Town when I go out to grind. Anyone that owns a house can simply teleport back. After discussing the possibilities for about 10 minutes, the players stared at the finished building. A signboard hung near its door, advertising 2 words: Adventurers Association. Chapter 1330, Number 1 Town. Chapter 1330, Number 1 Town. The construction of the Adventurers Association, which had 3 floors and took up the area of a large football field, stunned players in the Central District. The Adventurers Association? Why would the Adventurers Association be here? I'm not seeing things, right? Everyone shuddered when they saw the Adventurers Association. None of them were able to believe what their eyes were seeing was true. The Adventurers Association was becoming more important to God's Domain's players. The association's daily quests were many players' main source of income. This was the main reason that players couldn't venture too far from NPC towns and cities. Now that an Adventurers Association occupied Stone Forest Town, many of these players could break free from this restriction. They could now level up and earn money far more conveniently. Thinking up to this point, many players curiously entered Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association. Crap. It's real. As the crowd entered the first-floor hall, they discovered that the hall's furnishings were exactly the same as the Adventurers Association in NPC towns and cities. Many NPCs were busy, publishing new quests on the quest board. The only difference was the number of quests available. There were far more quests available here than in other towns and cities. Adventurers Association's quick look. There are daily town quests and several high-ranking quests. A player that had immediately checked the quest area exclaimed. These words attracted a lot of attention, and many players headed towards the quest boards for a closer look. This is awesome. The daily town quests rewards are even better than daily quests in NPC towns and cities. Moreover, the quest locations are all near Stone Forest Town. We can easily complete these quests in 2 hours, even faster if we had mounts. Everyone's eyes shone as they read the daily town quests. Normally, the daily quests in NPC towns and cities required more than 3 hours to complete. Of course, the main reason for this was the long distance between quest objectives. Completing the quest itself only took half an hour or so. Most players would pick up local quests while completing their dailies to increase their leveling efficiency. Only after they completed the local quests would they return to hand in their daily quests. News about Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association spread through the town quickly. As a result, many players who had intended to return to their respective NPC cities to turn in their daily quests surged towards Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association. Instead, Starmoon Kingdom's official forums were in an uproar. Players with houses in Stone Forest Town are going to have an even easier time. With the Adventurers Association located beside the residential district, they can pick up and turn in quests easily. Hopefully, when the private houses go up for sale tomorrow, the price won't be too high. Our team has only managed to gather 1,000 gold after much difficulty. That can't be certain. The private houses in Stone Forest Town were already quite valuable thanks to the town's high mana density. Even while resting in a private house, players can accumulate the double EXP buff faster than in 1-star guild residents' private rooms. Now, not only can Stone Forest Town's private houses be upgraded, but there is also the Adventurers Association nearby. Don't forget about Stone Forest Town's current development speed either. With the Adventurers Association, it won't be long before Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town. At that point, the town's private houses may cost as much as those in major NPC cities. Indeed. If we fail to get a house now, by the time Stone Forest Town becomes an advanced town, purchasing one will be even harder. Due to the Adventurers Association, many adventurer teams that originally held a wait-and-see stance promptly sold off all their unnecessary rare materials, weapons, and equipment to collect money. Some teams even purchased coins in bulk with credits, deeply afraid that they wouldn't have enough money to buy Stone Forest Town's private houses when they became available. At the same time, many of the hesitant adventurer teams in the neighboring kingdoms began to take action, swarming towards Stone Forest Town. After all, Stone Forest Town had massive advantages over other player towns. It could definitely be considered the #1 town in Starmoon Kingdom and the several neighboring countries if they could enjoy the benefits Stone Forest Town had to offer. Migrating across counties would be worthwhile. Meanwhile, back in Zero Wing's residence in Stone Forest Town, Shifeng charged Gilbert to manage the town's NPC guards after summoning him. He then used a return scroll and returned to White River City's Candlelight trading firm. Every intermediate and above alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm had gathered in the top floor's special alchemy room in any of Starmoon Kingdom's large guilds. Even the guild's upper echelons would treat these alchemists like VIPs. Meanwhile, 150 such players had gathered. Among them, more than half of the advanced alchemists in the kingdom were present. These alchemists had already waited for over 20 minutes, but they didn't show the slightest sign of anger or resentment. In fact, they brimmed with excitement and joy. Ha ha ha. This is wonderful. The guild had always called upon the forgers and engineers. Now, it's finally the alchemist's turn. I wonder why Big Sis Melancholic has called us here. Does the trading firm plan to select alchemists for Titan City? That's possible. The last group that entered Titan City should return soon. This gathering might be to select the candidates for the next batch. Based on what I've heard from those that entered the holy city of Titan, it is a holy land for experience. You can gain tons of knowledge in Titan City. There are even tutorial videos and instructions from masters and grandmasters. One round trip can almost guarantee a promotion from intermediate rank to advanced rank. The insight that advanced lifestyle players gain in the Holy City can also help one reach master rank. It's that amazing? Of course. Just look at the last Candlelight auction. The super guilds and super first-rate guilds went crazy just to get a single slot. I wonder how many slots had been allocated for alchemists. As the various alchemists conversed, the room's door abruptly opened. A man and a woman then walked into the room. Immediately, everyone in the alchemy room snapped to attention, anxiety and reverence filling their gaze as they looked at the man who had just entered. What's going on? Guild leader Black Flame is here in person? Is Candlelight searching for alchemists to cultivate? Everyone was astonished to see the cloaked man. Despite this man's lack of aura, these players couldn't help but shudder in his presence when the alchemists realized that Black Flame had made a personal trip to meet them. Anticipation gripped their hearts. Not only was the man before them Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert, but he was also the kingdom's #1 forger. Although it had been a long time since he had displayed his forging skills, his abilities were obvious based on the level 50 fine gold set equipment that had sold during the previous auction. In the Candlelight trading firm, even Cream Cocoa and a handful of other advanced forgers who were approaching their master rank promotion could only forge level 50 secret silver set equipment. The other advanced forgers couldn't even produce level 50 mysterious iron set equipment. Moreover, the man before them was the guild leader of the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom. With even a sliver of his resources, these advanced lifestyle players would be set for life. If the trading firm nurtured them, they'd have an even higher chance of becoming master alchemists in the future. Not to mention, the Candlelight trading firm had already set a standard. Ivy asked Melancholic to gather you here today for 2 reasons. The first is that I will be changing the benefits alchemists are offered. I also want to help several talented alchemists become master alchemists. Although Shifeng hadn't been very loud, every one of his words caused these players' hearts to pound. When these alchemists had heard that Shifeng wanted to help them become master alchemists, they felt as if they had heard the word of God. If any of Star Moon Kingdom's large guilds, and even those in the several neighboring kingdoms, had said this, they would assume it was a joke. But it was a different story if these words came from Shifeng's mouth. Chapter 1331, Frightening Candlelight Trading Firm. Chapter 1331, Frightening Candlelight Trading Firm. Every player in the room grew restless upon hearing Shifeng's announcement. Countless alchemy players in God's domain dreamed of becoming master alchemists. Even super guilds would try desperately to poach a master alchemist nowadays. More players flooded to God's domain. A portion of those players, who found themselves unsuited for combat, began to develop their lifestyle classes instead. In addition, as quite some time had passed since God's domain launch, the game already had a considerable number of advanced alchemists. As a result, advanced alchemists weren't as valuable as they had been. In fact, their value would continue to decrease as time passed. Even super guilds, which had always been a hub for talented players, had never viewed advanced alchemists as important. Meanwhile, based on their knowledge, although more advanced alchemists emerged in God's domain each day, even now, there wasn't a single player who had become a master alchemist. If they could reach master rank, they would enjoy instant fame and glory. From then on, they wouldn't have to worry about money. They could even find an opportunity to climb to the peak of life, becoming an upper echelon in a powerful guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom. Any of the upper echelons would receive a salary that could even rival a major company's upper management. In fact, as Zero Wing continued to develop, their salaries would increase. After all, God's domain was becoming more popular throughout the world. The virtual gaming industry was already quite large, and now that countless corporations were investing in God's domain, it could grow to become one of the top few global industries. Just the thought of becoming an upper echelon in Zero Wing excited these alchemist players. I'll talk about the new benefits first. Shifeng smiled when he saw the excited expressions. This new benefit should motivate you to work harder and improve faster. Hence, only Candlelight's top 10 alchemists will enjoy these benefits. First off, the 4th to 10th ranking alchemists will have access to secret silver alchemy tools provided by the guild. Saying so, Shifeng retrieved pile after pile of alchemy tools. He had obtained these tools from the Moon God's alchemy and research rooms. Unfortunately, he hadn't obtained an equal number of each tool. As a result, while the 4th place would receive a complete set of secret silver alchemy tools, lower ranks would receive incomplete sets. Even so, the 10th ranked alchemist would receive 3 secret silver tools. Meanwhile, when everyone saw these secret silver alchemy tools, they gasped, their eyes nearly falling from their sockets. Guild leader, did you rob several large guild warehouses? Melancholic Smile could not help her shock when she saw the large pile on the table. Even bronze alchemy tools were rare on the market, each selling for more than 50 silver. Moreover, these tools would be purchased immediately. Mysterious iron alchemy tools were even rarer. On average, alchemy tools of such rank sold for more than 3 gold. As for secret silver rank, they sold for more than 10 gold. However, it was practically impossible for one to find any secret silver alchemy tools on the market. They normally only appeared in auctions, and oftentimes, they would sell for 25 gold or more. Even the Candlelight trading firm had fewer than 10 secret silver alchemy tools. The guild had only obtained them after completing various large-scale quests or from fine gold rank and above treasure chests. Yet, Shifeng had over 40 tools. As the alchemists still reeled from the sight before them, Shifeng revealed the Ocean's Glow set, a set of dazzling, fine gold alchemy tools that gave off a faint blue light. Relax. This fine gold rank Ocean's Glow set is only for the 3rd ranked alchemist, Shifeng said, chuckling when he saw the alchemists drool. These players were speechless. 3rd place would get an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. As expected of our guild leader. You are so awesome. If the other trading firms knew about this, they would faint. I doubt that even super guilds have an entire set of fine gold alchemy tools. Excitement overwhelmed these lifestyle players. If they could get their hands on the Ocean's Glow set, it would increase their chances of becoming master alchemists considerably, yet this was only the benefit for the 3rd ranked alchemist. In God's domain, players needed to invent new items of a certain quality to become master lifestyle players. Unfortunately, inventing a master rank potion had a much lower success rate than simply crafting one. It was extremely important to have a good set of alchemy tools if one wished to become a master alchemist. A set of fine gold alchemy tools was more than enough to change their fate. As everyone dreamed of using the Ocean's Glow set and reaching life's peak, Shifeng revealed another pile of alchemy tools. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? Those are dark gold rank? No. They aren't just dark gold alchemy tools. Look. Those 2 sets share the same motif. Those tools are clearly a set. Some of the players with sharp eyesight quickly noticed these alchemy tools' specialty, and they nearly cried out in shock. If everyone had been surprised by the Candlelight trading firm's foundations before, they were now devastated. They had never even heard of a single dark gold alchemy tool in Star Moon Kingdom before. If one had to estimate such a tool's value, it wouldn't even be worth several pieces of top-tier, dark gold equipment. No one would even be willing to trade such a set for several pieces of epic equipment. A set of fine gold alchemy tools could already help an advanced alchemist reach master rank. A set of dark gold alchemy tools, however, could increase an alchemist's chances by at least 10%. A few epic weapons and pieces of equipment could never rival the value of such a set. If word of these 2 sets of dark gold alchemy tools got out, alchemy enthusiasts would swarm the Candlelight trading firm. After all, alchemy tools were alchemists' weapons. A quality weapon could increase a person's strength significantly, not to mention a top-tier weapon. 2nd place will get to use a set of dark gold alchemy tools. As for Candlelight's chief alchemist, they will get to use the green jade set. These are the new benefits every alchemist in the trading firm will be offered, Shifeng explained. As for the 2nd reason I wanted to talk to you today, it is to provide help to a few talented alchemists reach master rank. However, before I do so, I will need you to sign a core members agreement. I'm sure you're aware of the standard agreement, so I won't go into detail. If you want the opportunity to gain the guild's full support, you can register with Melancholic. Once you sign the agreement, you will be tested. Whether or not you're accepted depends on you. As soon as Shifeng finished speaking, dozens of alchemists crowded around Melancholic Smile to register for the test without hesitation. As these alchemists fought over the core member contracts, a woman, who had listened from a corner, approached Shifeng. The woman was a classical beauty and gave off a serious vibe. She also wore the golden, 5-leaf-shaped advanced alchemist's insignia. This classical beauty was none other than Silent Wonder. Melancholic Smile had already told Shifeng that Silent Wonder standards could rank among the top 3 in Candlelight. Not only was she fast, but her success rate was also quite high. The girl had a very high chance of becoming a master alchemist in the future if not for Silent Wonder's insistence on retaining her freedom and retaining her official member status. Shifeng would have sent her to Titan City with the last batch of lifestyle players. Guild leader Black Flame. Can I ask you a question? Silent Wonder asked, of course. Shifeng nodded. Are official members eligible for the top 10 spots as well? When Silent Wonder posed this question, anxiety was clear in her eyes. She had already realized how extraordinary Candlelight's foundations were. However, she had never imagined that they were quite this frightening. Even Super Guild's trading firms couldn't compete with Candlelight. Both the dark gold tools and the fine gold set tempted her. With access to one of those sets, she was confident that becoming a master alchemist was only a matter of time. However, not even a Super Guild would share such treasures with an official member, much less Zero Wing. But she had to ask. If she really had no hope, she was prepared to trade one of the treasures she had obtained from a secret land. Chapter 1332, There is no strongest, only stronger. Chapter 1332, There is no strongest, only stronger. Hearing Silent Wonder's question, many of the other alchemists shifted their gazes toward Shifeng, concern flashing in their eyes. The Candlelight trading firm constantly expanded, increasing the number of lifestyle players it recruited. Among them, many advanced rank and talented alchemists preferred freedom over restriction now. However, the Candlelight trading firm had suddenly offered benefits that could even tempt master alchemists, much less advanced alchemists like themselves. Official members are also Candlelight members, so of course they are included, Shifeng said, smiling. He was fully aware of everyone's concerns. However, the alchemy tools he had revealed were only the tip of the iceberg. They were only meant to lure more alchemists to join Candlelight. Previously, he hadn't had the capital to do so, but things had changed. Meanwhile, to foster more talented alchemists, he could not limit the competition to the trading firm's senior and core members. Hearing this, Silent Wonder released a deep sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Zero Wing to be so generous as expected of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Candlelight is incredible. Other trading firms simply can't compare. It seems that my decision to join Candlelight was the right one after all. The competition between alchemists will become more intense. Many of the other advanced alchemists grew excited. At the same time, though, they felt a significant amount of pressure if news of how even official members qualified to compete for the top 10 spots went public. Even alchemy fanatics who valued their freedom would join the Candlelight trading firm. After all, they would only be required to complete the firm's daily tasks as official members. They were not required to do anything else. When they wanted to leave, they only had to pay a small severance fee. The number of alchemists rushing to join the Candlelight trading firm would be staggering. I heard that your alchemy standards are quite good. Are you sure that you're not interested in taking part in the core member selection? Shifeng asked Silent Wonder quietly. Thank you for your kind intentions, guild leader, but I am quite satisfied with my current situation. Silent Wonder understood what Shifeng had meant. However, she rejected the offer without hesitation. Now that she had the opportunity to compete fairly, she was confident of obtaining one of the top 3 positions. Even if the other advanced alchemists had the trading firm's full support, this outcome wouldn't change. Once she had the help of those alchemy tools, she could become a master alchemist. Hearing Silent Wonder's response, Shifeng said nothing more. He was very familiar with the woman's personality. Practically every upper echelon in the various large guilds in the past had known about God's domain's top great grandmaster alchemists. Despite super guilds relentlessly sending invitations, offering tempting promises, Silent Wonder had given the same reply. Guild leader, why don't we make some changes to the new benefits? When Melancholic Smile saw Silent Wonder and several other advanced alchemists' lack of interest in becoming core members, she had a suggestion. Let's only offer the Green Jade set as a benefit for core members. This way, we should be able to convince more advanced alchemists to truly join Candlelight. Although giving every one of Candlelight's alchemists a chance to compete for a set of dark gold alchemy tools was effective in attracting capable alchemists to join the firm, it wasn't an incentive to become a core member. Melancholic Smile's suggestion was a wise one. If they tweaked the new benefits now, it would encourage the previously hesitant alchemists to sign the core member contract. After all, even a master alchemist would be hard-pressed to refuse access to a set of dark gold alchemy tools. Relax. Do you think the benefits I've set will be easy for official members to obtain? Shifeng responded, chuckling. If they can get their hands on the set, it'll be my loss. They can't obtain them? Melancholic Smile was confused. Since Shifeng had already promised that official members could participate in the competition, that meant that everyone would be competing fairly using their alchemy abilities. Currently, Silent Wonder and several other alchemy fanatics, who had not signed up to become core members, were considerably skilled. Melancholic was certain that Silent Wonder, in particular, would rank among the top 3. If Silent Wonder worked harder and got lucky, it would not be impossible for her to obtain first place. So, how could she possibly not gain access to the new benefits? However, Shifeng did not bother to explain. While talent was important, resources couldn't be overlooked. Although players valued their resources, they did not truly understand just how important external resources were to their development, following which, Shifeng held the alchemists that had signed the agreement back while the rest returned to their work. A total of 96 alchemists had chosen to stay behind. Among the 54 alchemists that left, the ratio of advanced alchemists was considerably high. Fortunately, more advanced alchemists has signed the agreement than Shifeng had expected. Since everyone present has decided to fight for the opportunity to become a master, let's start the test. Shifeng then took a thick book from his bag and placed it on the table. Immediately, everyone felt the mana in the room flow towards the book. What is that? These players were surprised as they looked at the tome on the table. They had all seen powerful items before. However, this was the first time they had seen a book cause such a phenomenon. This test is slightly unique. I'm not going to test your alchemy success rates. Rather, I'm going to test your learning capabilities, Shifeng said, smiling as he gestured to the book on the table. Learning capabilities? Everyone was confused. Even Melancholic Smile could not figure out Shifeng's intentions. Was he trying to test everyone's memory? I believe you've all learned many basic alchemy techniques from Candlelight's database, so you should have a clearer understanding of those techniques than I do. Shifeng then held up a slightly tattered book and displayed its attribute panel. This book holds the record for a somewhat unique alchemy technique. You can call it a secret alchemy technique. This secret alchemy technique is several times more effective than the basic techniques you've already learned. If you can learn this technique within a fixed time, you'll pass the test. Anyone who passes the test will qualify to read this Moon God's secret record. Saying so, Shifeng revealed the Moon God's secret record. The Moon God's secret record? Isn't that one of the legendary alchemy scriptures? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the ancient tome in Shifeng's hand. None of them could believe their eyes. These players were all alchemists that frequently read various materials about alchemy in God's domain. They were all familiar with the items known as the 5 great alchemy scriptures. However, these items were nothing but dreams and legends to these players. They had assumed that they would never get to read one. How could they not be shocked when Shifeng took out the Moon God's secret record? The Moon God's secret record could help one reach the pinnacle of alchemy. Even Grandmaster alchemists dreamed of obtaining such a treasure. Only now did everyone understand why they had been required to sign the contract before taking the test. If news of such a treasure leaked, it would shake the very foundations of the alchemy world. Meanwhile, Melancholic Smile, who stood to a side, was utterly speechless. Only now did she understand why Shifeng had been generous enough to let every alchemist in Candlelight compete for those alchemy tools. Compared to the secret alchemy techniques and Moon God's secret record, those tools were worthless. Now that you've seen the Moon God's secret record, whether or not you qualify to read it will depend on you. The Sword Emperor returns stronger. Chapter 1333, Appearance of Guild Mount. Chapter 1333, Appearance of Guild Mount. Everyone's eyes shone as they stared at the Moon God's secret record, having completely forgotten about the secret alchemy technique. Following which, under Melancholic Smile's management, everyone lined up to learn the secret alchemy technique. Learning a secret alchemy technique was different from reading other books. As long as players clicked to learn the technique, the system would automatically download a copy of the module while providing explanations and image tutorials. However, players could only go through the learning module once. Once they have done so, the system would automatically delete it. If players wished to go through the module again, they would need to click to learn the secret alchemy technique once more. It was a considerably convenient learning method. You have 3 days and only 12 chances to read the secret alchemy technique. Whoever learns the technique in that time will pass. You may then borrow the Moon God's secret record from Melancholic Smile. As everyone stood in line to learn the secret alchemy technique, Shifeng explained the test's rules. 3 days. The alchemists gasped when they heard their time-limit guild leader. Isn't this test a little too difficult? Melancholic smile blurted out in surprise. They had collected all sorts of basic techniques from the holy city of Titan, and currently, these techniques were available to all of the Candlelight trading firm's official members. However, Candlelight's alchemists, on average, needed 1 or 2 days to learn each of these basic alchemy techniques, while some needed 3 or 4 days. Meanwhile, the secret alchemy technique was far more difficult than those basic techniques. If the basic alchemy techniques were considered individual musical notes, then the secret alchemy technique would be considered a complex movement. One could just imagine how difficult it would be to play such a movement skillfully. Yet, Shifeng had only given these alchemists 3 days to learn the secret alchemy technique. Even if they spent all 3 days online, many would likely fail. I know that this is considerably difficult, but if you can't even accomplish this, why should the guild invest in you? Moreover, this test's venue will be the basic meditation room. I believe you are all very familiar with that room. You will be allowed to use it for the next 3 days, so work hard. Saying so, Shifeng left the alchemist's test to melancholic smile while he took an advanced horse carriage to Zero Wing's residence in White River City. This time, he had only revealed one basic secret alchemy technique. Any alchemist with some skill could master it in time. It was only a matter of how fast they could accomplish the task. As God's domain had developed in the past, various secret lifestyle techniques had been discovered. As a result, players had encountered far more opportunities to learn these techniques. The discovery of these techniques also changed the way lifestyle players were judged, as rank and number of learned recipes grew less important. Rather, lifestyle players were judged by the number of secret lifestyle techniques they had grasped. Even a slightly capable lifestyle player had learned at least 2 or 3 basic secret techniques. As far as Shifeng could remember, the dividing line had been a 3-day learning period. Any player that could learn a basic secret technique in 3 days had been considered talented. Their chances of reaching the master rank had also been considerably higher than others. Hence, he had set the test's time limit to 3 days. White River City streets bustled with activity. Due to the activation of the flying transportation feature, allowing players to travel to the Eclipse Gate, more players rushed to White River City to level up. As Shifeng glanced out of the carriage window, he saw plenty of players riding various mounts. Although the majority of these players rode common mounts, which NPC merchants sold, it was still an enviable sight for ordinary players. After all, NPC merchants sold common mounts for 40 gold each. It was not a price ordinary players could afford. In the case of independent players, only experts could afford a mount at this stage of the game. It seems I'll have to hurry things up a little. A sense of urgency welled within Shifeng as he watched players atop their mounts. Mounts were a powerful leveling tool for players. God's domain's maps were simply too massive. As players reached higher levels, they would have to travel farther to grind monsters and level. As a result, travel would take up most of their time in the game. Even a common mount could save players at least half of their travel time. Naturally, this allowed players to increase their leveling speed. Although he had already become an epic adventurer and had accepted an SSS-rank commission, he was still a long way from upgrading Star Moon Kingdom to an empire. Moreover, the initial 3 SSS-rank commissions were the Adventurers Association's gift to every country. Encountering another SSS-rank commission would depend on one's luck. He had to complete as many commissions as possible right now. If other epic adventurers in Star Moon Kingdom claimed the other SSS-rank commissions, it would be a massive loss for him. The first thing he needed to do was complete the Ancient Orc Empire commission. He could also use this opportunity to help the main force members to level up. When Shifeng reached the guild residence, he was greeted by a long line of players queued up outside the entrance. Taking a quick glance, he noticed quite a few level 40 and above expert players. There were even some relatively strong adventurer teams in the mix. Not long ago, Shifeng wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing happening. Any of the various large guilds would target capable adventurer teams in Star Moon Kingdom for recruitment. However, these adventurer teams had their pride and usually refused to join a guild. These adventurer teams might not have abundant resources like guilds, but by raiding large-scale team dungeons and completing various rare quests, these adventurer teams could get their hands on valuable weapons and equipment that even made large guilds' normal members jealous. Since Shifeng had announced the sales of Stone Forest Town's private houses, more than 1,000 players had joined the guild. This significant increase had surprised even Shifeng to other large guilds. This number might not be substantial. In Zero Wing's case, however, it was astounding. Zero Wing was famous for having the highest recruitment standard in Star Moon Kingdom. Anyone that joined the guild had either great potential or was stronger than other large guilds' elite members. Hence, an increase of 1,000 members in Zero Wing was the equivalent of a large guild suddenly gaining over 1,000 elite members. At this rate, Zero Wing would have an extra 10,000 elite members by the end of the day. Even for first-rate guilds, this was unthinkable. After all, a first-rate guild normally only had 100,000 plus elite members. By gaining 10,000 elite members in a single day, Zero Wing would catch up to a first-rate guild's elite member count within 2 weeks. Of course, this situation wouldn't continue for so many days, but Zero Wing shouldn't have a problem gaining an extra 30,000 elite members in a short amount of time. At that time, Zero Wing would finally have enough elite members to truly rival a first-rate guild with so many elite members. Not only could Shifeng alleviate the pressure on the branch guild in Lakeheart City, but he would also have enough manpower to defend his new city. He wouldn't need to reallocate manpower from Stone Forest Town as Shifeng was about to enter the guild's warehouse to clear out his bag and prepare the necessary items for his trip to the morning battlefield. He received 2 system notifications. System, congratulations. You have finished taming the 5-star mount, Thunder Wolf. Please visit the stable system. Congratulations. Master Tamer Owen, who is under your employment, has been promoted to Grandmaster Tamer. Chapter 1334, Flocking to Zero Wing. Chapter 1334, Flocking to Zero Wing. The 2 system notifications momentarily stunned Shifeng. The taming's done already? Shifeng was confused. A 5-star mount was not easy to tame. Even Owen had estimated that he would require 25 days to complete the task. However, the mount had been tamed much sooner than expected. Now that the Thunder Wolf had been tamed, Zero Wing could finally activate the guild mount system. Guild members could start purchasing the Thunder Wolf from the guild stable. Unlike the mounts NPCs sold, guild members only needed to pay 25 gold for a guild mount with the price difference of 15 gold. Not only could guild members obtain their mount sooner, but the Thunder Wolf's movement speed also rivaled that of bronze mount. Zero Wing's development speed would even surpass first-rate guilds with abundant funding. The most surprising news, however, was Owen's promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. Although the Tamer class was not a particularly popular one, even Star Moon Kingdom's king would have to treat a Grandmaster Tamer with respect. Grandmaster Tamers would also become targets for countless guilds seeking their employment. Unlike Master Tamers, Grandmaster Tamers could strengthen the wild beasts they tamed, and they required far less time to complete the task. At the same time, they could help players upgrade their guild mounts much more easily. If a Master Tamer had a 15% chance of upgrading a guild's common mounts to bronze rank, a Grandmaster Tamer success rate was at least 30% immediately. Shifeng hurried to the guild stable. The guild stable hadn't changed. As Shifeng hadn't activated the guild mount system yet, guild members had no reason to approach the stable. There were only a dozen or so NPCs managing the place. The only difference was that right now, Owen stood guard before a large cage, inside of which obediently lay the Thunder Wolf. However, the Thunder Wolf was much smaller than when Shifeng had captured it, but this wasn't unexpected. After all, the Thunder Wolf had been a lord, while the current Thunder Wolf was a common monster. Now, it was only a means of transportation. Lord Count, I have tamed the Thunder Wolf as you requested. The process also gave me a lot of experience and insight, so I wish to return and examine what I've learned. I hope that Lord Count will allow this. Owen was extremely excited. He was clearly ecstatic over his promotion to Grandmaster Tamer. He wanted to return to his workshop immediately and take note of his experiences and insight. Of course. Grandmaster Owen, if you need any help in the future, just say the word, Shifeng said, nodding. The request didn't particularly surprise him. Owen's promotion to Grandmaster rank had surprised him, though. It had never happened in his previous life. Fortunately, Shifeng had established a contract with Owen early on. Hence, the NPC would not leave Zero Wing due to his promotion. Only, Owen's monthly compensation had changed drastically. Initially, Owen's monthly salary had only been 200 gold. Now, it had increased to 3,000 gold. Moreover, unlike a Master Tamer, a Grandmaster Tamer wouldn't regularly visit a guild stable to check on the mount it had tamed. Instead, Shifeng was required to pay Owen a visit if he wanted the NPC to do something for him. Fortunately, players could easily take care of small matters, such as upgrading a guild mount, via the stable's front counter. Owen wasn't required to visit. The NPC tamers managing the stable would follow Owen's procedures during the upgrade process. Hearing Shifeng's reply, Owen immediately turned and left, leaving Shifeng and the caged Thunder Wolf to their own devices. After Owen left, Shifeng clicked on the cage, and line after line of data appeared before him. Shifeng then chose to set the Thunder Wolf as the guild's mountain god's domain. Not any tamed mount could become a guild mount. A guild could only possess a limited number of mounts. This limit would increase as the guild rose in rank and upgraded its stable. Currently, Zero Wing could only own one type of guild mount. Even if it tamed others, it could only select one, while the remaining would be kept in reserve. After Shifeng set the guild mount, the system announced another notification. System, do you wish to open the stable to the Thunder Wolf mount? Shifeng accepted without hesitation. He had waited for this moment for a long time now. The sooner he allowed the Thunder Wolf into the stable, the more of an advantage Zero Wing would have. Once Shifeng opened the stable to the Thunder Wolf, NPC tamers began to appear outside of the stable, each NPC leading one lively Thunder Wolf after another. These Thunder Wolves' appearances differed slightly in the color of their fur, eyes, and such. Overall, though, they were all majestic. As these Thunder Wolves appeared, they attracted the attention of nearby players. What's going on? Why are there monsters going into the stable? Are those our guild mounts? These players couldn't help their growing curiosity as they watched the majestic Thunder Wolves enter the stable, and they started to discuss their various guesses. After all, it had been quite some time since Zero Wing's stable had been built. However, no one had seen any activity in the stable. Naturally, these players would wonder now that so many Thunder Wolves occupied the building. Immediately, curious guild members entered the stable to find out what was happening. As soon as they heard the NPC's answer, they were shocked. Those are guild mounts. Crap. This guild mount is awesome. Its base movement speed is 120%. It's much stronger than the common mounts in the city. It can practically rival a bronze mount speed. Ha ha ha. Our guild mount looks so cool. If the players from other guilds find out about this, they will die from envy. My patience has finally paid off. I've long since saved up 25 gold. I'm going to get that purplish-black Thunder Wolf. Its color scheme will match my weapons and equipment perfectly. Scram. I've got my eye on that one. For a time, the stable exploded with activity. The guild members that had already saved 25 gold to purchase a mount, afraid someone would snatch the Thunder Wolf, they had set their sights on. News of the Thunder Wolf immediately spread throughout Zero Wing. This information also reached Star Moon Kingdom's official forum. Zero Wing's guild mount makes its first appearance. Pictures and videos available. Crap. That mount looks so cool. It only costs 25 gold, too. This won't do. I must join Zero Wing. Zero Wing is so amazing. I just looked it up in the library. It turns out that the Thunder Wolf is an extremely rare, high-ranking wild beast in God's domain. How did Zero Wing get its hands on this mount? The forums were in an uproar over Zero Wing's new mount. Expert players who had already purchased a common mount envied and admired Zero Wing members. Some of the adventurer teams and independent experts that had hesitated to join Zero Wing changed their minds immediately, determined to join the guild. Not only was the Thunder Wolf cheap, but it also had superior attributes and an impressive appearance. Moreover, the mount could be upgraded before anyone knew it. The line of players outside of Zero Wing had doubled. More players joined the line by the minute. The guild recruiters were stupefied. However, in Heaven's Burial's residence in Star Moon City, when Singular Burial received the news, he felt an indescribable pressure weigh down on him. Zero Wing. Singular Burial fumed. If not for his collaboration with Abandoned Wave, Heaven's Burial wouldn't be a match for Zero Wing. What a pity. Even if you release your guild mounts now, it is too late to change anything. Relay my commands. Instruct Ghost Shadow to lead the Ghost Shadow Legion to White River City. As soon as Abandoned Wave's people take action, have them destroy Zero Wing's stable. Chapter 1335, Darkness Strikes. Chapter 1335, Darkness Strikes. Inside the guild leader's office. Daybreak Fog and Heaven's Burial. Several other upper echelons were stunned by Singular Burial's command. They hadn't expected Zero Wings guild mounts to inspire such a firm decision. In God's domain, the guild structures inside NPC cities could be destroyed. If one wished to rebuild a structure, they would require a new design to do so. However, these structures were generally protected by defensive magic arrays. They weren't easy to destroy normally. A guild structure's defensive magic array could absorb up to 15 million damage. As for a crucial structure like the stable, the guild would employ a far more powerful magic array to protect it. Inside a 2-star guild residence, the strongest magic array one could establish to protect its stable could absorb up to 30 million damage, while the weakest magic array in a 3-star guild residence could absorb up to 40 million damage. Taking into account the stable's own durability and defense, it would take a considerable amount of time to destroy the building. In addition, White River City was a major NPC city. An attack at night might have a chance of success, but now, they had been ordered to attack the stable during the day. The NPC guards patrolling the city were incredibly diligent. Even the slightest disturbance would attract a large number of these NPC guards. White River City was also Zero Wing's main headquarters. There were now fewer than 3,000 or 4,000 members stationed in Zero Wing's residence at a time. The guild had also hired tons of NPC guards to defend the residence. If they attacked, these players and NPCs would respond immediately. Unless they invested several times the number of players Zero Wing had, it would be impossible to destroy the stable under such tight security. The Ghost Shadow Legion only had 2,000 members. Although these players were all elites or experts, there were plenty of elites and experts defending Zero Wing's residence guild leader. Although Zero Wing's guild mount poses a threat, we're talking about an assault in White River City. Even if we dispatch the entire Ghost Shadow Legion, it won't even be enough to get through Zero Wing's main entrance, Daybreak Fog persuaded. I suggest that we follow the original plan and take things one step at a time. First, we'll secure Stone Forest Town. Then, we'll kill the Frost King. Even with their guild mounts, we can whittle Zero Wing down. Such a forceful assault isn't necessary. The other upper echelons expressed their agreement. Zero Wing had a massive advantage over the other large guilds, which did not possess guild mounts. As time passed, this gap between Zero Wing and its competitors would only widen. It was wise to deal with this situation as quickly as possible. However, Heaven's Burial was an exception. With the Evil Beast Army, Heaven's Burial could flatten any guild town it wanted. To a large guild like Zero Wing, losing a town meant losing an important income source. It would impact the guild's development. If Zero Wing lost its guild town, how could it possibly compete with Heaven's Burial? I understand your concern. Singular Burial could not help but laugh. Sending the Ghost Shadow Legion into action isn't profitable, but aren't you jealous of Zero Wing's stable? Of course, we are, guild leader, but so what? Constructing a stable requires a design, yet we haven't even found a lead to the stable design. We might not have had the opportunity to build a stable in the past, but now we do. Saying so, Singular Burial revealed a thick, ancient tome and displayed it before everyone. Book of Replication, consumable. Saves a copy of a building for 10 days. When used, creates an exact replica of the building. Cannot be used if copied building exists. After Daybreak Fog and the others read the introduction text, they wore shocked and ecstatic expressions. With this book of replication, they could copy and destroy Zero Wing's stable, obtaining one for Heaven's Burial. When abandoned wave attacks, Zero Wing's members will flock to Stone Forest Town's defense. As a result, the guild's main headquarters will be left unguarded. That's our opportunity, Singular Burial said, smiling. Don't we have 8 gnome cannons? Give them all to the Ghost Shadow Legion. With 8 gnome cannons, the magic array protecting Zero Wing's stable can only last a few volleys at most, regardless of how powerful it is. Hearing this, the upper echelon's eyes shone with excitement. It wasn't possible for the Ghost Shadow Legion to destroy the stable by itself. However, employing the gnome cannons against Zero Wing's defenses wouldn't be a problem. Although they would undoubtedly lose all 8 cannons and many members of the Ghost Shadow Legion, the losses would be worth stealing Zero Wing's stable. However, as a preventive measure, lead the 3rd Legion to White River City, Fog. You can hand the 8 gnome cannons over to Ghost Shadow while you're at it. Destroy Zero Wing's stable once Ghost Shadow copies it. I want to see how Zero Wing intends to hold its position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild after losing both Stone Forest Town and its stable. Understood. I'll see to it right away. Daybreak Fog turned and left the office. Zero Wing might have many experts, but after today, it would be Heaven's Burial's era in Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, many adventurer teams and guild players lay siege to the Bloodring Bandit group at the border between the Stoneclaw Mountains and the Limestone Hills. The Bloodring Bandit group was one of the dark forces residing in this area. The group consisted of level 45 and above half-orcs. Among them, powerful chieftains and lords ambushed passing players and NPCs. Occasionally, even great lords patrolled the area. However, due to the Bloodring Bandit group's frequent robberies against NPC merchant fleets, NPC merchants had placed a high bounty on their heads. Including the fact that the Bloodring Bandits had a chance of dropping the Bloodring set, a level 45 fine gold set equipment, and the recipe for the Mad Demon Potion. Many players had joined the crusade against the bandit group. Level 45 fine gold set equipment might not be considered top-tier equipment to first-rate guilds, but independent players dreamed of such equipment. Moreover, level 45 fine gold set equipment generally only dropped in large-scale hard-mode team dungeons. Raiding the Bloodring Bandit group was much easier than raiding a large-scale dungeon. Moreover, the Mad Demon Potion was a powerful concoction that, when consumed, allowed players to enter a berserk state, increasing all attributes by 30% for 20 seconds. It also only had a 1-hour cooldown. Hence, the recipe was highly sought after by the various large guilds. If the Mad Demon Potion recipe dropped, it could even sell for enough to make powerful adventurer teams and guild teams jealous. Because of these reasons, the various adventurer teams and guilds around Star Moon City had targeted the Bloodring Bandit group. However, even now, not a single guild or adventurer team had defeated One-Eyed Clyde, the Bloodring Bandit group's commander, a level 49 Grand Lord, but one of Zero Wing's 50-man teams had arrived. Leader, One-Eyed Clyde's resting place is ahead. Good. This time, we have the magic array we purchased from the guild to suppress Clyde. If we coordinate our AoE skills and spells properly, we'll kill him. If the recipe drops, we'll all be riding Thunder Wolves tomorrow, a level 41 ranger said. Hearing this, everyone grew excited, following which, under this level 41 ranger's command, the team of 50 slowly approached One-Eyed Clyde's stone house. Just before the team reached the house, however, numerous figures exited the building. Why are other monsters here? The team was surprised to see the one-horned humanoid monsters emerge from the house. However, the ranger team leader, who had extremely sharp eyesight, paled when he saw these monsters. Inside the dimly lit stone house lay a 3-meter-tall, armored corpse. This corpse belonged to none other than One-Eyed Clyde. Fresh blood still flowed from his body. However, the ranger couldn't detect any other players within his eagle eyes range. The ranger also detected traces of green blood on these humanoid monsters. It was half-orc blood. Seeing this, the ranger thought back to the frightening monsters he had encountered during Stone Forest Town's last siege. Crap. Everyone, retreat. Chapter 1336, Stormy Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1336, Stormy Stone Forest Town. The sudden command to retreat confused the members of Zero Wing. Only 8 one-horned humanoid monsters stood before them. Although their levels were a little high, all above level 50, even the strongest among them was only a lord. They also had less HP than monsters of the same rank and level. Taking these monsters on wouldn't be impossible for this team from Zero Wing. Even so, everyone listened to their team leader and immediately retreated. Do you actually think you can escape? A cloaked figure suddenly emerged from the stone house. This cloaked man's entire body had been wrapped in bandages. Sneering, the man said, "Just stay here and sacrifice yourselves." Although the cloaked man hadn't been particularly loud, everyone had heard him clearly, and they shuddered involuntarily. The team's rangers were more shocked than their companions. They had kept eagle eyes active, which allowed them to perceive all players and monsters within a certain range, yet they had failed to detect the one-horned monsters and the cloaked man even as he stood before them. Before the team could put some distance between themselves and these new enemies, the humanoid monsters smiled sinisterly as they dashed forward. They were so fast that they left afterimages in their wake. With just a few steps, the evil beasts had crossed 30 yards and caught up with the retreating Zero Wing members so fast. "Do you really think we're afraid of you?" Realizing that they couldn't outrun these evil beasts, 3 level 40 shield warriors and 1 level 41 guardian knight turned to stop the monster's approach. Voice of anger. Justice Roar. With their AoE taunt skills activate, the 8 evil beasts couldn't attack other players for a short time. Foolish. The cloaked man sneered. In the next moment, the evil beast's claws emitted a faint, gray fog. The evil beasts then launched a barrage of attacks against the shield warriors and Guardian Knight. The instant the evil beasts' claws collided with the 4 MTs' shields, the sharp claws passed through them as if they didn't exist and slashed the MTs' helmets. These MTs instantly lost over 13,000 HP, a large fraction of their totals, after a single attack. Before the healers in the rear could react, these MTs took several more hits. In the blink of an eye, 4 MTs, each with nearly 40,000 HP, died. Their companions were stunned. However, several calm elementalists and rangers had reacted quickly and responded with attacks of their own immediately. Dozens of arrows and spells flew towards the 8 evil beasts. However, like agile assassins, the evil beasts dodged most of the attacks and blocked the rest. As a result, they survived the volley, remaining unharmed. Most surprisingly, the distance between these monsters and the team had shortened suddenly. A level 54, Lord-ranked evil beast jumped into the crowd of players. It brandished its claws at the nearby healers, the gray fog extending and transforming into sharp blades. A gray arch, extending to 15 yards, tore through Zero Wing's rear line with a single attack. The cloth armor classes with low defense, aside from a few elementalists that had responded quickly and used blink to escape, died instantly. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the team of 50 had died. The level 54 Lord strength made the surviving Zero Wing members tremble. Run. Scatter and run. The ranger serving as the team's leader shouted in the team chat. Hearing this, these players gritted their teeth as they split up and ran. With this, the 8 evil beasts wouldn't be able to catch them. However, the evil beasts were incredibly fast. Despite splitting up, most of the team died. Only a few assassins and players with instantaneous movement magic scrolls escaped death. Brother Wave, are you just going to let them get away? Flame Blood, wearing a black cloak and wielding a blackwood staff, approached from the nearby forest. Glancing at the fleeing Zero Wing members, he could not help but ask, if you let them get away, they will warn Zero Wing. Capturing Stone Forest Town will become more troublesome. That's exactly what I want, Abandoned Wave, who was covered in bandages, said, sneering. I want Zero Wing to amass its combat power in Stone Forest Town. Only then will Stone Forest Town be worth destroying. Right, how are the preparations going? The evil beast army has gathered. They are standing by not far from here, Flame Blood said, smiling. Is it really necessary to dispatch all of them? We're talking about 500,000 evil beasts, and that's not including the evil demon army under your control. With this army, we can annihilate 2 or 3 Stone Forest towns simultaneously. Not many evil beasts had taken part in the prior battle for Stone Forest Town. However, this time was different. Not only were more evil beasts participating in the siege this time, but each one was also stronger than before. Even the weakest evil beast was a level 60 elite. Their army had nearly 40,000 level 60 plus chieftains, 3,000 plus lords, 200 plus great lords, and 40 plus grand lords. However, this wasn't the most important factor to ensure Zero Wing's destruction and avoid any mishaps. They had even dispatched 5 level 70, mythic ranked evil beasts. In the face of such a force, Stone Forest Town's defenses were a joke. They also had the evil demon army, which Abandoned Wave and spent his time carefully nurturing. Although the army was not particularly large, with only 6,000 or so evil demons, the threat it posed could likely rival that of the 500,000 evil beast army. Good. We'll make our way to Stone Forest Town and show Zero Wing's people what despair tastes like, Abandoned Wave said, laughing. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. Zero Wing was the reason his plan to take control of Star Moon Kingdom had failed. This time, however, he wouldn't give Zero Wing a chance. As long as he annihilated Stone Forest Town and proved his strength to the corporation, he could reclaim his position in the Blackwater Corporation. Elsewhere, the sudden appearance of the evil beast army had attracted the attention of Star Moon Kingdom's various powers. After all, the numbers and strength of this evil beast army were not to be taken lightly. The army could easily trample any guild town. If players weren't careful, they could get caught in the devastation. This was especially true for the guilds based in Star Moon City. Although they had been aware of quite a few evil beasts operating near the city and had suffered many losses as a result, they had never imagined that the threat would be so great. What? You're saying these evil beasts are marching towards Stone Forest Town? This is interesting. Against so many monsters, even Zero Wing could fall. Ha ha ha. Even the heavens are helping us now. If Zero Wing loses Stone Forest Town, their guild mounts will mean nothing. After the various powers investigated the evil beast army's movements, they celebrated now, the threat of Zero Wing would vanish. Meanwhile, the players in Stone Forest Town were panicking. Why are these monsters heading here? Damn it. What should we do? Our adventurer team just spent a ton of gold to buy a house. Are we going to lose it, just like that? Thank goodness. Zero Wing won't start selling houses until tomorrow. If we had rushed it, buying a house would have been worthless. What a pity. Such a good town is going to be destroyed, just like that. I wonder if Zero Wing can protect the town against so many monsters. I highly doubt it. You should have seen the monster army. Any player that it comes across will die. One of my assassin friends tried to record the monster army's march. In the end, however, the monsters discovered and killed him. They are ridiculously strong. Moreover, any player they kill can't log into God's domain for some time. My assassin friend is dying with regret. The town's players discussed the situation heatedly. Many had already prepared to flee. There were also some that considered staying behind, and others who wanted to watch the upcoming battle. After all, monsters didn't often siege a town. The atmosphere in Zero Wing's residence in White River City was tense. The guild's upper echelons had gathered in the residence's meeting room to discuss the current situation, trying to figure out how to deal with the evil beast army. There were simply too many monsters this time. Although Stone Forest Town had far more powerful static defenses than before, protecting the town against such a massive army would still be difficult. However, they were hesitant to mobilize the guild's members, as any player those evil beasts killed would be barred from logging into God's domain for a short time. Meanwhile, the evil beast army moved ever closer to Stone Forest Town. If they weren't prepared, Stone Forest Town would be doomed. Yet their guild leader had instructed them to stay here. One could just imagine how anxious they were. Suddenly, the doors to the solemn meeting room swung open, and Shifeng slowly entered. Chapter 1337, Unfathomable Guild. Chapter 1337, Unfathomable Guild. Noticing Shifeng's entrance, the players in the meeting room began to calm down. Shifeng was followed by a man and a woman. This situation confused everyone present. Most of the people in the room were unfamiliar with the man behind Shifeng. They could tell he was a lifestyle player of high standards based on his attire. As for the woman, they knew her well, as she was none other than the Candlelight trading firm's manager. Melancholic smile. Thus far, Shifeng hadn't invited Candlelight's people to take part in any of Zero Wing's meetings. Hence, everyone was surprised to see these representatives. However, with the situation as it was, they weren't in the mood to welcome these two to Zero Wing's upper echelon meeting. Instead, they focused on Shifeng, who sat in the guild leader's seat. Guild leader, the situation in Stone Forest Town is quite dire. Based on our investigation, we are likely facing more than 500,000 monsters. Many of which are chieftains and lords. Even if we dispatch all of our guild's forces, the likelihood of fending off these monsters is slim. I suggest that we offer a reward to the town's adventurer teams and independent players and request their help. This way, we can make up for the numbers we lack. Our chances of winning will also increase considerably. Aqua Rosa's suggestion earned the approval of many of her comrades. Stone Forest Town's player population far exceeded 500,000. Moreover, the average standard of the players in the town was considerably high. If Zero Wing offered an appropriate reward and offered players a small discount on the town's houses in exchange for their help, they would likely tempt many players into action. With so many players in addition to Stone Forest Town's defenses, they may be able to protect the town. At most, they would have to pay a huge price to do so. It was likely that the guild's development would stagnate for a considerable amount of time. However, paying such a price was better than losing Stone Forest Town entirely. After all, Zero Wing had invested too much into the town to lose it now. Suddenly, Gentle Snow spoke up. Guild leader, we've discovered some hidden ruins in the Black Dragon Empire and obtained over 600 intermediate thunder bombs. Although they are not as powerful as the mana pulse bombs, they can rival tier 3 spells. They have an effective radius of 20 yards and can paralyze the targets they hit for a short time. They can also amplify the effects of the defense turrets. Aside from these thunder bombs, we have also obtained 2 advanced gnome cannons that are roughly equal to the defense turret's firepower. Originally, I had planned to use these items to capture a town, but defending Stone Forest Town must be our priority. The other upper echelons were astonished to hear Gentle Snow's report tools of war were extremely useful and highly sought after by the various large guilds. However, they were also extremely rare, and very few guilds actually got their hands on them. They had never imagined that Gentle Snow would secure so many of these items. They had assumed that Gentle Snow had been struggling in Lakeheart City. After all, there were plenty of first- and second-rate guilds in the Black Dragon Empire. It was even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory. Without the home ground advantage, stabilizing a branch guild in the Empire would be miraculous. However, it seemed that they had severely underestimated Gentle Snow. Shurfeng was similarly surprised. He hadn't expected Gentle Snow to be capable of capturing a town in the Black Dragon Empire so soon. Moreover, based on her expression, it would seem that she was very confident in succeeding. Guild leader, give us the command. We can't stand to just sit still. We're all determined to stop these monsters from stepping foot into Stone Forest Town, even we're slaughtered. Many of the other upper echelons voiced their desire to join the fight at this point. Requests to take part in the upcoming war flooded the guild chat. Even the guild's normal members, who were not required to take part, wanted to defend the town, with some already forming their own team. Zero Wing had defeated many guilds to become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. How could it abandon Stone Forest Town and accept defeat at the hands of a mere monster army? I understand your sentiments. Shurfeng could not help but laugh when he heard everyone's opinions. However, Zero Wing has not fallen so far that we need to resort to such methods. I've only called you here to tell you to continue your duties. The 40,000 elite and expert members stationed in Stone Forest Town are enough to defeat the monster army. But before everyone could argue, however, Shurfeng stood and continued, let me introduce you. This is Melancholic Smile. I believe you are familiar with her by now. This gentleman here is Candlelight's chief engineer, Burning Abyss. He has had a hand on many of our precious engineering tools. Both will participate in our guild meetings from here on out. Whenever I'm not around, Zero Wing and the Candlelight trading firm will be able to work together. Shurfeng's announcement confused his commanders. They couldn't figure out what he was trying to do. The monster army was quickly approaching Stone Forest Town, yet Shurfeng's goal for this meeting was to tell them to continue their tasks and introduce Candlelight's managers. First, Melancholic, tell everyone about your recent results, Shurfeng said as he implied that the others stay silent. He then let Melancholic Smile take charge of the meeting. After Candlelight obtained the miniature ballista design, we invested a lot of time into manufacturing miniature ballistas each day. Thus far, we have manufactured 73 miniature ballistas. We have also successfully researched the exploding arrow. The arrows rival tier 2 spells and any engineer can craft them. Moreover, both the arrow's production success rate and speed are considerably high. Thus far, we have produced 200,000 exploding arrows. We've secretly moved these arrows to Candlelight's warehouse in Stone Forest Town. They can be retrieved and used at any time. In addition, if Candlelight's 200+ engineers, who have learned the exploding arrows design, produce them quickly, they can craft 4,000 arrows per hour. As everyone listened to Melancholic Smile's brief report, they were stunned into silence. Even Aqua Rose, who was very familiar with the ins and outs of Zero Wing, was dazed when she heard this. It was obvious that she struggled to process the information. 73 miniature ballistas. 200,000 exploding arrows that could rival tier 2 spells. These players began to doubt that their guild was actually Zero Wing. Not even super guilds had this kind of weaponry. Apocalypse Empire, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in the Imperial capital. Over 100 players had gathered in the residence's top-floor lounge. Every one of these people was a level 43 or above expert. They were the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's core upper echelons. Among these people, There were some that even pavilion masters like Phoenix Rain and 9 Dragons Emperor couldn't command and had to treat with respect normally. These people were scattered across the various branch guilds. Today, however, the great pavilion master had summoned them here. Although many of these players were pleased to be here, Phoenix Rain, who sat in a corner, wore a serious frown. Why would so many monsters attack Stone Forest Town? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened as she read the latest report. Her subordinates had sent Stone Forest Town had only begun to develop properly after many challenges. Even leisure players had begun to move into the town, while real-world companies' virtual stores had begun to rake in profit. If Stone Forest Town were destroyed now, all of Zero Wing's effort would go to waste. 9 Dragons Emperor, who had also heard the news, strode over to Phoenix Rain with a smug look. Laughing, he said, "What a pity. All of your investment in Zero Wing was for nothing. I'm sure the guild elders will also be very interested to hear about this. The outcome has yet to be decided. Don't celebrate so soon." Phoenix Rain snapped. Ignoring 9 Dragons Emperor, she turned and left to contact Shifeng. The great pavilion master had ordered her to complete a particular quest, so she couldn't mobilize too many players to assist Zero Wing. However, she could lend Zero Wing 7 or 8 gnome cannons and a large stock of special ammunition. Chapter 1338, Defensive Siege Battle. Chapter 1338, Defensive Siege Battle. After Phoenix Rain left, 9 Dragons Emperor returned to quietly sipping wine from his glass. Martial Dragon, the burly man exuding chilling aura from behind 9 Dragons Emperor, asked quietly, "Pavilion Master, should I use this opportunity to send some people to destroy Zero Wing's residence in Lakeheart City? The quest is about to start. There's no need to waste the manpower. In any case, it is only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbles," 9 Dragons Emperor replied, smiling faintly as he watched Phoenix Rain's departing figure. With so many monsters assaulting Stone Forest Town, he wasn't even certain that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's full force could protect the town, much less Zero Wing's. Without Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to help Phoenix Rain. Meanwhile, standing in another corner in the lounge, Phoenix Rain waited a while before contacting Shifeng. "Phoenix Pavilion Master, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Shifeng asked. He could not help but poke fun at Phoenix Rain when he saw the woman's anxious expression. Due to Phoenix Rain's sudden call, he had been forced to end the meeting early and find a reception room to remove his black flame disguise. Only then did he accept the call. "Do you really have to ask?" Phoenix Rain rolled her eyes. Getting straight to the point, she retorted, "Who doesn't know about Stone Forest Town's situation right now? Although I can't supply any manpower, I can lend you a few war weapons." War weapons? Shifeng hadn't expected Phoenix Rain to be so generous. All of the large guilds treated war weapons like priceless treasure. They wouldn't even think of using these items if they could avoid it, much less lending them to someone else. They only put these items to use during crucial moments. Let's forget about the weapons. How many magic crystals do you have on hand? You don't need the weapons? Phoenix Rain was slightly surprised. She couldn't understand what Shifeng was thinking. War weapons could be a saving grace during a monster siege, yet based on Shifeng's reaction, it was obvious that he wasn't interested. "I've already spent most of the magic crystals that I borrowed from Zero Wing. Right now, I only have around 50,000 or so left. If you need them, I can have Blues send them over right away. But that's all I have." 50,000? After pondering for a brief moment, Shifeng said, "That should be barely enough. Thank you for the help, Phoenix Pavilion Master. Regarding the 300,000 magic crystals that you've borrowed, we'll write off the interest." Phoenix Rain had wanted to respond, but as soon as Shifeng finished speaking, he disconnected the call. Blue Phoenix walked over and asked, "Big Sis Rain, how did it go? Should I send some people to retrieve the gnome cannons from the guild warehouse?" "No. Just take 50,000 magic crystals to Stone Forest Town," Phoenix Rain said, waving her hand. "No?" Blue Phoenix was surprised. "We're talking about tools of war. They can definitely help defend the town. Is Zero Wing really so confident of protecting Stone Forest Town against so many monsters?" "I doubt that Zero Wing would fool around with Stone Forest Town," Phoenix Rain said, uncertain. "Hopefully Zero Wing can defend it. As a preventive measure, take the gnome cannons and special ammunition with you. Zero Wing was going up against more than 500,000 monsters, and even the weakest among those monsters was a level 60 elite. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wouldn't be able to guarantee the town's safety. She found it truly hard to believe that all Zero Wing needed was a few magic crystals. Understood. Blue Phoenix nodded before leaving the lounge. A horde of evil beasts had surrounded Stone Forest Town. Looking at these monsters, the Zero Wing members stationed atop the town's ramparts felt their knees grow weak. The players that had come to watch the battle were just as shocked. There was a great discrepancy between the information they had received and what lay before them. While the reports had stated that the weakest monsters within the monster army were level 60 elites was true, these level 60 elites did not make up the majority of the army. They weren't even a quarter of the enemy's forces. Rather, most of the monsters in the army were level 60 plus special elites. Even from afar, one could easily find one level 60 plus chieftain out of every 10 monsters. Such a beast could serve as a party dungeon's final bosses for the number of tier 2 lords in the army. That was even more frightening. The enemy also had hill-sized great and grand lordsits over. Stone Forest Town is beyond salvation now. Even from here, I can count more than 200 great lords. The great lords are nothing. They can be defeated. You should be worried about the level 65 plus grand lords and mythic monsters. I'm pretty sure those monsters can obliterate Stone Forest Town without help. How does such a powerful monster army exist? Even if every player in the town joins the fight, we can't stop these monsters. Upon seeing the enemy's forces, some players who had intended to stay to watch the war dismissed the notion. With such a massive gap in strength, this was no longer a war. It would simply be a one-sided slaughter. If they didn't leave now, they wouldn't even get the opportunity to flee once the battle began. Ha ha ha. Abandoned Wave's army is truly impressive. Even if Zero Wing sends in every member, its struggle will be futile. Singular Burial was elated as he watched the live stream a subordinate had sent from inside Stone Forest Town. With such power, they could proceed to take control of the Star Alliance's towns once they finished with Stone Forest Town. After that, Heaven's Burial wouldn't have any competition in Star Moon Kingdom. Guild leader, I just received news that Zero Wing isn't taking any action against the monster army. The elite members that were already in the town are the only ones stationed there. There are only 40,000 players, the subordinate recording the live stream reported. He then shifted the camera angle towards Stone Forest Town's interior. Zero Wing's members crowded Adam Stone Forest Town's ramparts. However, there weren't many. No matter how one looked at it, they didn't even have nearly 100,000 players. They're giving up. Singular Burial roared with laughter when he saw this. What a pity. I had hoped to use this opportunity to deal a blow to Zero Wing. As expected, Black Flame's decision is a bold one. It's no wonder how he developed Zero Wing to its current glory. If it were up to him, he would defend his town with everything he had. However, from a logical viewpoint, giving up the town was the best decision. Otherwise, the guild would suffer additional losses while reaching the same outcome. Meanwhile, Stone Forest players realized that Zero Wing intended to give up on the town. No one dared to linger as they used their return scrolls to flee. How boring. So Zero Wing doesn't even have the courage to put up a fight. Abandoned Wave clicked his tongue when he saw the lack of reaction in Stone Forest Town. He had really wanted to watch Zero Wing's final struggle. Since that's the case, let's end this. Following which, Abandoned Wave swung his hand forward. Immediately, the evil beast army surrounding Stone Forest Town began their assault. As they surged towards the town. Seeing the evil beast army approach, the Zero Wing members on the ramparts grew nervous. With just 40,000 elite players, just how were they supposed to face an army of 500,000 monsters? However, just as the evil beast army was 3,000 yards away from Stone Forest Town's walls, one miniature ballista after another appeared on the ramparts, 3 players controlling each weapon atop the magic tower. Shifeng smiled as he looked at Stone Forest Town's defenses. Following which, he commanded, "Let's kick their asses." Chapter 1339, Slaughtering the Monster Army. Chapter 1339, Slaughtering the Monster Army. A sea of evil beasts surrounded Stone Forest Town. The monster army stretched out as far as the eyes could see. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial's members, hiding in Stone Forest Town, secretly live-streamed the siege. This allowed the players throughout Star Moon Kingdom to watch the battle in real time. There are so many monsters. This is the first time I've seen so many in one place. Can Zero Wing really face these monsters with so few people? By the looks of it, Zero Wing should be giving up on Stone Forest Town. After all, these monsters are simply too strong. Guild towns have no way to fend off such a horde at this stage of the game. The players who bought houses in the town and applied for membership to the battle arena are out of luck. Zero Wing is just going to sacrifice such a large town. They're not even going to try to defend it. If that's the case, who would be dumb enough to invest in their towns in the future? You have a point. In any case, I won't be buying a house in Zero Wing's towns in the future. The guild is too unreliable. The spectacular sight of the monster army shocked the players watching the livestream. At the same, they voiced their discontent about Zero Wing's decision to give up on Stone Forest Town. Despite being Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing wasn't even brave enough to face the monster army. The players who had wanted to join Zero Wing began to hesitate. Some Zero Wing members even began to withdraw from the guild. Did you think you can reduce your losses just by giving up Stone Forest Town? Singular Burial sneered as he read the recent forum posts. I want to see just how long you all can endure. Zero Wing's determination had put a wrench in his plans. However, if he uploaded the live stream of the siege battle to the forums, he could force Zero Wing into making a decision. Either Zero Wing chose to conserve its strength and give up Stone Forest Town, or it would try to defend the town with all its might at the cost of reducing the guild's overall strength. While the former option was a good choice, it would also damage the guild's carefully built reputation. Most likely, the results would halt the guild's development for some time. If Zero Wing wanted to continue developing, its only choice was to protect Stone Forest Town with everything it had. He did not hope that Zero Wing would mobilize all of its members to protect the town. It would be enough if the guild moved a portion of its members in White River City. At that time, Zero Wing would lose both Stone Forest Town and its stable. If that happened, Heaven's Burial would take Zero Wing's place as the #1 guild of Star Moon Kingdom. Just as the players discussed the live stream on the forums, the evil beast army began its assault. The earth trembled as the monsters swarmed towards Stone Forest Town. The players watching were stunned. They finally understood what Zerg tactics truly were. With so many monsters, even Stone Forest Town's defense turrets and magic towers were utterly inadequate defenses. It was no wonder why Zero Wing had given up Stone Forest Town. The guild might have expected this outcome, huh? What are Zero Wing's members bringing out? Aren't those miniature ballistas? It seems that the guild did prepare. So what if they are prepared? The defense turrets and magic towers can't even slow down the monster army. What could a few miniature ballistas do? When the monster army was less than 3,000 yards away from Stone Forest Town, some of the spectators noticed quite a few miniature ballistas emerge atop the ramparts, and they couldn't help but laugh. Although the miniature ballistas were easy to move, their power was subpar at best. Moreover, their AoE wasn't as large as the defense turrets. The miniature ballistas might be useful against players, but against so many high HP monsters, they were simply a joke. However, before these people could finish their words, something else occurred on the ramparts that stunned the watching players. There were nearly 20 miniature ballistas on each wall. With all 4 walls, Zero Wing had almost 80 miniature ballistas protecting Stone Forest Town. How is this possible? Those are miniature ballistas we're talking about. The large number of miniature ballistas stupefied the spectators. The various large guilds watching the live stream were particularly shocked. Ordinary players might not understand how precious war weapons like the miniature ballistas were, but the major powers understood their importance well. Although the miniature ballista could not rival the gnome cannon's firepower, it wasn't easy to obtain. Not even super guilds could collect nearly 80 miniature ballistas, yet Zero Wing had. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Zero Wing's members began to load the ballistas with 2-meter-long arrows. Crimson runes danced across these arrows' shafts. It was obvious that these weren't arrows you could purchase from NPC merchants, following which, explosions filled the air around Stone Forest Town. In the next moment, flaming arrows flew from the town's ramparts, raining down on the approaching evil beast army. Boom. 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 Rings of fire erupted among the monster troops as the arrows struck, each covering a 15-yard radius. The miniature ballista's attacks were no less devastating than the defense turrets. The explosions forced back the evil beasts on the front line as they received heavy injuries. The elite-ranked evil beasts had lost over one-third of their HPS after the first volley of arrows. The defense turrets and magic towers launched their attacks as well. When the magic towers attacked, the 7 colored beams they fired struck the heart of the monster army. The attack, which could rival Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells, instantly killed all of the monsters below. Lord Runka's 3 7-colored beams cut through the evil beast army. Over 8,000 evil beasts died instantly, tearing large holes in the enemy formation due to the miniature ballista's short cooldown. Another volley of exploding arrows rained down on the evil beasts as soon as the defense turrets and magic towers finished their attacks before the army had even reached 2,500 yards of Stone Forest Town. Over 30,000 evil beasts had died. Stone Forest Town's frightening defenses stupefied the spectating players. This is insane. These are Stone Forest Town's defenses? Zero Wing is amazing. They have so many miniature ballistas. If not for these monsters' numbers and strength, the guild might annihilate the monsters before they even reach the walls. How is this possible? Why does Zero Wing have so many miniature ballistas? Singular Burial balled his fists as he glared at the live stream. However, although he was very surprised and confused, he quickly recovered as he sneered and said, "Although I didn't expect such a trump card, so what? This army isn't like the last one you faced." While the miniature ballistas had claimed many of the evil beasts below Lord rank, this war would be as good as over once the monsters reached the ballistas. Interesting. And here I thought you had given up. Let's see how you deal with this. Abandoned Wave, who stood at the very rear of the evil beast army like a coward, sneered. He then waved his hand, and immediately, another large wave charged forward. This time, however, there were far fewer evil beasts in the charge. However, these were higher quality monsters, with the majority being chieftain rank and above. Even the Grand Lords had joined in the charge. These monsters were too large to have taken part in the initial charge. But now that less of their companions occupied the field, the Grand Lords could easily dodge the attacks from the town's static defenses as these chieftain rank and above evil beasts inched closer to Stone Forest Town. Before anyone had realized it, 2 mana pulse cannons had appeared above one of Stone Forest Town's magic towers. Larger than the basic mana pulse cannon, these 2 weapons were none other than the intermediate mana pulse cannons Shifeng had obtained from the fallen arc. Target the densest areas of the monster army. Fire. Chapter 1340, The Intermediate Mana Pulse Cannon's Might. Chapter 1340, The Intermediate Mana Pulse Cannon's Might. The instant the intermediate mana pulse cannons activated, 2 pitch-black, magic arrays formed above the magic tower as they absorbed the surrounding mana. The intense mana fluctuation immediately attracted attention. What's that? What an intense feeling. What's Zero Wing trying to do? Players in town were shocked by the pressure they felt from the magic tower. This was especially true for magical class players, who were far more sensitive towards elemental mana. Currently, the magic arrays above the tower felt like black holes as they devoured a massive amount of mana. Is this another attack from the magic tower? Abandoned Wave was not particularly surprised to see this. In response, he gestured with a hand. Immediately, the evil beast army charging forward began to spread out. He had long since familiarized himself with the magic tower's attacks. After all, these defensive structures were the reason he had suffered in the previous war. However, he had full control of the evil beast army this time. Although the magic tower's AoE was vast, if the monsters spread out, the magic towers wouldn't be as much of a threat as the players on the ramparts watched. They shook their heads and sighed. These monsters' reaction time is too fast. Although the magic tower's attacks are powerful, they won't be very effective with how spread out the monsters are. As the players discussed their thoughts, the 2 intermediate mana pulse cannons finished their channeling time. In the next moment, the cannons fired 2 black beams, reaching the center of the evil beast army in the blink of an eye. As the beams struck the ground, 2 pillars of black light shot into the sky, piercing the clouds. This phenomenon was nothing like the magic tower's prior attacks. As the black pillars rose, they expanded radius of 100 yards. 200 yards. 300 yards. The pillars of light devoured more evil beasts as it spread. The pillars only stopped after achieving a 500-yard radius. Any monster below chieftain rank was turned into ash instantly. Although the chieftain-ranked evil beasts survived initial contact with the pillars, the attacks that eventually claimed their lives as well. Only Lord-ranked evil beasts and above survived the attacks. What were those attacks? They even killed chieftains in one move. This is insane. So, this is Zero Wing's foundation? Everyone's jaws dropped as they stared at the Armageddon before them. Shocked by the Black Pillar's destructive power, even the evil beast army had halted its advance. Just what did Zero Wing do? How did the AoE grow so large? Abandoned Wave stared at the pillars of black light, which had yet to fade, with wide eyes. Despite having spread out, the two attacks had killed over 15,000 evil beasts. Among them, over 2,000 chieftains had died, while the lords had less than half of their HP remaining. Although the higher-rank evil beasts hadn't lost a significant amount of HP, they were severely injured, reducing their combat power drastically. Such frightening, destructive power was simply unheard of. Such attacks could deal a devastating blow to his evil beast army. If he allowed several more of those attacks to land, the consequences would be unimaginable. Singular Burial wasn't the only one shocked. Every major power witnessing this was astonished. With such frightening war weapons, who would dare attack Stone Forest Town in the future? Fortunately, the town's current enemy was a monster army. No amount of players would be enough to capture Stone Forest Town. This won't do. I won't be able to sustain the losses if this continues. Abandoned Wave had lost his complacent attitude. Immediately, he took a dark gray crystal ball from his bag and started chanting. Go! Destroy the magic towers. In the next moment, the 5 level 70, mythic-ranked evil earth dragons' crimson eyes began to glow. With large strides, they approached Stone Forest Town rapidly. Although the evil beast army was relatively easy to create, chieftain-ranked evil beasts and above were difficult to produce. Not only did their creation depend on luck, but he also needed to sacrifice monsters of a sufficiently high rank and level. Moreover, he only had a chance of created mythic-ranked evil beasts by killing high-ranked evil beasts. It was utterly impossible to nurture a common evil beast to mythic rank. He wouldn't have minded losing these high-rank evil beasts in a normal slugfest, but it was a different story if Zero Wing simply slaughtered them the moment the evil earth dragons moved. Stone Forest Town's players felt death loom over them at this stage of the game. One mythic monster was more than enough to destroy a guild town, much less 5. Although Zero Wing had protected the town against mythic monsters before, it had only faced 3 during that battle. They had also only been level 65. Even so, those 3 mythic monsters had ravaged the guild. It had come very close to losing Stone Forest Town. Evil Earth Dragon, Dark Creature, Mythic. Level 70. HP 210,000/210,000,000. Currently, the evil Earth Dragons weren't suppressed as they had been during the previous war. Not only were their attributes terrifyingly high, but they also had a higher intellect and were easily capable of evading the miniature ballista's attacks. Moreover, the evil Earth Dragons could shake off the exploding arrows as if they were nothing. Their battle recovery alone was enough to dishearten even the strongest player. Although Stone Forest Town launched a constant stream of attacks, these attacks only eliminated the evil beasts below Great Lord rank. To Great Lords and above, the magic towers and basic mana pulse cannons were a minor concern, and the intermediate mana pulse cannons had a long, 3-minute cooldown. 3 minutes might not be long in a player-fought war, but it was more than enough time for Great Lords and above to end this battle in the end. Before the intermediate mana pulse cannon's cooldown ended, the 200+ Great Lords, 40+ Grand Lords, and 5 evil Earth Dragons stood before Stone Forest Town's walls. Although Stone Forest Town had already upgraded to intermediate rank and was protected by very tall walls, these walls weren't half as tall as the evil Earth Dragons. Before the mythic monsters, Stone Forest Town's ramparts were easily crossed hurdles. It seems Zero Wing is truly finished. There are so many powerful monsters. This is insane. Even a 500-man elite team is unlikely to stop a level 65 Great Lord. If those 200+ Great Lords work together, Zero Wing's 40,000 members won't even serve as a warm-up. When the spectators had watched Zero Wing reveal so many powerful war weapons, they had held on to some hope of success. However, they realized how futile Zero Wing's attempts were as the evil beast stood before the town's walls. Ha ha ha. Go, my servants. Sacrifice every life form in the town for the almighty evil god. Abandoned Wave commanded, laughing. He had been worried about the intermediate mana pulse cannons, but now that the monster stood before the ramparts, the war was as good as over. Roar. Deafening roars filled the air as the Great Lord-ranked evil beasts leaped towards Stone Forest Town's ramparts. I've been waiting for this. You will be excellent test subjects. Standing atop the magic tower, Shifeng casually retrieved the movement type, defensive magic array he had obtained from the fallen Arkansas. He then inserted 5,000 magic crystals into the array and cranked it up to maximum immediately. A crystal-like barrier expanded and enveloped Stone Forest Town. Boom. 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 Suddenly, these evil beasts slammed into an invisible, steel-like wall 10 yards from the ramparts, unable to proceed farther. What's this? A magic barrier? Zero Wing's members, who had prepared for an arduous battle, were confused when they saw the evil beast army stop. Not even the 5 evil earth dragons were able to move an inch closer to the town. Chapter 1341, Trump Card Appears. Chapter 1341, Trump Card Appears. The barrier managed to block mythic monsters? Impossible. What kind of barrier is this? How much strength has Zero Wing kept hidden? Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw the beasts halted. Every large guild in Star Moon Kingdom had a few trump cards. They obviously had something as important as a defensive magic array. However, it was unheard of for a player-owned magic array to stop a mythic monster attack. The combined attacks of all 5 evil earth dragons' claws barely shook the crystal-like barrier. There wasn't a single crack on the barrier. The array's strength rivaled those used in NPC cities in God's domain. Even the most ordinary NPC city had a magic array that could stop Tier 4 monsters. Every major NPC city like White River City had a defensive magic array that could even hold off Tier 5 monsters. This was also the reason that, aside from special circumstances, monster sieges against the NPC cities were almost certain to fail. Monsters could only successfully siege NPC towns. Why wouldn't they be surprised to see that Stone Forest Town had an array that could rival an NPC cities? The Zero Wing members breathed a sigh of relief when the magic barrier appeared. If they faced these evil beasts head-on, they would die instantly. All members, prioritize killing Great Lord rank monsters and below. Aqua Rose barked out commands through the guild chat when she read the description of the movement-type defensive magic array. She thought it could only block the Great Lord's attacks. She had never thought that it could hold off a Tier 4 mythic monster. Due to the presence of the defensive magic array, Zero Wing's members started to regain their confidence. They began to bombard the evil beasts before them. Level 40 players might not normally pose a threat to level 65 Great Lords, but the 3 magic towers boosted their basic attributes by 30%. God's Domain's recent system upgrades also continuously weakened the effects of level suppression. Zero Wing's members still managed to deal several hundred damage to the level 65 plus Great Lords even with a gap of over 20 levels. Those with equipment with the ignore levels attribute dealt -1000 damage on average. Several hundred damage might not be much to the Great Lords, which had over 60 million HP. The accumulated damage of hundreds, or even thousands, of players attacking at once was frightening. The Great Lords were taking hundreds of thousands of damage every second, greatly exceeding their battle recovery. It was definitely possible to kill all the evil beasts attacking Stone Forest Town. Given enough time. There were also the miniature ballistas and Tier 2 NPC guards pitching in from the sides. All these factors combined reduced the Great Lord-ranked evil beasts' HPs at a rate visible to the naked eye. Evil beasts below Great Lord rank were even easier to deal with. They could be finished off with a brief burst of concentrated fire. Damn it! How did Zero Wing get such a powerful defensive magic array? Abandoned Wave gnashed his teeth as he looked at the scene. The magic barrier remained completely intact even after numerous attacks from so many evil beasts. At this rate, the evil beasts he nurtured were simply EXP for Zero Wing. He reluctantly manipulated the dark gray crystal ball in his hands once again. You might be able to block normal Tier 4 attacks, but what about Tier 4 destructive spells? The 5 evil earth dragons abruptly stopped attacking the magic barrier as the crystal ball glowed. Then they widened their mouths. The mana around the evil earth dragons started rampaging as it gathered in front of their mouths. 5 black beams shot out of the evil earth dragons' mouths shortly later. Tier 4 spell, Evil Energy Roar. The black beams shook the barrier violently. The other evil beasts attacking the barrier backed away from the powerful impact momentarily. It blocked the attacks. Abandoned Wave was shocked by what he saw. The evil energy roar rivaled the intermediate mana pulse cannon's might. Its AoE was much small, though. No, there are cracks on the barrier. Once the evil energy roars ended, Abandoned Wave could clearly spot numerous cracks on Stone Forest Town's barrier. But the cracks were being repaired quickly enough to see with the naked eye. As expected of a Tier 4 spell. Its might is truly frightening. Shifeng took a look at the movement-type defensive magic array beside him. The 5 evil energy roars had depleted its energy by more than half. That was only one wave of attacks. All defensive magic arrays needed to be supplied energy. The more damage the magic array absorbed, the more energy it consumed. The magic array's endurance limit was the other important factor affecting the energy depletion rate. The movement-type defensive magic array he had obtained from the Fallen Ark had a Tier 3 endurance limit. As long as an attack standard exceeded Tier 3, the energy depleted from such an attack would increase exponentially. Each of the evil earth dragon's normal attacks had already depleted the magic array's energy by a frightening rate of 1%. This 1% was enough to hold off the combined attacks of the 200-plus Great Lords for a considerable amount of time. After the evil energy roars, the magic array's energy had decreased by nearly 70%. Restoring the magic array's energy cost 5,000 magic crystals each time. Currently, he only had around 60,000 crystals on hand, and that was including the 50,000 crystals Phoenix Rain had returned. In addition, firing the intermediate mana pulse cannons cost 2,000 magic crystals per shot, while the basic mana pulse cannons cost 1,000 crystals per shot. He could only restore the magic array's energy a limited number of times. Sure enough, it isn't invincible. I want to see just how long you last. Seeing the cracks on the magic barrier, a sinister smile appeared on Abandoned Wave's face. He then controlled the Grand Lords to assault the magic barrier with their most powerful skills. Although he did not have a good understanding of Stone Forest Town's magic barrier, he could guess the barrier's limit based on the cracks. Normally, a barrier would only show signs of damage when an attack exceeded its limit. When that happened, the defensive magic array would lose a significant amount of energy. Once the magic barrier's energy had been depleted, his evil beast army would storm Stone Forest Town and slaughter the players in it. As Abandoned Wave controlled his Grand Lords, they rampaged, hurling one high-tiered skill after another at the barrier before them. The magic array lost energy with each hit. For a moment, it even began to show signs of shattering. Seeing this, the Zero Wing members on the ramparts grew increasingly nervous. Once the magic barrier broke, their lives would be on the line. Sure enough, using such a method to fight mythic monsters is a little far-fetched. Shifeng sighed when he saw the magic array's energy levels fall below 10%. He then contacted Blackie and asked, "Blackie, how are the preparations on your side?" "We're ready. We're just waiting for your command," Blackie said, grinning. "Although it is a little wasteful to use them here, it's about time we show our enemy that they aren't the only ones with Tier 4 forces." Shifeng then commanded, "Summon the divine beasts. It's about time we refresh their memory." Following Shifeng's command, 3 massive, golden magic arrays appeared above Zero Wing's residence, each array enveloping nearly half of the town. Immediately, 3 golden dragons that were over 100 meters tall emerged from these magic arrays. The divine dragons hovered in the sky as they flapped their massive wings. They released deafening roars that echoed throughout Stone Forest Town and its surrounding area as they overlooked all lifeforms like kings. Chapter 1342, Divine Dragon's Power. As the 3 divine dragons appeared, silence descended on the battlefield. Any who bathed in the divine dragon's aura, including both Stone Forest Town's players and the evil beasts attacking the magic barrier, looked up at the creatures as if they were staring at kings. Impossible. This definitely can't be real. 3 golden dragons? How much power has Zero Wing hidden? Zero Wing is too strong. It seems that the dragon summonings during the previous war hadn't just been due to luck after all. Sure enough, Zero Wing isn't Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild for nothing. Which guild in Star Moon Kingdom could possibly be a match for Zero Wing's foundations? Damn it. Why did I leave Stone Forest Town so quickly? I threw away the chance to watch such an interesting battle. Although the players who watched the live stream couldn't experience the battlefield's atmosphere personally, they were still shocked to see 3 divine dragons hovering over Stone Forest Town. To current players, Tier 4 mythic monsters were invincible. Not many had been optimistic about Zero Wing's chances of protecting Stone Forest Town. However, now that Zero Wing had summoned 3 of its own mythic monsters, it had a fighting chance. How is this possible? Singular Burial was momentarily stunned when he saw the 3 divine dragons. He couldn't believe his eyes. He, too, had been present during the last war. During that battle, he had assumed that Zero Wing had obtained a summoning scroll for the divine dragon by chance, only allowing the guild to summon it once. As a precaution, he and Abandoned Wave had prepared for the possibility that Zero Wing could summon another divine dragon. Yet Zero Wing had just summoned 3 of them. Before everyone could react, the 3 divine dragons flapped their wings, creating a strong gale. They then vanished, transforming into streaks of golden light as they reappeared above Stone Forest Town's rampart, spreading their massive jaws. Each of the divine dragons created a golden magic array. Divine Dragon's Breath. Immediately, 3 golden tornadoes swept across the evil beast army. As these tornadoes encountered 3 of the evil earth dragons, they threw the creatures hundreds of yards away. Any evil beast below Lord rank died instantly. This is so awesome. This attack must have killed at least 1,000 evil beasts. Blackie, who controlled one of the divine dragons, was astonished when he saw the destruction the golden tornado left in its wake. As the tornadoes danced across the battlefield, only death followed. This phenomenon continued for 500 yards. After watching Alluring Summer control the divine dragon during the last siege, he understood that the mythic monster was very powerful. But he only realized just how powerful the divine dragon was after controlling one for himself. Seeing 5 level 65 great lords charging towards him, Blackie sent a tail swipe at them. Bang. The attack sent the 5 great lords flying over 30 yards away, a damage of over -1 million appearing above each of their heads. Blackie's divine dragon then lashed out with its claws, turning over a dozen elite evil beasts into dust. The divine dragon's power was simply devastating. Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud controlled the other 2 divine dragons. Arriving before 2 evil earth dragons, the divine dragons swiped their massive claws. Reacting quickly, the evil earth dragons responded in kind. Boom. The instant the claws collided, the impact pushed the nearby elite evil beasts back. As for the 2 evil earth dragons, they were forced to take 2 steps backward. It was clear that the divine dragon surpassed them in terms of strength. Immediately, Alluring Summer and Violet Cloud attacked their respective opponents' abdomens with tail swipes. The collision threw the evil earth dragons over 40 yards away. Although Blackie, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud couldn't control the divine dragons as they did their own bodies, their combat techniques and experience far surpassed the evil earth dragons. In a one-on-one fight, they could easily suppress their opponents. The divine dragon's overwhelming display of power stirred a bloodlust in Stone Forest Town's players. Every one of the mythic monsters' actions could destroy the surrounding terrain. Monsters below Lord rank couldn't even approach to the divine dragons. Although the divine dragons' combat standards were not high, they caused a much larger common than a player-fought battle. If not for the defensive barrier protecting them, no one doubted that the resulting shockwaves would be more than enough to destroy the town. By summoning the 3 divine dragons, Zero Wing had turned the tide of worries. This our guild's power? This is too amazing. All hail Boss Blackie. Victory will be ours. Every Zero Wing member was ecstatic. They had never realized how powerful their guild was. Seeing this, the players that had chosen to withdraw from the guild turned pale. Use this opportunity to kill the great lord monsters and above. Don't let any of them get away. Surephone commanded. Although the divine dragons were very powerful, each one cost 88 magic array scrolls to summon. The materials required to create the divine beast's descent magic array scrolls were also extremely precious. Each scroll cost over 10 gold to produce. However, the production cost was secondary. To produce the divine beast's descent magic array scrolls, On needed a special material called mana essence. It only dropped from 50-man or more team dungeons. It was a precious item to every large guild, and creating a set of Divine Beasts Descent magic array scrolls required 88 mana essences. Even though Zero Wing now had a lot of members, it had barely collected enough mana essence for 3 sets. Zero Wing had invested everything in this war. Hence, it was of utmost importance that they recuperate some of their losses through these evil beasts' deaths. Unfortunately, evil beasts did not drop weapons or equipment. They only provided some EXP and materials. The most valuable loot, the evil energy crystal, only dropped from chieftain rank and above monsters. Compared to the cost of the 3 sets of Divine Beasts Descent magic array scrolls, these items were barely worth anything. The only consolation was the soul orb, which allowed him to absorb souls from great lords and above. He could absorb the souls from any of the great lords his guild team killed. With so many great lord-ranked monsters in a single location, this was a rare opportunity. 3 divine dragons? Abandoned Wave's mouth twitched as he watched the divine dragons slaughter his evil beasts. It had taken a lot of effort to obtain each of his great lord-ranked evil beasts, yet Zero Wing's members were farming them for EXP. Good. Very good. I want to see just how many you can kill. Once your magic barrier shatters, Stone Forest Town will meet its doom. Abandoned Wave steeled his heart now that he had revealed so many evil beasts to the public. The various large guilds would undoubtedly prepare countermeasures against the creatures. If he failed to destroy Stone Forest Town this time, it would be very difficult to nurture another large army. Although Zero Wing's prowess exceeded his expectations, the town's weakness was obvious. As long as he shattered the town's defensive barrier, the evil beast army would storm the town. Abandoned Wave commanded his monsters to attack the town's defensive barrier. He even instructed his 5 evil earth dragons to ignore their divine cousins, intending to trade the dragon's HP for the magic barrier's energy, following which, the magic barrier's energy drained. At the same time, Shifeng replenished that energy. At the rate at which he poured magic crystals into the array, he didn't dare use the intermediate mana pulse cannons again. The intense slugfest stupefied every spectator while the evil beasts assaulted Stone Forest Town's barrier and ignored their enemies' attacks. The latter threw everything it had at the evil beasts. Under Zero Wing's fierce assault, the army continued to lose monsters. The initial 500,000 decreased to 400,000, and then to 200,000. Even 2 of the 5 evil earth dragons had died. When the evil beast army had less than 100,000 monsters remaining, Stone Forest Town's magic barrier shattered under 3 remaining evil earth dragons' evil energy roars. Chapter 1343, Town Battle. Chapter 1343, Town Battle. It's shattered? Abandoned Wave released a sigh of relief when he saw the magic barrier disappear. Stone Forest Town's defenses had truly exceeded his expectations. To destroy the defensive magic array, he had lost over 400,000 evil beasts. Had he expected such losses, he would have waited to attack. At the very least, he would have only moved after readying 6 or 7 evil earth dragons. Finally. Success. Singular Burial, who watched the Stone Forest Town battle from Heaven's Burial's main headquarters, wiped sweat from his forehead as he watched the magic barrier shatter. Had the barrier lasted a few more minutes, the operation may have failed. Although the evil beast army had attacked the barrier madly, their numbers had continued to decrease as the fight drug on. Even the 3 remaining evil earth dragons had less than 1/3 of their HPs remaining. Had the evil earth dragons all died before the barrier broke, the threat of the evil beast army would have decreased drastically. Such a sturdy defensive magic array was simply unheard of. Fortunately, the evil beasts attacking the array had high HP and strength. If it were up to players to take the barrier down, the army would pay a horrific price to deplete the magic array's energy. After seeing this magic array, Singular Burial's desire for Stone Forest Town grew. A guild town's key element was its security. It would only attract interested investors if it had powerful defenses. No one-time use magic array scroll could conjure such a powerful defensive magic array. The source was likely a defensive structure or tool based on the images he had received from his subordinates in Stone Forest Town. It was obvious that this defensive magic array had originated from the massive machine atop one of the magic towers. Letting a guild like Zero Wing hold on to such a tool is too much of a waste. Singular Burial turned to Broken Flow, the level 43 berserker in dark purple armor beside him, and said, "Teleport to Stone Forest Town's private house with your men. I don't care what it takes, steal that tool." If necessary, I'll permit you to expose the dark contract. Zero Wing was Heaven's Burial's greatest competitor in Star Moon Kingdom. Naturally, Heaven's Burial had planted plenty of spies in the guild. They had even purchased 2 private houses in Stone Forest Town as a preventive measure. This was the perfect moment to put those houses to good use. With the magic barrier shattered, Zero Wing would try to hold back the evil beast invasion. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial could use the opportunity to strike the evil beasts. Might be a threat to other players, but Heaven's Burial had special tools that prevented evil beasts and evil demons from actively attacking them. I can use the dark contract. Excitement flashed in Broken Flow's eyes. He glanced at the movement-type defensive magic array atop the magic tower and said, "Guild leader, destroying that magic tower shouldn't be a problem, right? If it's necessary, then fine. But only as a last resort." Singular Burial nodded. Understood. Guild leader, wait for my good news. Broken Flow chuckled before leaving the guild leader's office. Meanwhile, every Zero Wing player on the ramparts wore a solemn expression. In the end, they had failed to kill all the evil beasts before the magic array had run out of energy. Although there were less than 100,000 evil beasts remaining, the leftover monsters were mainly the stronger ones. Weaker monsters such as the elite evil beasts had long since been wiped out. The weakest remaining were special elite rank, while over 70 great lords and nearly half of the grand lords remained. There were plenty of high lords left as well. Magic array teams, prepared to trap those grand lords. Ranged classes, support the NPC guards and prioritize killing the great lords. All MTs, distract the evil beasts below the great lord rank. Do not let any evil beasts enter the town or destroy the miniature ballistas. Aqua Rose commanded. Zero Wing had invested tons of coins to raise Stone Forest Town to its current state. If they let the evil beasts invade and destroy it, the consequences would be unimaginable. If these monsters captured the guild residents, in particular, Zero Wing would lose Stone Forest Town. Following Aqua Rose's commands, Zero Wing's members burst into action. The numerous magic array teams promptly activated the 9-star polar domain magic array scrolls they had been given, trapping the grand lords that rushed into the town. At the same time, the level 75, Tier 2 NPC guards charged towards the great lords. Meanwhile, due to the magic tower's buff, Zero Wing's level 40+ MTs were more than capable of blocking the evil beasts below the Great Lord rank. Although the battle was intense, it was not beyond salvation. Moreover, Zero Wing had the strongest combatants with its 3 divine dragons. These creatures suppressed the evil earth dragons, preventing them from truly entering the town. Despite having no financial support, Zero Wing sure has hidden a lot of tricks up its sleeves. But it's too late. Despite watching both sides sustain casualties and Zero Wing having the upper hand, Abandoned Wave was very calm. He raised the dark gray orb in his hand and began to chant an incantation. In his opinion, this war had been over the moment the magic barrier had shattered. As Abandoned Wave chanted, a massive, pitch-black, 2-fold magic array appeared above him. When Abandoned Wave finished his chant, evil demons began to descend from the sky. In total, more than 3,000 evil demons had appeared. The weakest among these evil demons was a level 50 special elite, with the stronger being level 61 great lords. A total of 19 great lords had joined the battle. These evil demons were the result of his merciless hunt of guild and independent teams. Although there were very few demons, they radiated an intensely terrifying aura. These evil demons' aura resembled that of high-tiered NPCs. Wisdom and intelligence were evident in their blood-red eyes. Why are there so many great lords? Flame Blood, who stood beside Abandoned Wave, could not help his surprise when the 19 great lord-ranked evil demons dropped to the ground. Although Flame Blood had guessed that Abandoned Wave had not revealed all the evil demons he had nurtured, he hadn't expected the man to hide so many. Based on his estimates, the man should be lucky to have nurtured 7 or 8 great lords after killing the various guild elites and experts. After all, it was far more difficult to upgrade an evil demon than it was to upgrade an evil beast. Correspondingly, an evil demon was much stronger than an evil beast of the same rank. Against players, in particular, evil demons had an overwhelming advantage. A chieftain-ranked evil demon would have no problem slaughtering even an expert player with an active berserk skill. There was no need to mention the lords and great lords. They were practically living nightmares. My servants, it is time to devour some souls. Abandoned Wave sneered as he pointed to the distant Stone Forest town. Your target is the town before you. gorged to your heart's content. He hadn't dared risk his evil demons while the magic barrier had been in place. Each one was just too precious. They could only be created from the corpses of powerful players. Nurturing them was even more difficult. In addition, they had much lower HP than their evil beast counterparts. Even the Great Lord-ranked evil demons would likely die if they received an attack from the intermediate mana pulse cannons. However, the situation had changed. Without the magic barrier, the evil demons could easily hide in the player crowd and infiltrate the town. Due to their small stature and high reaction speed, Zero Wing would not casually target them with its AoE war weapons. Without this issue, slaughtering the Zero Wing members in Stone Forest Town would be a piece of cake. Following Abandoned Wave's command, the highly intelligent evil demons left afterimages as they dashed towards Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1344, One-Star Adventurers Association. Chapter 1344, One-Star Adventurers Association. As the large group of evil demons descended, they attracted the attention of Stone Forest Town's players. Why are there still monsters? There doesn't seem to be a lot of time. Stopping them shouldn't be a problem. Why do these monsters feel even more dangerous than the evil beasts? When the Zero Wing members, who were busy fending off the evil beast army, noticed another group of monsters approaching the town, they promptly turned to look at the new arrivals. Although fear gripped their hearts for a moment, they relaxed and returned their attention to the evil beasts before them when they realized how small the approaching group was. However, Aqua Rose's expression darkened when she noticed the approaching evil demons. Hurriedly, she commanded, "Miniature ballistas, prioritize the approaching monsters. Do not let them get close to the town." They had seen evil demons during the previous siege war as well. Although there had been very few, their combat power had been incredibly frightening. They had also been far more intelligent than ordinary monsters. There were more of these monsters this time. If these evil demons infiltrated Stone Forest Town, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the players controlling the miniature ballistas did not understand, they followed Aqua Rose's command. Fortunately, these evil demons were within range immediately. Dozens of arrows flew towards the approaching evil demons. Boom. 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 A series of explosions shook the battlefield. What? The players controlling the miniature ballistas were stupefied by the results of their assault. The evil demons had dodged the dozens of exploding arrows they had fired. Although they were firing at near maximum range, not even elite players could dodge the arrows at that distance. In addition, the exploding arrows were AoE attacks. The Zero Wing members manning the miniature ballistas weren't the only ones stunned. Many of Stone Forest Town's players were also astonished. A meaningless struggle. Abandoned Wave wasn't surprised in the last. Even the special elite evil demons had a higher reaction speed than elite players. Furthermore, these demons' attributes were much higher than players of the same level. Dodging the small AoE attacks was a piece of cake for these monsters. The evil demons would only be at risk against large AoE attacks like those from the Magic Tower. Moreover, these evil demons possessed considerably high intellect. After learning about the town's defensive and offensive capabilities, they spread out as they advanced. Even if the Magic Towers attacked, the damage would be minimal. They're sending so many evil demons. That is. The evil god's temple sure is determined. Shifeng was also astonished when he saw the evil demons surge towards Stone Forest Town. Although he did not know much about the evil god's temple, he knew that these evil demons weren't easy to create. Every evil demon required blood and sweat from evil god players. Whoever was attacking Stone Forest Town must be very determined to send over 3,000 evil demons against the town guild leader. Those evil demons are extraordinarily strong. If they enter the town, the situation will take a turn for the worst. Should we have Snow send 20,000 elites from headquarters? Aqua Rose suggested anxiously as she watched the evil demons grow closer to the town. Have everyone retreat to the town, and let as many of those evil beasts and evil demons enter. Shifeng instructed. Let them enter the town. Aqua Rose's jaws dropped. She had no idea of what Shifeng was thinking. Guild leader, if we let these monsters in, they'll destroy the town. Moreover, the Magic Towers will also have trouble targeting them. We'll be at a massive disadvantage. We can't hold them back, so it doesn't matter. We'll see who is truly at a disadvantage, Shifeng said, chuckling. Just get it done. Let me deal with the rest. If the enemy had attacked before the Adventurers Association had occupied Stone Forest Town, Shifeng would have even mobilized the entire guild to keep these monsters out. However, the situation was different now. In God's domain, a monster army besieging a town wasn't like that carried out by players. When players sieged a town or city, neutral NPCs would not participate in the war. However, it was a different story against monsters. After all, neutral, human NPCs and monsters were enemies. A neutral organization like the Adventurers Association wouldn't occupy a large plot of land in a player town for free when monsters attacked the town. The Adventurers Association would lend a hand to defend it. Shifeng hadn't resorted to this option simply because he wanted to keep it secret. Moreover, the town's popularity would decrease significantly if the Adventurers Association took action, which was a steep price as town popularity was crucial to promoting a town. Unfortunately, since they couldn't stop the monsters approaching the town, they didn't need to continue to exhaust the guild's strength. Although Shifeng's decision confused Aqua Rose, she had no choice but to organize a retreat into the town. Due to the town's various buildings, the massive evil beasts would struggle to maneuver through it. As a result, they would become easier to deal with. Some players even used the buildings as cover. Unfortunately, although more players survived, their prowess had decreased as well. Has Zero Wing lost its mind? Why are they retreating just because of an extra 3,000 plus monsters? What is Zero Wing thinking? Aren't they afraid that these monsters will destroy the town's buildings? For a time, the spectating independent players and major powers were dumbfounded by letting these monsters invade the town. The town itself would take a lot of damage and its war weapons would be less effective. For example, if the magic tower attacked a target inside the city, not only would it damage the monsters, but it would also damage nearby buildings. What quick reactions! But so what if you switch to guerrilla tactics? Do you think this will change anything? Abandoned Wave sneered. What foolishness! Nobody in Star Moon Kingdom can stop my evil demon army. This will only lead to a quicker death. Following which, Zero Wing's members retreated to the town center, taking out far fewer evil beasts as they did so. If not for the 3 divine dragons pinning down the 3 evil earth dragons outside of Stone Forest Town, the streets of the town would have been devastated. Upon entering the town, the evil demons dashed through the streets, rushing to the town's core. All right, time for you to take action. After seeing the entire evil demon army enter Stone Forest Town, Shifeng smiled. He then clicked to approve the Adventurers Association's request to help defend the town. System, you have agreed to let the Adventurers Association assist in defending the town. Calculating the number of monsters inside the town. System, current number of monsters, 94,347. Strongest monster detected, level 70. Grand Lord System. Current Adventurers Association is a 1-star association. A minimum of 500 NPCs must be dispatched. A maximum of 1,000 NPCs can be dispatched. Every additional NPC adventure will decrease Stone Forest Town's popularity by 20 points. Please choose the number of NPC adventures to mobilize. 20 points? Shifeng was slightly surprised when he saw the system notification. It didn't actually cost as much to mobilize these NPC adventures as he had assumed. In the past, every additional NPC adventure had cost 100 town reputation. However, after giving the matter some thought, Shifeng found the situation reasonable. After all, Shadow's towns had been tier 4, level 100 plus monsters. Naturally, that guild had been forced to dispatch more powerful NPC adventurers. As a result, they had cost more. Let's mobilize 1,000 NPCs. Shifeng then chose to mobilize the maximum number of NPCs. Chapter 1345, Reversal. Chapter 1345, Reversal. With the entire Stone Forest Town embroiled in the battle, many streets had already been destroyed. Is it finally starting? The corners of Singular Burial's mouth curled up when he saw the evil demons charging at Zero Wing's members. Slaughter them. Kill every Zero Wing member inside the town. Evil demons were different from evil beasts. The players killed by evil beasts would suffer only the normal death penalty. However, players killed by evil demons were not as fortunate. When killed by an evil demon, not only would players suffer double the death penalty, but their immortal souls would also be devoured, preventing them from logging into God's domain for a certain period. Such an outcome was a nightmare for guild elites, and experts recovering from such a loss would be very difficult. Meanwhile, standing in front of a magic tower, Aqua Rose was currently commanding the Dark Gods Legion members and a large number of NPC guards to prevent the evil beasts from destroying the magic tower behind them. At this time, a larger group of evil demons joined the fray as well. Sure enough, their targets are the magic towers. When Aqua Rose saw the evil demon army charging at her group, she hurriedly commanded, "Everyone, prioritize killing the evil demons. Activate your berserk skills as soon as the fight begins. Let the Tier 2 NPCs be the main attackers while you all assist from the sides." Seeing the evil demons entering their attack range one after another, the ranged classes of the Dark Gods Legion promptly went on the offensive. Tier 1 spells and skills rained down on the evil demon army. However, aside from the special elite ranked evil demons, the other high-ranking evil demons dodged the attacks easily as if they were expert players. Moreover, they were also able to keep advancing as they avoided the attacks. Only when an attack was unavoidable would they retaliate. As for the Tier 2 NPC guards, although they held the advantage when going up against chieftain-ranked evil demons, the Lord-ranked ones easily overwhelmed them. If not for the healers at the rear line, it was only a matter of time before these NPCs got killed. Such high intellect. Are these things really monsters? How can there be such powerful monsters? Their combat standards are already on par with expert players. The players spectating the battle through the live stream could not help but gasp. They never thought that monsters were capable of achieving such a high combat standard as well. Even the weakest special elite ranked evil demons had combat standards rivaling the current expert players of God's domain. Meanwhile, there were actually over 3,000 of such monsters. With this, Zero Wing really won't have any hope of a reversal. Even an army of 200,000 elite players would be no match for this army of evil demons. Everyone could not help but shake their heads and sigh as they watched Zero Wing's members continuously retreating. Currently, Zero Wing's experts were barely holding their own against the Lord-ranked evil demons. If the players had not activated their berserk skills, they would have been killed already. Not to mention, the lords weren't the strongest evil demons present. There were still High Lord and Great Lord ranked evil demons. Against these evil demons, even when the level 65, Tier 2 NPC guards worked together, they still did not have a chance to retaliate. The NPC shield warriors and guardian knights could not at all keep up with the high-ranking evil demons' attack speed, receiving blow after blow. If not for them having activated their life-saving skills and berserk skills, as well as rapid healing coming from the rear line, these NPCs would have long since met their makers. Once the duration of their berserk skills ended, the battle would also end entirely. Meanwhile, hidden at a corner a short distance away from the magic tower was a party of 6 cloaked players. Currently, these 6 players had their eyes focused on the entrance of the magic tower. Boss broken. Should we take action now? Zero Wing's magic tower doesn't seem like it'll be able to hold on for much longer. If they complete the disassembly of the defensive tool and teleport away, we'll have wasted a trip here, a pale and slim level 37 assassin asked as he looked at Broken Flow standing beside him. No hurry. We have the Tier 3 Space Freeze magic scroll. Stopping them from teleporting away will be a piece of cake. Let these monsters whittle down Zero Wing's members further first. We'll then have an easier time snatching the tool later on, Broken Flow replied calmly. Speaking of which, has your skill locked on to that item yet? Boss, rest assured, I've already locked on to the item. No matter who picks up that tool, as long as we kill that person, we can get it to drop at a 100% success rate, the slim assassin said with confidence. He was originally a very inconspicuous member of Heaven's Burial. However, he had fortunately learned a special skill called Plunder. At Tier 0, this skill only allowed him to steal some money from players' bags. Moreover, it needed him to loot players within 5 seconds of their death. It had been a very useless skill. However, when the skill reached Tier 1, it had undergone a heaven-defying change. The skill now allowed him to lock on to a specific item, and if this item was placed in a player's bag, then after the said player was killed, the targeted item would drop with 100% certainty. Due to this godly skill, Heaven's Burial directly promoted him into a core member and invested resources into his development. Excellent. Broken Flow nodded. Listen to my commands later on. During the time Broken Flow was speaking, the Zero-Wing members defending the magic tower kept retreating towards the defensive structure, the battle becoming increasingly disadvantageous for them. Numerous level 50+ one-horned humanoid evil demons could be seen easily dodging the spells and arrows sent by players. At the same time, a level 61 Great Lord ranked evil demon leaped abruptly into the air, both its claws emitting gray fog that promptly transformed into a massive greatsword as it descended into a crowd of players. The frightening might exuded by the greatsword made even Aqua Rose feel the threat of death not good. It's a tier 3 skill. Everyone, avoid it. Aqua Rose reminded hurriedly. However, Aqua Rose's warning was still a step too late. The players within the attack range of the Grey Greatsword could only watch as the massive weapon descended towards them. Just as the Greatsword was about to crash into the nearest player, a Spear of Light suddenly struck this Great Lord-ranked evil demon. The instant the Spear of Light came into contact with the Great Lord, it sent the latter flying 20 yards away, the evil demon's HP decreasing by over 1,600,000. Meanwhile, when this Great Lord hit the ground, the Spear of Light piercing its body suddenly transformed into golden chains that bound the Great Lord, preventing it from budging even an inch. Immediately after, hundreds of spells descended accurately on this Great Lord-ranked evil demon. In the blink of an eye, the level 61 Great Lord, which had 22 million HP, turned to dust. It died. Aqua Rose, who was prepared to make a last stand against the evil demon army, was momentarily stunned. She had fought evil demons before, during the previous siege war. Although the evil demons back then were only at the Lord rank, if not for Anna and Kite's assistance, even a team of experts of the same level would most likely have been annihilated. Nevertheless, now, a Great Lord-ranked evil demon was actually killed almost instantly. At this moment, Aqua Rose wasn't the only person stunned by this situation. Even Singular Burial and Abandoned Wave, who were watching the live stream of the battle, were stupefied, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. Nobody had a clearer understanding than they did of just how powerful a Great Lord-ranked evil demon was. Yet, such an existence was actually killed instantly, so suppressed that it did not even have the power to retaliate. Before anyone realized what was going on, a group of NPCs suddenly appeared behind the evil demon army. Unlike the town's NPC guards, these NPCs wore all sorts of attire. The classes they possessed were also diverse. The only thing these NPCs had in common with each other was that every one of them sported the adventurer emblem. In addition, these NPCs were all level 70, and even the weakest among them was tier 2. Among these NPCs, there were even 10 tier 3 NPCs. Chapter 1346, The Horror of Tier 3 NPCs. Chapter 1346, The Horror of Tier 3 NPCs. NPCs? Why are there so many NPCs here? Zero Wing's members, who had been fending off the monster army, grew confused when they saw so many powerful NPCs appearing one after another. However, compared to the surprise Zero Wing's members felt, the players and various major powers watching this scene through the livestream were even more shocked. What? There are actually tier 3 classes among these NPCs. Tier 3 NPCs. How is this possible? Tier 3 NPCs are already considered overlords in minor NPC cities. Just how did Zero Wing manage to get these 10 Tier 3 NPCs to defend Stone Forest Town? The players on the forums were momentarily dumbfounded by the appearance of the 10 level 70, Tier 3 NPCs. As for the various major powers, they felt both confused and afraid when they saw this scene. Ordinary players might not understand how strong Tier 3 NPCs were, but they had a clear appreciation of this. Although only one tier separated Tier 3 and Tier 2 NPCs, this was a massive gap. Not only was there a huge disparity in basic attributes, but there was also a massive difference in combat standards. Even in a situation where both sides had equal basic attributes, a Tier 3 NPC could easily beat up a group of Tier 2 NPCs. This difference was the reason Tier 3 NPCs were usually tasked with ruling and safeguarding minor NPC cities. Yet, now, Stone Forest Town actually had 10 Tier 3 NPCs guarding it. Moreover, NPCs were different from monsters. NPCs were capable of coordinating their movements to display superior combat power, only their coordination was still not as good as players. If 10 Tier 3 NPCs worked together, not to mention dealing with a Grand Lord of the same level, even thrashing a mythic monster of the same level would be child's play. While everyone was shocked by the appearance of these NPCs, a large number of NPCs also turned up at the other two magic towers and Zero Wing's residence. Although these NPC adventurers were not as numerous as the town's NPC guards, even the weakest among them was level 70, Tier 2. They were far stronger than the majority of Stone Forest Town's Tier 1 NPC guards. Moreover, every one of these locations was also graced by the presence of Tier 3 NPC adventurers. If one counted the Tier 3 NPC adventurers, one would discover a total of 30 of them in Stone Forest Town. They were even more numerous than the Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Damn it. Just where did Zero Wing find so many Tier 2 and Tier 3 NPCs from? Abandoned Wave felt his heart bleeding out when he saw the NPC adventurers assaulting his evil demons. These NPC adventurers were ridiculously strong. Their fights with Lord-ranked evil demons were no different from child's play. Although Lord-ranked evil demons could overwhelm Tier 2 NPCs in a one-on-one, there were simply too many Tier 2 NPCs. Moreover, the NPCs were skillfully cooperating with each other. As a result, a single Tier 2 party could easily finish off a lord in just a few moves. However, this was still not the worst part. When those Tier 3 NPCs faced off against evil demons and evil beasts below Lord rank, they would almost always eliminate their opponents in a single move. Whenever the NPCs used a Tier 3 skill, the death of a large group of monsters would follow. The Tier 3 great mages were killing monsters below Lord rank as quickly as the magic towers were. One could practically hear explosions echoing throughout Stone Forest Town at every passing moment. As for the Great Lord-ranked evil demons, which were practically invincible, they were rendered utterly helpless under the coordination of just 2 or 3 Tier 3 NPCs. Meanwhile, whenever a Great Lord got pinned down, the other Tier 3 NPCs would use the opportunity to attack it together, bombarding it with Tier 3 skills and spells, one after another, and killing it in the blink of an eye. Seeing the evil beast armies and evil demon armies' numbers plummet, Abandoned Wave immediately commanded all the monsters to give up on attacking the magic towers and shift their focus towards Zero Wing's residence. Previously, Abandoned Wave had commanded his monsters to attack the magic towers merely to kill more Zero Wing members. However, the current situation no longer permitted such an action. If the battle continued, although he could inflict more losses on Zero Wing, the monster army he built up with great difficulty would also suffer annihilation. Now, the only thing he could do was destroy Zero Wing's residence. This way, he would have at least achieved his main goal. In the next moment, the evil beasts and evil demons inside Stone Forest Town began surging towards Zero Wing's residence in a frenzy. Black Flame, I admit that your guild's strength and foundations have greatly exceeded my expectations. Unfortunately, you are fated to lose Stone Forest Town in this war. Abandoned Wave smiled faintly when he saw his monster army surrounding Zero Wing's residence. His losses this time had indeed exceeded his initial estimates. However, with the destruction of Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing would lose its foundations. Meanwhile, he could still obtain more evil beasts and evil demons. At most, he would have to spend a little more time doing so. They really are nuts. Do they plan on attacking the guild residence's magic array at all costs? When Shifeng saw the monster army focused on assaulting Zero Wing's residence, he immediately had everyone gather back at the residence. At this moment, aside from attacking the guild residence's defensive magic array, these evil beasts and evil demons were doing nothing else. They did not even bother defending against or avoiding the attacks sent at them. However, Shifeng also could not help but admit that these monsters' plan was working, as the guild residence's defensive magic array was rapidly weakening. Most likely, the magic array would shatter in less than a minute. At that time, these monsters would be able to charge into the guild hall and destroy the guild flag. A town siege carried out by monsters was different from that of players. Players needed to obtain the town token in order to capture the town. Meanwhile, monsters only needed to destroy the guild flag to do so. As long as the guild flag was destroyed, Stone Forest Town would be finished, becoming a town controlled by monsters. If that happened, all players within the town would be forcibly expelled from Stone Forest Town's vicinity. Meanwhile, Shifeng would also lose his authority over Stone Forest Town, and for the following 1 month, his guild would be barred from raiding Stone Forest Town. However, it would be a different story for other guilds. Instead of a month, they would only need to wait 15 days before they could start raiding Stone Forest Town. During this 15-day grace period, most likely, every guild in Starmoon Kingdom would attempt to raid Stone Forest Town. After all, as long as they succeeded, they would get a ready-made intermediate town kill. Go ahead and kill as many as you can. I want to see just how many of my monsters you all can kill. Abandoned Wave laughed involuntarily when he saw the cracks on the residence's magic barrier at this moment. There were still 50,000 evil beasts and evil demons, more than enough to last until the monsters invaded Zero Wing's residence and destroyed its guild flag. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members were desperately trying to stop the monsters' attacks. Boom. When a level 70 Grand Lord bombarded the magic barrier with a tier 3 skill, the guild residence's defensive magic array finally gave, crumbling upon itself. Everyone, move forward and block those monsters. Do not let them set foot in the guild hall no matter what. Aqua Rose shouted urgently. Zero Wing's members understood the severity of this matter. Immediately, all the MTs charged forward to block the advance of the monsters. At the same time, the magic array teams also activated one magic array after another to trap the approaching monsters. Very quickly, chaos fell upon the entire guild residence. Idiots. Do you think the entrance is the only way to enter? Abandoned Wave sneered. In the next moment, a Lord-ranked evil demon leaped high in the air and landed at the side of the guild hall. It then sent a fierce punch at the wall and opened a huge hole in it. Immediately after, over a dozen small, chieftain-ranked evil demons dashed into the breach. Not good. Aqua Rose also noticed this situation from the corners of her eyes. Although they were blocking the larger evil beasts, they couldn't stop the nimble and smaller evil demons. Not to mention, Zero Wing's guild hall was also very large. It was simply impossible to defend all the sides completely at this moment. Zero Wing's members also felt a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. Ha. Everything's over. Abandoned Wave could not help laughing madly when he saw the evil demons surging into the guild hall. There might be a lot of players and NPC guards inside the guild hall, but the dozen or so evil demons were both agile and skillful. Their target, the guild flag, was also prominently displayed inside the guild hall. Destroying it would be a piece of cake for them. However, in the next moment. Boom. 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 The dozen or so evil demons that charged into the guild hall actually went flying back out through the same hole they entered from. However, before these dozen or so chieftain-ranked and one lord-ranked evil demons could even land, their bodies had already transformed into ashes and disappeared from everyone's sight. How? Abandoned Wave's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's members also became slack-jawed at this scene, unable to comprehend what had just happened. When everyone turned to look at the hole in the wall, they could faintly make out a muscular man in black robes standing before the guild flag. With both hands, the man gripped a blood-red greatsword that was stabbed into the ground before him. Even when just looking at this man from afar, everyone could clearly feel their souls shuddering in fear. This man was none other than Gilbert, the hero Sherphone had summoned. Chapter 1347, Hero Time. Chapter 1347, Hero Time. Currently, Gilbert stood quietly inside the guild hall with both his eyes shut. His 3-meter-tall body was unmatched by the other NPCs. As he stood before the guild flag, he looked just like a god of war, preventing all enemies from approaching the guild flag. Is this the hero the guild leader was talking about? Aqua Rose was somewhat astonished as she looked at Gilbert. What a powerful aura! Although the tier 3 NPCs she encountered before were terrifyingly strong, she had not felt suffocating pressure from themas for Gilbert. Rather than calling him an NPC, he was more like a prehistoric beast. Damn it! Why does Zero Wing still possess a tier 3 NPC? Abandoned Wave's expression darkened considerably when he spotted Gilbert standing inside the guild hall. In order to prevent the tier 3 adventurer NPCs from coming to assist in the defense, he had mobilized all the surviving Grand Lord-ranked evil beasts in a desperate effort to pin down those NPCs. He had even stationed several Great Lord-ranked evil demons nearby to find an opportunity to attack. Only with this did he manage to block all 30 Tier 3 NPC adventurers from reaching Zero Wing's residence. He never imagined that Zero Wing would still be hiding a trump card even at such a crucial moment, allowing Stone Forest Town to gain a moment of reprieve. One hit. He needed his monsters to land only one hit to destroy the guild flag. Once the guild flag was destroyed, Stone Forest Town would become a monster town. If it were 30 Tier 3 NPCs working together to defend the guild flag, I might really need to put in some more effort. However, Black Flame, you are overestimating yourself if you think one Tier 3 NPC is enough to defend the guild flag. Abandoned Wave sneered. He then manipulated the gray orb in his hand and started chanting an incantation suddenly. Over a dozen figures hidden in the monster army leaped forward, leaving afterimages trailing behind them. By the time Zero Wings members noticed these figures, the latter had already broken through the blockade and appeared in the guild residence's surroundings. They then smashed through its walls and dashed straight towards the guild hall. The true identity of these figures were evil demons. However, unlike the evil demons that attempted to assault the guild flag before, this group of evil demons was much stronger. Not good. There are great lord-ranked evil demons mixed in among them. We need to stop them. Aqua Rose, who was defending inside the guild hall, hurriedly activated the power of darkness and used the Tier 1 spell Shadow Vine. Suddenly, hundreds of blue vines emerged from around Aqua Rose's feet and slithered rapidly towards the approaching evil demons. A futile struggle. Abandoned Waves sneered upon seeing this. The 16 evil demons were the strongest force he had remaining, 11 high lords and 5 great lords. Even a party of Tier 3 NPCs would have a hard time facing such a force, not to mention a measly Tier 1 cursemancer like Aqua Rose. In the next moment, the evil demons could be seen dodging all the oncoming shadow vines. What quick reaction speeds! Aqua Rose was surprised she had aimed all her shadow vines at the blind spots of these evil demons. Yet, as if they had long since sensed her attack, not only did the evil demons perfectly avoid being bound, but they had even managed to close the distance between them and the guild flag even further. Finish it. Through the eyes of one of the evil demons, Abandoned Wave could see the guild flag that was just 30 yards away. In the next moment, the 16 evil demons charged at the guild flag from various directions. With this, even if 2 or 3 Tier 3 melee NPCs worked together, they wouldn't be able to stop every one of the evil demons. Are we going to lose, just like this? Aqua Rose's eyes were filled with frustration as she looked at the evil demons approaching the guild flag. The town they had invested plenty of resources into was going to disappear, just like that. The 16 evil demons could be seen rapidly closing in on the guild flag. 20 yards. 15 yards. At this moment, the evil demons had even stopped evading the attack sent at them by the players inside the hall, focused solely on reaching and destroying the guild flag. Just when the evil demons were only 10 yards away from the guild flag, Gilbert, who had his eyes shut all this time, opened them and let loose a deafening roar. Even the people outside the guild hall heard his roar very clearly. In the next moment, the 16 evil demons involuntarily turned towards Gilbert, as if nothing but Gilbert existed in their world at this moment. The Barbarian class's Tier 3 legacy skill Barbaric Roar. The skill immediately enveloped a radius of 50 yards. Unlike other taunt skills, Barbaric Roar was more of a domain skill. All enemies caught within the range of the domain would find their minds filled with only Gilbert's existence. At the same time, due to the deterrent effect of Gilbert's voice, all enemies within range would have their movement speed, attack speed, and reaction speed reduced by 50%. Following the activation of Barbaric Roar, Gilbert pulled out his blood-red greatsword, which he had stabbed into the ground, and lightly swung it at the approaching evil demons. If one was watching from afar, one would think that Gilbert's attack speed at this moment was very slow. However, if one paid close attention, they would realize that Gilbert's attack speed was not slow at all. Instead, the extreme speed and fluidity of his attack had merely given rise to a misconception. Although the 16 evil demons tried to block the approaching crimson streak of light, they suddenly found their bodies unable to move. The only thing they could do was watch as the streak of light landed on their bodies. Tier 3 legacy skill Barbaric Blade. Although the skill executed an extremely normal slash, it rendered all the surrounding enemies immobile. Meanwhile, pitch-black spatial tears would appear one after another wherever the crimson light passed. The might of the attack was so powerful that it even sliced space itself. After the greatsword passed through the evil demons, all 16 evil demons left behind afterimages as they went flying out of the guild hall like cannonballs. The high lord-ranked evil demons lost over 1/3 of their HPs on the spot. The destructive power of the attack made everyone present gasp. So strong. The power of this attack should be practically Tier 4 standard. Aqua Rose wore an incredulous look on her face as she stared at Gilbert. Even Tier 3 NPCs were just barely able to cope with a great lord-ranked evil demon in a one-on-one. At least 2 of such NPCs were needed to suppress a great lord. Yet, now, Gilbert had managed to send 5 great lord-ranked evil demons flying with a single blow. This was simply unbelievable. He stopped them. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful Tier 3 NPC in existence? Abandoned Wave nearly fainted when he saw this scene. He had been watching through the eyes of one of the 16 evil demons, so he had clearly seen the speed and power of Gilbert's attack. Not to mention dodging the attack, even blocking it was utterly impossible. Gilbert was far stronger than the Tier 3 NPCs from before. They were on entirely different levels before Abandoned Wave could react. Gilbert took a step forward. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he stood. Immediately after, he appeared in front of one of the Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Before anyone realized it, Gilbert had already thrust his great sword through the Great Lord's body. Meanwhile, only after its body was stabbed did the evil demon realize it had been attacked. Gilbert's strength was simply overwhelming. As for the other evil demons, due to the effects of barbaric roar, they couldn't approach the guild flag at all without killing Gilbert first. As time passed, although many more monsters entered the guild hall, due to the effects of barbaric roar, these monsters had no choice but to fight Gilbert. However, not only was Gilbert himself frighteningly strong, but there was also a Tier 2 NPC cleric healing him from the side. The monsters failed to pose any threat to Gilbert whatsoever. In regard to this situation, Shifeng did not feel particularly surprised. There naturally was a reason why the various large guilds had coveted heroes in the past. Back then, towns and cities under a hero's protection had rarely fallen to enemy invasion. Although a Tier 3 hero could not compete with an archaic species of the same rank and tier in terms of basic attributes, in terms of combat standards, a Tier 3 hero was many times superior to the ordinary experts of God's domain. After taking into account the legacy skills they grasped, a hero was the most suitable kind of NPC to defend a guild residence. Over time, the number of evil beasts and evil demons could be seen decreasing continuously. Is this Zero Wing's true strength? This town's defenses are simply too strong. Such a powerful monster army actually failed to capture it. With this, which guild could possibly threaten Stone Forest Town? Everyone was filled with astonishment as they looked at the rapidly thinning monster army. After this war, most likely, no guild in Starmoon Kingdom would dare have designs on Stone Forest Town. At the same time, Stone Forest Town would also enter a new era of prosperity. We lost? Abandoned Wave's eyes were filled with mixed feelings as he looked at his servants decreasing precipitately in number at this moment. Whether it was the evil beast army or the evil demon army, the top combatants of both had already been annihilated. Right now, even without the presence of NPCs like Gilbert or the Tier 3 adventurers, Zero Wing's remaining members were more than enough to defend the guild flag. I'll give this win to you, Zero Wing. However, don't get excited too soon. Although I've lost my evil beasts and evil demons, I can still make more. You all, on the other hand, won't be as fortunate next time. Abandoned Wave knew that he had been thoroughly defeated this time. However, he was confident that with enough time, he could create a monster army that was several times stronger than the current one. Meanwhile, as long as Zero Wing lost Stone Forest Town, it would decline into a second-rate power. Flame Blood, I'm afraid Heaven's Burial will have to get busy for the upcoming period. Rest assured, although Starmoon City's resources have nearly dried up, there are still plenty of resources available in other cities and kingdoms. Flame Blood smiled and nodded. Although Zero Wing's performance today was indeed shocking, Heaven's Burial remained in the shadows while Zero Wing stood in the light. Heaven's Burial could easily help Abandoned Wave create more evil beasts and evil demons, while Zero Wing could only wait for its impending doom. The reason for their loss this time was their lack of understanding of Zero Wing as well as their lack of preparation. However, it would be a different story next time, following which, Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood turned around and left. Meanwhile, standing inside one of Stone Forest Town's magic towers, Shifeng was quietly observing the image displayed on the massive crystal ball before him. Ivy finally found you. An evil god envoy? Shifeng muttered, his lips curling upwards as he looked at the image of the bandaged Abandoned Wave. No. The evil energy surrounding him is too thin. An evil god envoy has received the blessing of the evil god. Even if he used a treasure to suppress the evil energy, it should not be this thin. Perhaps an evil god apostle developed by an envoy? Forget it. Let's just go and take a look. Saying so, Shifeng locked in the coordinates and used space movement. Suddenly, he vanished from the top of the magic tower. Chapter 1348, Black Flame appears. Chapter 1348, Black Flame Appears. With the death of the high-tiered evil beasts and evil demons, the war in Stone Forest Town gradually entered its final stage. Previously, Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers had celebrated this sudden war, but their expressions had turned solemn. Fear of Zero Wing filled their hearts. An army of 500,000 plus high-level, high-ranked monsters. Who in Star Moon Kingdom could possibly stop such a powerful force? Zero Wing had done just that. Moreover, Zero Wing had displayed horrific strength. Aside from the Tier 3 NPC army, the intermediate mana pulse cannons and miniature ballistas were more than enough to dishearten the kingdom's major powers. If these weapons were aimed at their guild towns, the consequences would be dire. Before this battle, the major powers had only felt a little threatened by Zero Wing's number of experts and high-quality items. However, those aspects couldn't threaten their lifeblood. If worse comes to worst, they would fight a war of attrition, competing with wealth and resources. But things had changed. Zero Wing had already revealed that it had the power to destroy any large guild's foundation in Star Moon Kingdom. A battle of attrition wasn't necessary. Zero Wing could simply cripple their guilds. Zero Wing. How much of your strength have you hidden? Singular Burial felt as if he had aged several years as he stared at the live stream, especially when the hero Gilbert had made his appearance in the war's final moments. Singular Burial admitted that Heaven's Burial's development was quite fast. However, compared to Zero Wing, the difference between them was like heaven and earth now. The only thing worth celebrating was that Heaven's Burial had gained access into Evernight City before the other guild. There was also the fact that Abandoned Wave could continue to create monster armies. Only, now that they had revealed the threat of the evil beasts and evil demons, Abandoned Wave wouldn't be able to continue developing in the Star Moon City region. Meanwhile, across the street from Zero Wing's residence in White River City, Ghost Shadow and Daybreak Fog scouted the building from their seats in a restaurant's 5th-floor room. As the two watched Zero Wing's residence, they wore helpless expressions. Their original plan had involved the Ghost Shadow Legion and the 3rd Legion working together to assault Zero Wing's residence, doing whatever it took to destroy the guild stable. However, due to the war over in Stone Forest Town, the Zero Wing members that had been grinding monsters and raiding dungeons had returned to the residence. As a result, the building was protected by more than 3 times the members they had expected. Hence, they could only watch the building, waiting for these guild members to leave for Stone Forest Town. However, since the war had started, the number of players in the residence had increased rather than decreased. Moreover, now that victory was in sight for Zero Wing, more players had swarmed to the guild to apply. Among them were plenty of famous adventurer teams that both Ghost Shadow and Daybreak Fog recognized. Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside of Stone Forest Town, Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood quickly made their way towards the Dead Soul Forest atop their mounts. Brother Wave, you're saying that I qualify to join the Evil God's Temple? Flame Blood asked excitedly, his eyes practically glowing as he looked at Abandoned Wave. Of course. Although it is very difficult for players to join the Evil God's Temple, and there are very few lost available, Beast Emperor has declared that players with sufficient strength and a powerful backer will have the opportunity to join. However, the final decision rests in Beast Emperor's hands. He only has a few slots remaining. Fortunately, since you are one of Heaven's Burial's upper echelons, you should have a high chance of getting one of those slots, Abandoned Wave said, nodding. I refuse to believe that we can't take Zero Wing down if we work together once you become an Evil God Apostle as well. Then I'll have to thank you for recommending me, Brother Wave. As long as I become an Evil God Apostle, the guild leader won't hesitate to give us his full support. We might even be able to take down the Black Dragon Empire, much less Star Moon Kingdom, Flame Blood said excitedly. Before this, he hadn't been particularly interested in becoming an Evil God Apostle and joining the Dark Forces. After all, the cost to do so was high. Joining the Dark Forces meant joining humanity's enemy. Henceforth, it wouldn't be so easy to enter an NPC city. He'd also forsake the lifestyle ordinary players enjoyed. Moreover, if the various large guilds discovered him, they'd hunt him to the ends of God's domain. If he died, the consequences would be unimaginably severe as well. If he were caught, the result would be worse. His only option would be to delete his account and start over. However, after coming into contact with Abandoned Wave and witnessing the power of an Evil God Apostle, he had begun to reconsider his position. It might even help him achieve heights that were previously out of his reach. Unfortunately, Abandoned Wave had tactfully rejected his previous request to join the evil god's temple. He hadn't expected the man to change his mind. Relax. I now have a clear grasp of Heaven's burial's foundations. Moreover, I just received a message from Beast Emperor requesting to meet you, stating that he has sent a subordinate to fetch you, Abandoned Wave said, chuckling while Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood chatted. A spatial tear appeared above them. It quickly widened, forming a black hole, and a figure emerged. Black Flame. How is he here? Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood stared at the figure. They were extremely familiar with this player as he was their main target. Ivy finally found you. Why are you in such a rush to leave? Shifeng asked as he softly landed on the grassy ground. He wore a smile as he pinned Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood with his gaze. Both wore black cloaks, so he couldn't get a clear view of their appearances and levels. However, he could sense their tension. This was especially true for the bandaged Abandoned Wave. He knew that the previous monster invasion had been the evil god's temple's doing, but even after using the magic tower, he hadn't been able to locate the person responsible. This time, however, he used the magic tower to search for the culprits during the entire battle. Thanks to the magic array that had summoned the evil demons, he had gained a general idea of the culprit's location. Honestly, Shifeng had been shocked to learn of the evil god's temple's appearance in Starmoon Kingdom. The evil god's temple might not be a threat early on, but if it were not exterminated in time, not even 2 or 3 super guilds would be able to take it down, much less Zero Wing. Now that he had found a clue leading to the evil god's temple, he couldn't ignore it. I had never expected the almighty guild leader, Black Flame, to grace us with his presence. To what do we owe the pleasure? Abandoned Wave asked, trying to look like a passerby. At the same time, he sent the Beast Emperor a message, notifying him of Shifeng's arrival and requesting reinforcements. Black Flame's strength was known throughout Starmoon Kingdom. He was the kingdom's bona fide, #1 expert. Although Abandoned Wave was confident of his own strength, he knew that he was far from powerful enough to defeat someone on Black Flame's level. Working with Flame Blood wouldn't change that, of course. Were his high-tiered evil demons still alive, he'd have no reason to fear Black Flame. He'd even be confident of killing the man. Are you trying to suggest that you're not connected to the evil god's temple with how dense the evil energy surrounding you is? Shifeng demanded. Well? Are you going to reveal the temple's headquarters? If not, I can simply drag you to the war god's temple. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you about the consequences of being captured. Although the evil god's temple's followers had far more power than any ordinary player, they had to pay a corresponding price. One death was enough to drive these followers mad. If the war god's temple captured them, their life would be hell. Abandoned Wave's heart sank as he listened to Shifeng. He hadn't expected this man to know evil god's temple players' true fear. It's over. It's over. What should I do? Sweat dripped down Abandoned Wave's forehead as he watched Shifeng's gradual approach. Neither keeping silent nor exposing the location of the evil god's temple's main headquarters was an option. Abandoned Wave had never expected that some minor character he had once looked down on would force him into such a situation. When Shifeng was less than 30 yards away from Abandoned Wave, a spatial tear formed before the bandaged player. Suddenly, someone emerged from the tear. It was none other than the Beast Emperor, Abandoned Wave's leader. Chapter 1349, Black Flame and Beast Emperor. Chapter 1349, Black Flame and Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor. Abandoned Wave grew ecstatic as the towering figure appeared before him. As per usual, Beast Emperor wore a black cloak and bandages that covered his entire body. However, Beast Emperor's aura and radiating evil energy were much stronger than the last time Abandoned Wave had met the man. Despite the lack of malice, Abandoned Wave couldn't help but feel an indescribable fear as he stared at Beast Emperor's back. Of course, he was also relieved. Now that Beast Emperor had arrived, he was safe from Shifeng. This is Beast Emperor. Meanwhile, Flame Blood, who stood beside Abandoned Wave, stared at the man before them with a dumbfounded look. Although Abandoned Wave had told him that Beast Emperor was strong, Flame Blood hadn't realized just how strong. The man's aura was on par with that of a great lord. The instant Beast Emperor had arrived, he had felt his body grow heavy. This was the first time he met a player that didn't feel like a human. but some kind of terrifying creature. Beast Emperor's arrival had also halted Shifeng's steps with such dense and powerful evil energy surrounding him. Is he an evil god envoy? The cloaked man shocked Shifeng the instant Beast Emperor had appeared. The evil energy he exuded tainted the surrounding area. If normal players spent too much time in this pollution, they would undoubtedly become demonk, and even Great Lord-ranked evil beasts and evil demons could only pollute an area of 20 to 30 yards, yet Beast Emperor polluted a radius of over 50 yards. With the evil god's blessing, his evil energy was also denser than normal. If evil beasts and evil demons' evil energy were akin to air, then the Beast Emperor's evil energy was like liquid. Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame? Beast Emperor asked Shifeng in a gravelly voice. Sure enough, you're as strong as the rumors say. No wonder those old fellows are talking about you. Let me introduce myself. I'm called Beast Emperor. I am also the apostle that activated the evil god's temple in Star Moon Kingdom. May I know if guild leader Black Flame would be so kind as to pardon my two friends? I can assure you that the beasts and demons will not bother Stone Forest Town again. If I let them go, those evil beasts and evil demons will leave Stone Forest Town alone? Is this some kind of humble threat? Shifeng asked. You can think of it that way, Beast Emperor acknowledged. In his opinion, God's domain had fewer threats to offer as time went on. A measly kingdom's number one guild was not one of them. Abandoned Wave was one of the basic evil god apostles under him. Abandoned Wave could only control a maximum of 600,000 evil beasts, which couldn't be more than 30 levels higher than his own. The strongest evil beast he could control was only tier 4 lower rank, and he could only control up to 10 at a time. As for evil demons, Abandoned Wave could only control a maximum of 5,000, and they could not be more than 20 levels higher than him. The strongest evil demon Abandoned Wave could control was only tier 3 middle rank, and his maximum was 20 at a time. If Abandoned Wave could push Zero Wing to the brink of destruction with a half-baked army, what could an evil god envoy such as himself accomplish? If I say no? Shifeng asked, smiling. He then vanished. Yuri rejecting my goodwill? Beast Emperor's gaze turned frosty when he heard Shifeng's reply. Immediately, he searched his surroundings for the enemy player as if Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood faced a powerful foe. One focused on their surroundings while the other activated Truth's shield to protect himself. However, before any of the three could react, Shifeng appeared beside Abandoned Wave, turning both Abyssal Blade and Killing Ray against the Monsi. Phone could easily cross 30 yards with a few steps by the time Abandoned Wave realized what was happening and attempted to use Vanish. The seemingly slow swords had passed through his body. Only after he had been hit did his body begin to disappear. However, the two attacks had devoured over 35,000 HP, dropping it into the red. He had nearly been thrown over the river Styx. How are his reactions so fast? Flame Blood was stupefied. Shifeng's slashes were not indefensible. Only, Shifeng's reaction speed was simply too quick. He had executed the two slashes as if he had moved on instinct. The instant Abandoned Wave disappeared, Shifeng retrieved a dark blue crystal ball from his bag and shattered it. No. You can't do that. From stealth, Abandoned Wave practically screamed when he saw the shattered crystal ball. The crystal ball Shifeng had shattered was a mobile jail specifically designed to capture dark and red players. If a dark or red player had less than 10% of their HP, the capture would be successful. Mobile jails had the same effects as jails in NPC cities. This wasn't an item that ordinary players could afford. The War God's Temple sold mobile jails that could hold a single player for 50 gold each. Mobile jails that could hold up to 10 players cost 300 gold. Even wealthy players wouldn't purchase such an expensive tool without a specific reason. Although Abandoned Wave had considered using a skill to resist capture, once the mobile jail activated, it would capture any player within 15 yards that fit the requirements and stop them from using skills or tools. They wouldn't even be able to move. Not even an invulnerable state could save them in the blink of an eye. A black hole devoured Abandoned Wave, and he vanished as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, the crystal ball Shifeng had shattered had recovered, but instead of dark blue, the crystal ball was now black flame. You bastard! Beast Emperor glared at Shifeng, evil energy overflowing from his body. His aura also began to increase. Release him now. Otherwise, don't even think of leaving this place alive. Although he was an evil god envoy, someone who enjoyed a high position in the evil god's temple, he was only granted 5 apostles. Even if one of his apostles died, he wouldn't get another, hence, he was extremely careful when selecting apostles. After all, players without enough strength and resources weren't likely to be of much help. Although Abandoned Wave had lost the Blackwater Corporation's support, he had already given Abandoned Wave one of his 5 apostle slots. Losing Abandoned Wave was the equivalent of losing 600,000 evil beasts and 5,000 evil demons. Leave here alive? Shifeng turned to Beast Emperor. Chuckling, he said, "Are you joking? Or do you think I can't tell that you're just a mirror image? You saw through it?" Beast Emperor was stunned. He did not have any skills that allowed long-distance teleportation, but he could dispatch a mirror image, sending it to command his own army and that of his apostles. Not only did this skill guarantee his safety, but it also allowed him to keep his subordinates in check. Although his mirror image was invulnerable, it couldn't attack either. The mirror image was only a replica that lasted 30 minutes. A doppelganger? Flame Blood looked at Beast Emperor in confusion. Both Beast Emperor's aura and evil energy far exceeded Abandoned Wave's. At the end of the day, a doppelganger was only a doppelganger. Everyone knew that, although they looked like the real deal, doppelgangers didn't have the aura of the original player yet. No matter how he looked at Beast Emperor, the man should be real. But what Beast Emperor and Flame Blood didn't know was that Shifeng had activated omniscient eyes. He could see the truth of everything within 100 yards of himself. The instant Beast Emperor had appeared, Shifeng had activated omniscient eyes to avoid an ambush. After all, if one enemy appeared suddenly, others were likely nearby. If Beast Emperor really wore a black cloak, though, even omniscient eyes wouldn't reveal his identity. However, as this Beast Emperor was only a mirror image, the black cloak could only hide his appearance. It did nothing to hide the mirror image's data from omniscient eyes. Moreover, as the mirror image was invulnerable, it couldn't attack. It was similar to his divine steps. Despite his ruse failing, Beast Emperor showed no signs of panic or worry. On the contrary, he laughed and said, as expected of the player the secret pavilion dubbed the Sword King. "Ordinary peak experts are no match for your strength and insight. However, did you think I've spent so much time talking to you just for fun?" As soon as Beast Emperor had said so, a black figure descended from above. The figure hovered above Beast Emperor as it gazed down at Shifeng. Evil Demon, Dark Creature, Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 35,000/35,000,000. Chapter 1350, Full-Powered Assault. As the evil demon appeared, the area's atmosphere changed. Dense evil energy polluted the area, and shadows clustered around the evil demon. However, the more frightening aspect was the evil demon's aura. Even an expert like Flame Blood could not help but shudder, his movements becoming sluggish. So, this is a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon? Flame Blood was both shocked and afraid as he stared at the hovering evil demon. His fear wasn't due to the demon's aura. Rather, the evil demon before him felt almost human. Its condescending gaze and sneer made it look like a player in an evil demon's skin. Flame Blood had never realized that there was such a massive difference between a Great Lord and a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. To upgrade an evil demon to the Great Lord rank, Abandoned Wave had to devour many players' souls. Of course, the demon had to have enough potential to evolve. Otherwise, absorbing souls would only increase its level, not its tier. Every time an evil demon was promoted, it would require several times more souls to reach the next rank. One could just imagine how difficult it was to produce a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. Yet, Beast Emperor intended to use such a creature to lead the way. If they had had the help of a Grand Lord during their siege against Stone Forest Town, the battle might have ended in their favor. Black Flame, I have given you your one chance. Since you've refused, I'll show you what it feels like for a demon to devour your soul. Beast Emperor smirked at Shifeng. If an expert like you turns into an evil demon, I'm sure it will have a lot of potential. Peak experts' corpses were very valuable to evil gods' temple players. Such corpses had a much greater chance of becoming evil demons with high growth potential. The evil demon created would have a better chance of becoming a high-tiered creature. As Beast Emperor finished speaking, the evil demon above him vanished as it dashed towards Shifeng with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the evil demon arrived before its target, slashing at Shifeng's head with claws wrapped in dark gray fog. However, mid-swing, the evil demon abruptly changed its attack trajectory, creating a silver arc that split away from the gray fog and moved towards Shifeng's neck. Meanwhile, the gray fog retained its form as it continued towards Shifeng's head. Rapid switch? Shifeng could not help his surprise. He hadn't expected the evil demon to have grasped such a superb technique. Moreover, the transition was so smooth and sudden that even a Void Realm expert like himself had failed to detect warning signs. It was as if the demon's cells had altered from attacking his head to swiping at his neck in this crucial moment. One of Shifeng's blades, which he had employed to counter the fog-shrouded claws, changed directions. While the abyssal blade continued to block the descending claws of gray fog, Killing Ray turned to block the evil demon's real claws. Boom. Boom. As the blades and claws met, the collision scattered dazzling sparks. The ground beneath Shifeng's feet sunk slightly. The impact then threw Shifeng, and he landed over 20 yards away. He instantly lost over 10,000 HP. Is this a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon's strength? When Shifeng struck the ground, both of his hands were numb. His blades vibrated, releasing a low hum. Sure enough, its strength and speed far exceed an ordinary Grand Lord. If not for his quick reaction and diverting Killing Ray, he would have likely died. Even so, since he had pulled Killing Ray away from his parry, he hadn't been able to mitigate the damage completely, causing him to lose 1/6 of his total HP. At this rate, even if he blocked every one of the demon's attacks, he would only last 6 attacks. He had only been saved due to his Tier 2 Sword Master class, one of the 10 Great Saint classes, and his excellent equipment. If a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level had received that last attack, they'd most likely lose a minimum of 20,000 highs. Not dead? Beast Emperor was momentarily stunned when he saw Shifeng stand up with most of his HP intact. He knew just how powerful a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon was. Even the current strongest MT in God's domain would die instantly if they didn't activate a life-saving skill in time. Upon reaching the Grand Lord rank, evil demons' combat standards underwent a qualitative transformation. Players had no hope against these Grand Lords' transition speed. After factoring in the Grand Lord's frightening, destructive power, any player that attempted to solo such a creature would die instantly. He even blocked that attack. Sure enough, Black Flame's strength has improved significantly yet again. Flame Blood was also surprised to see Shifeng so lively. Even against a Great Lord-ranked evil demon of the same level, an MT would be forced to activate a life-saving skill to survive, not to mention against a level 70 Grand Lord. If not for the NPC guards and various magic arrays, Zero Wing would have been easily annihilated during the siege. Yet, even without any support, Shifeng blocked the Grand Lord's attack. This was simply inconceivable. Sure enough, you are quite impressive. But how many attacks do you think you can block? Although Shifeng had surprised Beast Emperor, the situation hadn't changed. As he said so, the evil demon darted forward once more. This time, the gray fog around its claws transformed into a dark gray greatsword. It brandished the weapon at Shifeng, sending 5 streaks of gray light towards the swordsman's blind spots. Just as the 5 streaks of gray light were about to devour Shifeng, golden dragon scales and divine runes began to envelop his body. His aura transformed as well, resembling that of a prehistoric beast. A stream of blue energy flowed from Killing Ray and into Shifeng's palm. Arcs of blue electricity danced across his body. Suddenly, Shifeng looked like a god that had descended to the mortal world. Heavenly Dragon's power. Tier 2 Blade Liberation. This was the first time Shifeng had used twofold Berserk after completing his Tier 2 promotion. Even against the King of Darkness, Shifeng had only used Heavenly Dragon's power. However, against the Grand Lord-ranked evil demon, Shifeng did not dare to be careless, as even the slightest mistake could end his life. Following which, Shifeng lightly swung Killing Ray towards the evil demon Shadow Blade. Immediately, 1 streak of blue light and 9 streaks of black light sliced at the evil demon. The instant Shifeng's sacred sword and the evil demon's greatsword collided, the ground they stood on shattered from the resulting impact. Even Flame Blood, who stood 30 yards away, nearly lost his footing. The 5 streaks of gray light were repelled back, carving several long grooves into the dirt. After repelling the evil demon's attacks, all 10 of Shifeng's attacks landed. The streaks of light easily bit into the evil demon's steel-like body, green blood spewing from its wounds as the impact threw the creature over a dozen yards backward. At the same time, the evil demon's HP plummeted, 161, 267. minus 323,497. Minus 160,916. Since Killing Ray dealt double damage against dark creatures, the evil demon's HP dropped by over 2 million in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1351, Monster-like Player. Chapter 1351, Monster-like Player. As the dust settled, it revealed the 3-meter-tall evil demon half-kneeling on the ground. Cracks broke the dirt for over a dozen yards beneath the demon. What? Flame Blood's eyes nearly fell from his sockets when he saw the injured evil demona Tier 3 NPC would barely be a match for a Great Lord-ranked evil demon, yet Shifeng had sent the creature flying. Beside Flame Blood, Beast Emperor stared at the demon with a solemn expression. He found it inconceivable that Shifeng could contest and surpass a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon's strength. You, heal the evil demon. I'll have it protect you. Black Flame's berserk skill won't last long. Once it ends, he will die. Beast Emperor roared at Flame Blood. He had lost his previously complacent expression. We just have to buy enough time for the reinforcements I've sent to arrive. Although he thought that it was almost impossible for Shifeng to kill the demon, he instructed Flame Blood to heal the creature as a precaution. Even if Shifeng could suppress the evil demon, he wouldn't kill it. He had only ordered the fastest Great Lord-ranked evil demon to separate from the main contingent to save Abandoned Wave. It would take some time before the rest of his forces arrived. Once the follow-up forces arrived, Shifeng would lose any hope of escape or survival. Flame Blood nodded and immediately went into action. First, he cast Recover on the evil demon, healing it for over 2,300 HP every 1.5 seconds. He followed up with a Truth Shield, which could absorb over minus 11,000 damage. Although these spells were almost negligible compared to the evil demon's HP, the Truth Shield and Recover would heal the creature's injuries. At the very least, it would be able to fight at peak condition. Flame Blood began to chant an incantation. As Heaven's Burial's best cleric, Flame Blood had double cast right off the bat. Had chosen to cast the Tier 1 spell, Life Recovery, and the Tier 0 spell, Healing Light. Not only was Flame Blood's chanting very fast, but he was also accurate. He was only slightly less efficient than Violet Cloud. Of course, there was a massive gap between his brain activity and her. Shifeng didn't sit idly by while Flame Blood healed the evil demon. Without hesitation, he activated the Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike, vanishing and reappearing before the demon in an instant sword's orbit. Suddenly, a glittering galaxy formed around Shifeng's body. Dazzling stars bombarded the evil demon, one after another. Both Flame Blood and Beast Emperor were shocked despite the stars appearing slow. In reality, they moved so quickly that they could barely react to the attacks. The stars they saw were simply residual images their brains had created. Fortunately, the evil demon possessed godlike reaction speed. With a physique that surpassed that of ordinary players, it reacted immediately and blocked the incoming attacks with its claws. However, as Shifeng had activated twofold Berserk and Instant Strike, both his strength and attack speed exceeded the evil demon's. The Grand Lord couldn't keep up. The brilliant stars continued to bombard the monster, each collision ripping pain screams from the evil demon's throat. The evil demon's agonizing screams echoed across the grassland, causing all who heard it to shudder. If other players saw this, they'd likely confuse Shifeng for the monster, while assuming that the evil demon was some innocent player. Each star that penetrated the evil demon's body dealt devastating damage, for 31,571. Minus 435,197. Minus 871,054. For a moment, Flame Blood had even forgotten to chant his spells as he stared at the screaming demon with a dumbfounded expression. Is he a monster? Flame Blood had intended to mitigate some of Shifeng's damage with his heals, but after seeing the swordsman's devastating power, he realized that his efforts would be utterly futile. Only now did Flame Blood understand why Shifeng hadn't prioritized killing him. A healer it wasn't because Shifeng didn't want to kill him. Rather, he didn't need to. Since he was negligible, the swordsman didn't need to waste time on him. After all, Berserk skills durations were extremely limited. The evil demon's HP bar continued to plummet. Every hit Shifeng landed reduced it by 1%, 2% with a critical hit. The demon's HP rapidly decreased from 93% 90%. 80%. 70%. By the time Instant Strike's 3-second duration ended, the evil demon had only 64% HP remaining. However, as soon as instant strike's effects wore out, Shifeng's attack speed and damage dramatically decreased. Seeing this, Beast Emperor released a sigh of relief. Had Shifeng continued dealing such horrific damage, the evil demon would have lost all of its 35 million HP and died in less than 20 seconds. Now that Shifeng's attack speed had decreased, the evil demon could finally keep up with the attacks, blocking them. In fact, the demon launched powerful counter-attacks with the dark fog it had summoned, forcing Shifeng to dodge and waste time. It was only a matter of time before Shifeng's berserk skill ended. Sure enough, one person's strength isn't enough, Shifeng thought as he was forced into a corner. The Grand Lord-ranked evil demon's superb physique was even more powerful than a Tier 3 player's. Players of the same tier might have some difficulty blocking his slashes, but to the evil demon, doing so wasn't difficult in the least. Reacting quickly, Shifeng retrieved 2 Summon Guard scrolls from his bag. Although he was strong enough to suppress a Grand Lord for a short time, whether it was an evil demon or a normal monster, players had one disadvantage: HP. This was why it was so difficult to solo monsters of the same or a higher tier. As players progressed in the game, when Shifeng finished chanting, 2 golden magic arrays appeared beside him. Kite and Anna emerged from the arrays. Although it hadn't been long since Shifeng last saw his personal guards, the 2 NPCs had leveled up considerably after completing his Tier 2 promotion quest and returning to White River City. Shifeng hadn't immediately resummoned his personal guards. Instead, he left them in the Dark Canyon to continue leveling. Compared to the time flow in God's domain, time passed 5 times faster in the Dark Canyon. Moreover, the canyon's environment was far more suitable for training. The last time Shifeng had seen Kite, the NPC was level 70. Now, Kite had reached level 74. As for Anna, she was already level 75. She was undoubtedly the highest level personal guard in the game right now. The instant these 2 NPCs appeared, Kite swung his greatsword down. Countless wind blades surrounded the evil demon, sealing its movements completely. As for Anna, she waved her staff and chanted an incantation, summoning forth 10 level 75, Lord-ranked Rock Guardians and a Great Lord-ranked Golden Giant under Anna's control. The Rock Guardians positioned themselves to form a magic array, lowering the evil demon's basic attributes by 15%. Unless one of the Rock Guardians died, the array would remain active. Without wasting time, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill and 9 Dragon Slash. At the moment, his doppelganger's attributes were even higher than Kite's. Each Abyssal Blade Phantom also dealt as much damage as the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians. With his doppelganger and Kite's support, Shifeng overwhelmed the evil demon. Although Kite's and Anna's damage output was no match for Shifeng's individually, when combined, they dealt even more damage than their master. Time passed gradually. Although Shifeng's berserk skills were running out, the evil demon's HP decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye: 60%, 45%, 30%. When the evil demon's HP fell below 20%, it finally went berserk as it shrank and its skin turned crimson. Its entire body began to release more gray fog. Evil energy outbreak was a desperate skill that only Grand Lord-ranked demons and above could use. When activated, the skill would increase the user's strength, movement speed, and attack speed by 30% and physique by 15%. However, the skill was a double-edged sword that would also decrease the user's maximum HP by 30%. Only 2 seconds remained of Shifeng's 24-second twofold berserk state. His aura had already begun to weaken. As if it had realized that Shifeng couldn't hold out much longer, the evil demon's lips curled up as it formed a sharp spear with the gray fog surrounding its body. With the slightest movement, the spearhead sliced space itself and created a spatial tear. The evil demon then threw the weapon at Shifeng. As the spear flew through the air toward Shifeng, a loud boom shook the area. Responding quickly, Anna directed the Golden Giant to block the attack. Surprisingly, however, the dark gray spear passed through the giant without causing any harm. As the spear was about to find its target, Shifeng instinctively used Divine Steps, summoning 10 invulnerable doppelgangers around the evil demon. Switching positions with one of these doppelgangers instinctively, Shifeng turned his blades on the evil demon. Flame burst. Divine Providence. At this time, his Phantom Kill doppelganger activated Flame Burst and attacked the evil demon in tandem. Although the evil demon responded very quickly, Shifeng switched positions with another doppelganger after every slash, not giving the demon a chance to block his attacks. By the time Shifeng landed his 15th hit, his sword's scorching flames had devoured the demon's last strand of HP. When the Grand Lord collapsed, it transformed into innumerable light particles like shattered glass and disappeared. Shifeng's experience bar rose madly, his level instantly increasing from 53 to 54. He had earned even more EXP from killing the evil demon than from soloing an archaic species. It had given him nearly as much EXP as a level 70 mythic monster. Shifeng was astonished. If he could kill a few more of these evil demons, his level would skyrocket him. This is an evil god crystal? As the evil demon disappeared, the gray fog condensed to a single point. The gray fog then formed a crimson crystal that hovered quietly in the air, releasing an intensely mighty aura. Chapter 1352, Auction House Design. Chapter 1352, Auction House Design. It died? Flame blood froze when he saw the evil demon inside the magic array disappear. Even a great lord-ranked evil demon of the same level would require a team of hundreds of elite players, led by dozens of experts, to take down. They had learned this lesson during their experiments in the Frozen Scar. In the end, the Great Lord had more than 2/3 of its HP remaining after wiping out the entire elite team. Yet, Shifeng killed a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon by himself. Beast Emperor wore an indescribably grim expression. Not only had Abandoned Wave been captured, but he had also lost a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon. It had taken a lot of effort to nurture 5 evil demons. Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were not easy to produce. It all depended on an evil demon's potential. He had killed many peak experts to obtain 5 evil demons capable of reaching the Great Lord rank. After his momentary rage, the Crimson Crystal, which had formed after the evil demon's death, drew Beast Emperor's attention. How is this possible? How could a mere Grand Lord possibly drop an evil god crystal? Shock, excitement, and greed flashed in Beast Emperor's eyes as he stared at the crystal. It was highly unlikely that players outside of the evil god's temple would understand how valuable the item was. However, to evil god's temple players, the evil god crystal was an absolute treasure. It was even too valuable to trade for a mythic-ranked evil demon. Shifeng grabbed the evil god crystal and shoved it in his bag before Beast Emperor could get a closer look. His eyes became bloodshot with fury as he wanted nothing more than to kill Shifeng with his own hands. Unfortunately, he was only here as a mirror image. He could not touch Shifeng. Beast Emperor quickly calmed himself. Turning to the somewhat feeble Shifeng, he smiled and praised, "Guild Leader Black Flame, you're truly capable. Even the strongest evil demon under my command wouldn't be a match for you." As expected of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. What? Trying to persuade me with sweet words after failing with brute force? Shifeng sneered as he glanced at Beast Emperor. Although he suffered a weakened state, decreasing his attributes by 70%, he was easily strong enough to kill Flame Blood and drag Abandoned Wave back to the War God's temple. He knew that an evil god envoy could only create a limited number of evil god apostles. Losing even one apostle would undoubtedly weaken Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor's expression darkened, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He was the evil god's temple's sole evil god envoy. He was fated to become an overlord, establishing the evil god's empire in God's domain, yet a guild leader from a measly kingdom stood before him, ridiculing his failure. If only he were here physically, he would give Shifeng a taste of despair. Black Flame, let's not waste time talking. Why don't we make a trade? Beast Emperor said after suppressing his rage. You'll gain at most some merit points for handing an evil god apostle over to the War God's temple, but I can offer your guild resources others dream of and access to dark cities. Zero Wing desperately needs these. The evil god's temple was one of God's domain's strongest dark forces. It had branches throughout numerous kingdoms and empires. He couldn't help Zero Wing gain access to every NPC dark city, but getting access to a few shouldn't be a problem. This was also why Heaven's Burial was willing to help Abandoned Wave gather so many evil beasts and evil demons in such a short time. Sure, I might get some measly merit points for handing over an evil god apostle, but ridding God's domain of an apostle is just as good, Shifeng said, chuckling. Although he was interested in access to multiple dark cities, getting rid of an evil god apostle that had been persistent in picking fights was a better option. If not for the Adventurers Association's assistance in Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing might have failed to protect it. Shifeng would have been forced to accept mutual destruction, using a method to prevent anyone from claiming the town. Beast Emperor nearly popped a vein when he heard Shifeng's refusal. Taking a deep breath, he tried again. How about this? I have an auction house design in my possession. I also have a secret land key that can open the secret land door, allowing you to send 1,000 players through at a time. Aside from the resources the secret land has to offer, you can gain far more magic crystals there than in the Stoneclaw Mountains. I will also help Zero Wing gain access to 5 dark cities. In return, you just need to hand over the mobile jail and the Crimson Crystal. The auction house design might not be useful for a basic town, but it was a different story for Stone Forest Town. Once a player town had an auction house, it would lure more players, and the ruling guild would make a profit from the handling fees. Of course, the secret land key was obviously quite valuable. If a guild periodically harvested the resources from the secret land, it wouldn't need to fight other guilds for resources with these items. Zero Wing wouldn't need much time to improve by leaps and bounds. A measly 10 or 20,000 War Gods Temple merit points couldn't compare to these benefits. Beast Emperors offer Stunsure Fong. For a moment the auction house design was extremely rare in God's domain. It was any less rare than the teleportation magic array design. However, while the teleportation magic array design could be used multiple times, the auction house design was a one-time use item. He had never expected Beast Emperor to offer up such an item. The secret land key was also extremely valuable. It was only slightly less valuable than mineral veins that produced magic crystals. Sure Fong had to admit that Beast Emperor's offer was incredibly tempting. Meanwhile, Flame Blood, who overheard the offer, was also dumbfounded. Heaven's Burial dreamed of obtaining both items, especially the secret land key. He would never have dreamed that Beast Emperor would offer such items and access to 5 dark cities in exchange for Abandoned Wave and the Crimson Crystal. Not even super guilds would refuse such an offer. How tempting. But I still refuse. Sure Fong responded, smiling. I'm not in the habit of breeding troublemakers. If an evil god apostle had only attacked his town by chance, he might consider letting them go. However, the apostle in his hands had intentionally picked a fight. Truth be told, even if he released this troublemaking apostle, he wouldn't be afraid for his future. After all, once Zero Wing reinforced its foundations, its development speed would only continue to increase. Furthermore, an evil god apostle required a large amount of resources to create evil beasts and evil demons. If Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds were cautious, creating more underlings wouldn't be easy. However, he had no interest in fighting siege wars for no good reason. Moreover, he still had plenty of things he needed to attend to. He did not have enough time to waste in Starmoon Kingdom again. Beast Emperor was stunned. However, he demanded in a chilly voice, "Do you really intend to fight me to the bitter end?" Chapter 1353, Crazy Black Flame. Chapter 1353, Crazy Black Flame. Beast Emperor's deep voice echoed throughout the grassy plains. The surrounding temperature dropped. Flame Blood couldn't help but shudder. This Beast Emperor was only a mirror image. It didn't have any offensive ability. Beast Emperor wasn't even backed by a superpower. However, no guild would dare to underestimate his strength. The various superpowers were no exception. Although Flame Blood didn't know how much power Beast Emperor truly wielded, he had learned that Beast Emperor still had 2 other evil god apostles. They had been apostles much longer than Abandoned Wave and had considerably powerful backers. Unlike Abandoned Wave, the other 2 apostles operated in secret in other kingdoms. They weren't like Abandoned Wave, acting boldly in the open in Starmoon Kingdom. Abandoned Wave's actions were part of the reason he had gathered such a large army of evil beasts and evil demons so quickly. After a moment of silence, Sure Fong shook his head and laughed. "Do you really believe that I'm afraid of your evil beasts and evil demons?" Sure Fong asked calmly. He didn't know much about the evil god's temple, but he knew that evil beasts and evil demons weren't easy to produce. Unlike evil beasts, evil demons couldn't be summoned. Evil beasts could only travel on foot as well. This was also why evil god's temple players paid more attention to evil demons. It was practically impossible for the evil god's temple to amass another army of that size with Abandoned Wave's army annihilated and the resources around Starmoon City mostly exhausted. If it were possible to create evil beasts and evil demons without limit, evil god's temple players would have long since become invincible. Of course, Beast Emperor might summon his own evil demons against Stone Forest Town, but with how rare they were, sending an army of demons to capture the town would be a waste. When Flame Blood heard Sure Feng's reply, he thought he had heard wrong for a moment. Has Black Flame lost his mind? Flame Blood stared at Shifeng incredulously. He simply could not figure out what was going through Shifeng's mind. Not only had Shifeng refused a profitable business proposition, but he had also gone out of his way to provoke someone who shouldn't be pushed. He was a lunatic. Good. Very good. I had thought you were an intelligent man, Black Flame, but it would seem that you're just a frog in a well with no idea of how vast heaven and earth are. Beast Emperor's expression darkened as several veins popped across his forehead. Since you want war, I'll give it to you. Saying so, Beast Emperor disappeared, his voice echoing across the grassy plains. For a long time he left. Flame Blood was stupefied. He had assumed that Beast Emperor had been trying to buy time while waiting for his forces to arrive. However, it would seem he had been wrong. What Flame Blood did not know was that, although Beast Emperor had considered buying time, he had dispelled the thought after Shifeng had summoned Kite and Anna. After all, of the evil demons he had sent to fetch Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood, only 3 great lords remained. If those great lords had worked together with the demon that had died, they could suppress Shifeng and wear him down until he died. Unfortunately, now that the Grand Lord was dead, he knew that he had lost his chance of defeating Shifeng. With the 2 personal guards by his side, the 10 Rock Guardians' magic array alone could suppress his 3 great lord-ranked evil demons. Shifeng could even kill Flame Blood before his eyes. If Zero Wing had sent reinforcements, they might even claim the great lord's lives. Hence, there was no reason to linger. While Flame Blood was dazed, Kite appeared before him, the NPC's greatsword forming a blue arc as it sliced the cleric's throat. Before Flame Blood had realized what had happened, he died and dropped a piece of equipment. Start a war? Shifeng could not help but chuckle as he stared at the Beast Emperor's previous location. He then picked up the equipment Flame Blood had dropped before returning to Stone Forest Town. In reality, Shifeng looked forward to Beast Emperor's war. He had already activated Star Moon Kingdom's epic ranked main storyline quest and was required to extract the evil god's temple from the kingdom. Since Beast Emperor was the evil god envoy that had activated the evil god's temple in Star Moon Kingdom, their fight was only a matter of time. Rather than let the evil god's temple quietly develop in Star Moon Kingdom, it was more beneficial to incite Beast Emperor to increase the temple's activity in the kingdom. This way, he could locate the evil god's temple's base of operations faster and complete his quest. Moreover, it was thanks to Beast Emperor that he had thought of a plan to develop Stone Forest Town while earning a lot of money. Others might not know where to obtain the auction house design, but he recalled a certain location that would guarantee the acquisition: the neutral map, Morning Battlefield. Once the ancient Orc Empire's capital, the area hid plenty of treasure. This was especially true for the Imperial Palace's hidden treasury. The treasury contained rare items that the Empire had obtained by conquering other nations. The auction house design was one of those treasures. Moreover, it wasn't just any ordinary design. It was a Grandmaster's advanced auction house design. Ouroboros had obtained the design in the past. In the end, the guild had constructed the most gorgeous auction house in Star Moon Kingdom. It had caused quite a commotion. Even after 10 years, it had still been the #1 auction house in the kingdom. Beast Emperor's appearance had also given Shifeng a massive windfall: the evil god crystal. Ordinary players might disregard the evil god crystal, throwing it away. The item's introduction only stated that it contained a horrific amount of evil energy, after all, and those who carried it would be cursed to encounter disaster and misfortune. While this introduction was correct, it did fail to mention a particular aspect: the evil energy the evil god crystal radiated had a corrosive effect on normal players. It had a similar effect to residing in areas polluted with evil energy for too long. However, the evil energy within evil god crystals was also incredibly pure. It could help evil demons or beasts to evolve. Doing so would also increase the monster's growth potential. This was why Beast Emperor had wanted it so badly. It had another, more frightening purpose as well: it could become a power core for a city's magic array. Although the evil god crystal wasn't as effective as the Titan's heart, it was still an extremely precious power core. If used to power a city's magic array, it would upgrade the array to a whole new level. Both the city's defenses and its mana density would increase significantly. Various large guilds had desperately sought after the crystal, and the pasture phone hadn't expected a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon to drop the item. Normally, only Mythic-ranked evil demons and above had a small drop rate. In the past, the super guild ruling the Lionheart Empire had annihilated the evil god's temple, which had destroyed nearly half of the empire in the process. It had only obtained 2 evil god crystals after slaughtering dozens of mythic ranked and above evil demons. In the end, the guild had used the 2 crystals to power 2 of its cities. Both cities had eventually grown to become the number 1 and number 2 guild cities in the empire after seeing the evil god crystal's wonderful potential. God's domain's various large guilds had searched for and hunted down the temple's evil demons to obtain evil god crystals of their own. When Shifeng saw the crystal drop from the Grand Lord, he even wondered if his eyes had played a trick on him. Chapter 1354, Town Changes in Stone Forest Town. The evil beast and evil demon army gradually scattered. As a result, the intense battle had become a good opportunity to grind EXP. It was not very often that one came across chieftain rank and above monsters. Even when they did, fights between players might ensue on average. Both the evil beasts and evil demons provided more EXP than monsters of the same rank and level. Although more than 1/3 of the Zero Wing members had died in this siege war, the surviving members' levels had increased significantly. Most of them had leveled up at least once, while some had even gained 2 levels as the siege war ended. Zero Wing had obtained a large number of level 40+ elite members. This is just too scary. Even those powerful monsters failed to conquer Stone Forest Town. With this, Zero Wing's position in Star Moon Kingdom is as stable as a mountain. Both the Star Alliance and Heaven's Burial have lost their chance to become the kingdom's number 1 guild. If I had known this would happen, I would have joined Zero Wing sooner. I might have been a core member by now. TCH, you think becoming core member in Zero Wing is that easy? I've heard that the first condition to become a core member is to reach the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Although everyone's combat standards have improved significantly since the game's launch, those capable of reaching the 6th floor are still considered experts in first-rate guilds. On the other hand, you're stuck on the 5th floor. How could you possibly have a chance of becoming a core member? If Zero Wing can protect Stone Forest Town from such a large army of monsters, setting up our headquarters there might not be a bad idea after all. Tomorrow, we'll head to Stone Forest Town and purchase a private house. You want to get a private house with your standards? Don't make me laugh. One of my brothers is an upper echelon in a small guild. He's told me that several small guilds have decided to purchase the town's houses. Your adventurer team only has 100 or so members. Do you think you can compete with small guilds that have several thousand players? Stone Forest Town's victory over the evil beast and evil demon army was a hot topic among many players on the official forums. The strength Zero Wing displayed flabbergasted everyone. After this battle, no one in Star Moon Kingdom would dare challenge Zero Wing's position. Many of the previously hesitant independent players changed their minds, determined to join the guild. Many of these independent players hadn't considered applying to Zero Wing due to the guild's extremely high recruitment standards. If they joined other first-rate guilds, they would also receive far more benefits than if they joined Zero Wing. However, now that Zero Wing had proven how much stronger than other first-rate guilds it was, its high requirements made sense. Is this Zero Wing's true strength? Blue Phoenix, who had remained in White River City, was surprised to see peace returning to Stone Forest Town as she watched the live stream. Despite facing an army of 500,000+ monsters, not only had Zero Wing annihilated their enemy, but it had also only suffered a little over 10,000 casualties. However, although Blue Phoenix was shocked by the large number of high-tiered NPCs defending Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing's revelation of its intermediate mana pulse cannons and fleet of miniature ballistas frightened her. After all, while NPCs could not be dispatched outside of the town or city they belonged to, it was a different story for the intermediate mana pulse cannons and miniature ballistas. These war weapons could be employed against cities or to defend strategic locations. Not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could compare to Zero Wing's firepower. Blue Phoenix had been prepared to lend Zero Wing the gnome cannons and special ammunition she had brought with her as a backup, but she was grateful that she hadn't. Both she and Phoenix Rain would have been laughingstocks. It seems I need to report this to Big Sis Rain. After giving the matter some thought, Blue Phoenix decided to report this situation immediately. Back in Stone Forest Town, Shifeng discovered a long line of independent players outside of the guild residence after using a guild transfer scroll to return. These players were all considerably high-leveled. Even the weakest among them was level 38, while some had reached as level 41. Their equipment was equally impressive, with the most inferior being secret silver rank. With a quick glance, Shifeng estimated that at least 200 such players waited outside the residence. Shifeng also spotted quite a few level 20+ players in line. Guild leader, you're finally back, Aqua Rose said, smiling when she saw Shifeng emerge from the residence's teleportation hall. Has something happened? Shifeng asked curiously when he saw Aqua Rose's excited expression. After we finished clearing out the monsters close to the residence, some of the players that bought Stone Forest Town's private houses teleported to the town and offered to cooperate with our guild. After a quick search, we discovered that most were representatives of well-known adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires. There were also quite a few adventurer team representatives from Star Moon Kingdom and merchant players. Now that they feel certain of Stone Forest Town's security, they want to cooperate. Those adventurer teams have also stated that they're willing to sell us their rare materials for 70% market price in the future. However, they've requested that Zero Wing build more private houses suitable for adventurer teams. As for the merchant players, they'd like to see us sell a few shops in town. Of course, they're willing to pay for these structures. As she spoke, Aqua Rose gestured to the various adventurer team representatives and merchant players in God's domain. Adventurer teams and merchant players generally didn't invest in smaller guilds towns. There were two reasons for this. First, guild towns had a lack of player traffic. Second, these independent players were concerned about a town's safety. In guild wars, there were no guarantees that rival guilds wouldn't capture or destroy a guild town. A few adventurer teams had only decided to purchase Stone Forest Town's private houses because of the tempting benefits the town offered. Several hundred gold coins might be astronomical to ordinary players, but it was affordable to the kingdom's top adventurer teams. However, setting up a main base of operations in a guild town was a different story to adventurer teams with hundreds of players. It was clear that private houses, which could only accommodate a small number of players, were not suitable. Such teams needed the ruling guild to construct houses that catered to their activities, but guilds generally refused to construct such massive structures for no good reason. Moreover, purchasing such a large house would cost more than just a few hundred gold coins. Hence, both sides needed to compromise, but no adventurer team would risk such an investment until a guild town was stable. After the siege war, Stone Forest Town had proven that it was just as secure as an NPC town, allowing players to develop in the area without worry. Because of this, many well-known adventurer teams and merchant players hurried to Stone Forest Town, afraid that their competition would steal their opportunity. Not even Aqua Rose could make the decision to allow so many players into Stone Forest Town. She had to wait for Shifeng to return. Guild leader, would you like to meet with them? Aqua Rose asked. Chapter 1355, Adventurer House. Chapter 1355, Adventurer House. God's domain had plenty of adventurer teams. Aside from a few lone rangers, independent players with similar goals usually formed teams that were exempt from guild restrictions. Some of the top adventurer teams in the game were even as strong as some of the game's guilds. Take the Midnight Tea Party for example. It explored various dangerous locations in God's domain, constantly challenging its limits. The adventurer team was little more than a power group of lunatics. When these people gathered, even super guilds feared their prowess. Owl was another well-known adventurer team, just as famous as the Midnight Tea Party. However, Owl had more members than the Midnight Tea Party, and they weren't as addicted to battle. Rather, Owl consisted of players that enjoyed challenging all kinds of quests. In the past, Owl had even completed a few quests that super guilds had failed. Due to these top adventurer teams' fame, the guild towns and cities they occupied would become instantly popular as countless like-minded players swarmed to these locations. However, the Midnight Tea Party had been an exception in the past. The adventurer team had never set up a fixed base, and the team members' whereabouts had been a mystery, making the team nearly impossible to locate intentionally. Meanwhile, when a large number of adventurer teams occupied a guild town, the ruling guild would rake in considerable profit long-term, and these teams would help defend the town if it were attacked. Other guilds typically avoided targeting guild towns and cities that had multiple top adventurer teams. After all, not only would these guilds make an enemy of the defending guild by attacking the town, but they'd also make enemies of the adventurer teams. It simply wasn't a wise decision. Adventurer teams setting up in a guild town always benefited the ruling guild. They sure moved quickly. Shifeng was slightly confused as he watched the various adventurer team representatives outside of the residence. He had assumed that it would take some more time before these teams made a decision. After all, the battle in Stone Forest Town had just ended, and investing in a guild town was an incredibly important decision that would affect the team's development. They needed to consider their options carefully. When I first saw them, I had assumed that they were experts some guild had sent to snatch the town token, Aqua Rose said, giggling. However, after listening to what they had to say, it seems that they were already interested in setting up in Stone Forest Town. Only, they were hesitant due to concerns over the town's safety. After seeing Zero Wing's foundations, they rushed over. Tell them that Stone Forest Town still needs repairs, so we won't be selling any adventurer houses just yet. Once we've repaired the town, we'll construct 5 adventurer houses. When the time comes, the houses will be available in the Candlelight auction and will go to the highest bidder, Shifeng decided after giving the matter some thought. This Aqua Rose was at a loss for words when she stared at Shifeng's serious expression. Normally, guilds hope to house as many adventurer teams as possible in their towns to increase the town's overall strength. Some large guilds even sold their adventurer teams for a low price to attract these teams. Yet, not only had Shifeng decided to sell a limited number of these adventurer houses, but he also intended to sell them off to the highest bidders. Such a bold decision was likely to chase away these adventurer teams. Just convey my decision. A town's development is never dependent on how many adventurer teams it has. As long as they are strong enough, 2 or 3 teams will be enough. Shifeng's side of town's land was limited, and adventurer houses easily took up enough space for 20 private houses. Rather than increasing the town's security with a few measly adventurer teams, they'd benefit from more independent players visiting the town for rest and relaxation. Understood. I'll let them know. Aqua Rose could not help but sigh, although she understood Shifeng's reasoning. Not even powerful adventurer teams were likely to pay a high price to occupy a guild town. After all, these teams would serve as free guards after investing in the town. Although Stone Forest Town offered considerable benefits, these benefits meant little to powerful adventurer teams. At most, they'd buy 1 or 2 private houses over competing for an adventurer house. Sure enough, once Aqua Rose informed the various teams of Shifeng's decision, it caused a commotion among the various players. This incident immediately hit the kingdom's official forums, dissuading a few well-known adventurer teams from occupying Stone Forest Town. They're only selling 5 adventurer houses? Do they want us to pay to sever as the town's bodyguards? Zero Wing is dreaming. There are tons of guild towns that want us. Only an idiot would compete for those 5 slots. Zero Wing is too arrogant. Do they think that our only option is to set up in Stone Forest Town? Zero Wing's announcement came as a shock to ordinary players. They had never expected such a boastful stance from the guild. Of course, these players had never considered setting up a base in the town. After all, they could only afford a private house in Stone Forest Town in their dreams, much less an adventurer house to Starmoon Kingdom's various adventurer teams. However, Zero Wing was just trying to scam them. Meanwhile, inside an ancient ruin in the Apocalypse Empire, a 20-man team rested in its temple. Corpses of level 55+ monsters littered the ground around them. The weakest of their enemies had been a chieftain, while the strongest had been a great lord, yet this 20-man team had slaughtered them. Moreover, not one member of the team had died. Ha ha ha. Black Flame, you really are an interesting man. Endless Scars laughed when she heard about Zero Wing's announcement. Big sis Endless? Cloud Yarn, the cleric sitting beside her, was confused by Endless Scars' smile. Cloud Yarn wasn't the only one. The other team members also turned to look at their leader. Even the other members of the team could not help but turn to look at Endless Scars. Endless Scars had actually laughed. They could count the number of times they've seen her laugh since they had joined the team on their fingers. It's nothing. Zero Wing intends to auction off adventurer houses, and they're only selling a handful. Endless Scars explained. They're re-auctioning houses in limited quantities. What powerful adventurer team would be foolish enough to garrison in Stone Forest Town? Everyone was surprised to hear about Zero Wing's latest announcement. No matter how excellent Stone Forest Town's conditions were, the Stoneclaw Mountains was a regional dungeon with a level cap of 50. Many adventurer teams had already begun to purchase mounts for their members, and it wouldn't be long before they were over level 50. There weren't any other high-level and high-resource maps near Stone Forest Town. Powerful adventurer teams' priority was to level up and upgrade their weapons and equipment. Everything else was secondary. Even with the town's high mana density, there was no point to occupying Stone Forest Town. What sane adventurer team would possibly be willing to pay a huge price to set up a base in the town? Foolish, is it? As Endless Scars read the report about the siege war in Stone Forest Town, her interest in Zero Wing grew. After all, the guild had abandoned the opportunity to strengthen its town and used a completely different approach than the other guilds. Endless Scars found the guild's actions both confusing and intriguing. While Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers discussed the matter, Shifeng, the perpetrator of this commotion, returned to White River City. After leaving the teleportation hall, he took an advanced horse carriage to the War God's Temple. Chapter 1356, Abandoned Waves End. Chapter 1356, Abandoned Waves End. Star Moon Kingdom, Star Moon City. After the battle in Stone Forest Town, many merchant players from neighboring kingdoms and empires gathered in the city. 3 out of 10 players that arrived in the teleportation hall were low-leveled merchant players in ordinary equipment. Normally, such a scene could only be found in imperial capitals. Upon arriving at Star Moon City, the merchant players teleported to the closest NPC town to Stone Forest Town. The long line at one of the departure teleportation arrays stupefied players. Why are all these merchant players heading to Stone Forest Town? Isn't it just a measly guild town? Why make such a huge fuss over it? Don't you know? When Zero Wing announced that it would auction adventurer houses, it had also declared that it would sell all kinds of shops to outsiders. These merchant players are heading to Stone Forest Town to get a better idea of the town's situation. The shops in NPC cities are too expensive. There's also a lot of competition with the various large guild shops on top of the high property tax every month. It's simply impossible for ordinary merchant players to afford the shops in guild towns, on the other hand, are much cheaper. The monthly property tax is also much lower. Most importantly, Stone Forest Town's player traffic rivals in NPC cities. Due to the battle arena, expert players have gathered there, and they generally have plenty of precious resources. Merchant players will be able to buy and sell their items more conveniently if they had a shop in Stone Forest Town. Everyone knows that Stone Forest Town has near impeccable security now. Naturally, merchant players are eager to move into Stone Forest Town. In that case, wouldn't it be amazing if we developed in Stone Forest Town? Independent players quickly started making preparations to shift their base of operations to Stone Forest Town. Originally, the Candlelight trading firm's presence already made Stone Forest Town a good place to develop. Unfortunately, NPC cities sold a much more diverse selection of items than the Candlelight trading firm. Now that so many merchant players were planning to invest into Stone Forest Town, with some even coming from other kingdoms and empires, Stone Forest Town would sell a greater variety of items. Stone Forest Town's variety of merchandise might rival, or even surpass, Star Moon City's. Unlike shops in NPC cities, players could construct simple teleportation arrays in guild town shops. Merchant players could teleport directly to their shops without passing through Star Moon City or spending hours traveling by carriage. This encouraged merchant players to sell more products in Stone Forest Town, facilitating the transfer of merchandise. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons had gathered in the residence's meeting room. The meeting room was silent as everyone stared at Singular Burial, who wore a solemn expression despite foolishly throwing away the opportunity to invite famous adventurer teams to occupy Stone Forest Town. Even more independent players were attracted by the mass of merchant players. Both Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing would develop rapidly. As a result, the gap between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing would expand. Our only hope is to take down the Frost King as soon as possible. Although the rewards won't help us overtake Zero Wing, we can put up a fight, Singular Burial said helplessly. Not only was Zero Wing undamaged by abandoned waves, but it had helped increase Stone Forest Town's fame. He wouldn't have let abandoned wave take action so soon if he'd known this would happen. To make things worse, abandoned wave had been captured. With abandoned wave finished, there was no guild in Star Moon Kingdom capable of stopping Zero Wing from becoming the kingdom's overlord guild leader. I just received good news, Daybreak Fog said. Good news? Singular Burial inquired, what kind of good news could there be at a time like this? Didn't Black Flame kill Flame Blood? Broken Flow had brought his team to resurrect Flame Blood after failing at his task. Although Flame Blood had suffered grievous losses, he got to meet abandoned wave's leader, Beast Emperor. Beast Emperor had even secretly added Flame Blood as a friend, Daybreak Fog explained. Beast Emperor took the initiative to contact Flame Blood, stating that he wishes to have a personal chat with you. Beast Emperor also said that he's willing to help Heaven's Burial annihilate Zero Wing. Abandoned Wave's leader, is it? Singular Burial smiled. Alright, tell Flame Blood to send Beast Emperor a reply. Say that I'm willing to have a proper discussion with him. Daybreak Fog conveyed Singular Burial's response to Flame Blood. Shifeng alighted from the advanced horse carriage and came face to face with White River City's War God's Temple. The War God's Temple served as a waypoint for teleporting to the Abyss battlefield. There were more players entering and leaving the War God's Temple now than the Adventurers Association. Players would visit the War God's Temple at least once a day. If the Adventurers Association was a good place for individual players to earn money, then the War God's Temple was a good place for players to level up and improve their foundational strength. If the Abyss battlefield didn't limit players to just one life per day, every player in the game would likely stay cooped up there and refuse to leave. Although the Abyss battlefield's monsters didn't drop coins, they dropped weapons and equipment, as well as gave honor points. Honor points could be used to purchase tools, top-tier weapons, and equipment from the War God's Temple. It was extremely difficult to survive inside the Abyss battlefield. Moreover, the higher level one reached, the more difficult the monsters would be. Expert players below level 50 could stay in the Abyss battlefield for an entire day as long as they didn't go anywhere too dangerous. Though their income would be lower if they didn't take risks, after a few days of grinding, they could still accumulate enough points to purchase good equipment. The weapons and equipment for sale at the War God's Temple were more suited towards PvP. The items' effects and basic attributes would be inferior to the items dropped by field bosses and team dungeons. Even so, the Abyss battlefield was still a paradise for solo players after level 50, however, surviving in less dangerous maps would be even more difficult for expert players. Level 50 plus weapons and equipment cost substantially more honor points. Eventually, rather than a place for farming items, the Abyss battlefield became a training ground for expert players and a place for ordinary players to grind for the double EXP potion. When Shifeng arrived at the War God's Temple's third-floor hall, a level 150, Tier 3 Great Mage greeted him. Sir, how may I help you? Casting a glance at the NPC, Shifeng noticed that it was a senior administrator at the War God's Temple named Roland. I've captured an evil god apostle, so I'm here to claim the bounty. The first-floor hall of the War God's Temple dealt with all matters relating to the Abyss battlefield. The second floor was the War God's Temple's quest area, where players could accept quests or turn in their completed quests. Players were awarded merit points for completing War God's Temple quests. Similarly, players could spend merit points on items here. Players were allowed to freely enter the War God's Temple's first two floors. The third floor was different. As it was a place that specifically dealt with matters relating to the dark forces, players wouldn't be allowed to set foot onto the third floor if they didn't have any related matters. An evil god apostle? Roland's old face twitched. With a slightly suspicious look on his face, he looked at Shifeng and said, "Can you allow me to confirm your claim's validity?" "Sure." Shifeng took out the mobile jail and handed it to Roland. After Roland received the mobile jail, he chanted an incantation and tapped his finger on the crystal ball. An image appeared above the mobile jail. The image displayed Abandoned Wave trapped inside a dark space. Abandoned Wave was continuously hurling attacks at the surrounding space. He radiated evil energy, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was obvious that he had already fallen into madness. It really is an evil god apostle. Shock flashed in Roland's eyes. The War God's Temple and the Evil God's Temple had a hostile relationship. Meanwhile, evil god apostles had received the evil god's blessing. They were rare in God's domain. Roland returned the mobile jail to Shifeng and said respectfully, "Esteemed adventurer, please follow me. I'll bring you to meet with the Vice Temple Lord. I believe the Vice Temple Lord will be very happy to meet you." Chapter 1357, War God's Temple's Reward. Chapter 1357, War God's Temple's Reward. In the triumphant hall on the War God's Temple's fourth floor, Senior Administrator Roland led Shifeng to one of the hall's astrology rooms. The astrology room was as dark as night, while the circular ceiling glittered like the night sky. From time to time, shooting stars streaked by. The room's beauty was mesmerizing. As Shifeng entered the room, Roland closed the doors from the outside. Instantly, Shifeng felt an indescribably pleasant sensation run through him. With the fascinating scenery, he couldn't help his desire to remain in this room for the rest of his life. Why is the mana density in here so high? Shifeng was curious about the incredibly dense mana surrounding him. This was the first time he had ever set foot in an astrology room. The War God's Temple's astrology rooms were forbidden to players. If not for having captured an evil god apostle, Roland wouldn't have led him here before entering the room. Shifeng hadn't sensed any usual mana density from inside yet. As soon as Roland left and shut the doors, mana started pouring, filled the space. It was 3 times as dense as Stone Forest Town's mana, which had the support of 3 magic towers. If players could duel other experts or practice their skills and spells in such an environment, their growth would be astonishing. Young adventurer, you've arrived. A deep voice echoed throughout the entire astrology room. Shifeng could not help but turn to the voice's origin. He spotted an old man in dark blue mage robes and wielding a staff. The old man manipulated a magic water ball as if he were searching for some kind of new spell. This old man was none other than Capra, one of the 3 vice temple lords in White River City's War God's Temple. He was a level 180, tier 3 great mage. He could be considered the oldest NPC in White River City. Not even Magistrate Weissman was as old. Capra should be the most knowledgeable NPC in White River City. After all, not only was Capra a tier 3 great mage, but he was also a magic array master. However, due to Charlin's occupation of White River City's library, he ranked secondary. Here that you've captured an evil god apostle? Yes, Lord Capra. Shifeng immediately retrieved the mobile jail from his bag. As soon as he revealed the crystal ball out, it vanished and reappeared in Capra's hand. Not bad. This is indeed an evil god apostle. Capra nodded lightly. Suddenly, the mobile jail began to crumble. Following which, a cloaked, bandaged figure appeared before the old man. The moment abandoned wave appeared, the black cloak and bandages covering him were destroyed, exposing his true appearance. Abandoned wave? Shifeng was slightly surprised to see this man. Although his appearance had changed significantly, Shifeng easily recognized him. Shifeng hadn't expected Abandoned Wave to be the evil god apostle that attacked Stone Forest Town. However, after considering the matter, it seemed reasonable. The Blackwater Corporation had given up on Abandoned Wave. With his connection to the evil god's temple, becoming an evil god apostle was a matter of course if he wanted vengeance against Shifeng. Free? Abandoned Wave was ecstatic when he realized that he had emerged from the mobile jail, but after looking around him, his mood plummeted. Not only did Shifeng, disguised as Black Flame, stand before him, but a level 180, tier 3 NPC also stared at him. Abandoned Wave's first thought was of escape. Immediately, Abandoned Wave ruffled through his bag space, trying to retrieve a tier 1, instantaneous movement magic scroll. Shifeng had caught him off guard earlier, so he hadn't had the opportunity to use it. As long as he could reach the scroll, he could flee the instant Abandoned Wave got his hands the tier 1 instantaneous movement magic scroll. He glanced at Shifeng with a sinister smile. Black Flame, just you wait. I'll give you a taste of despair the next time we meet. Following which, Abandoned Wave unfurled the magic scroll and activated it. Abandoned Wave's elated expression returned the instant the scroll activated. It was as if he could already see Shifeng's tragic ending. However, after a few seconds, Abandoned Wave realized that he hadn't moved. And since he had activated the scroll, the instantaneous movement magic scroll faded from his hands. Despair? Shifeng could not help but laugh and shake his head when he saw the confusion on Abandoned Wave's face. Don't you realize that you're in the War God's Temple? In God's domain, all teleportation tools and skills were useless inside a War God's Temple. Players could only use these items after leaving the building. This was basic knowledge to God's domain's players. Hearing the words, War God's Temple, fear twisted Abandoned Wave's expression. He was fully aware of the consequences should the War God's Temple capture him. Beast Emperor had warned him about this. When the War God's Temple captured an evil God's Temple player, it signified the end for said player. The captured player's only option would be starting a new account. Moreover, they wouldn't be allowed to rejoin the game immediately. They would have to wait 1 month before they could create the new account. After experiencing the joy God's domain had to offer, being unable to play for an entire month would be unbearable for players. Moreover, by the time Abandoned Wave rejoined the game, God's domain would be a different world with how fast it was developing. Black Flame. Abandoned Wave practically screamed Shifeng's name. Although he wanted to say more, Capra had already begun to chant an incantation. In the next moment, dozens of golden chains appeared around Abandoned Wave, piercing his body. He screamed in pain as he started to burn. Eventually, he turned to ash and vanished from the astrology room. Abandoned Wave's hatred for him hadn't particularly surprised Shifeng. Even a peak expert would struggle to catch up if they were banned from the game for a month and had to start from scratch. The Blackwater Corporation had also given up on Abandoned Wave long ago. With Abandoned Wave standards, they were not likely to meet again. Furthermore, Beast Emperor had lost an evil god apostle slot, following which, a series of system notifications reached Shifeng's ears. System, congratulations. You have captured an evil god apostle. Rewarding 10,000 War Gods Temple merit points. Reputation with the War Gods Temple increased by 500 points, 100 million EXP, 50 free mastery points, and 5 legacy skill point system. Congratulations. You are the first person to have eliminated an evil god apostle. Rewarding War Gods Warrior title system. Capra's favorability has increased by 300 points. What an abundant reward. Shifeng's excitement grew as he read the notifications. This was especially true when he saw the War Gods Warrior title and his increased favorability with Capra. He had only heard of the War Gods Warrior title in the past. He didn't know much about it. Although this title wouldn't benefit a player's strength, it elevated players to one rank below the temple's vice-temple lords. With this benefit, he could easily purchase items that required extremely high reputation in the War Gods Temple's exchange center. He wouldn't need to complete numerous high-difficulty quests, slowing increasing his reputation. However, the title was slightly less valuable than his favorability with Capra. Capra was a magic array master. If he could earn enough favorability with Capra, he would gain access to all sorts of magic arrays. He might even get to purchase the rumored advanced mana gathering magic array, which could double the mana density in a 500-yard radius. Not only was this array's effective area vast, but it also increased the mana density by so much. One could just imagine how much it could benefit a guild. Countless players had tried all sorts of methods to gain favorability with this NPC. Unfortunately, doing so was extremely difficult and would become even more so after every 100-point increment. Very few players had gained 100 points of the Elder's favorability in the past. Only a handful had ever earned 200 points. Shifeng had never even heard of any players earning 300 points. Chapter 1358, Lost Magic Array. Chapter 1358, Lost Magic Array. With such high favorability and merit point rewards, it's no wonder why those guilds had hunted Evil Gods Temple players in the past. Shifeng couldn't help his growing elation as he looked at his rewards. Although the 10,000 merit points was a lot, without the corresponding reputation and favorability, they were useless. Even after challenging the 12 trials, he had only been awarded 6,800 merit points. The items he could purchase were extremely limited. With 10,000 merit points, he had a greater variety available to him. Moreover, he could purchase items from Capra. Lord Capra, I've heard that you are a magic array master. I have always been very interested in magic arrays. May I know if I can purchase a few from you? Shifeng asked. Purchasing items from Capra required a minimum of 100 favorability. Although 300 points were far from the maximum favorability one could earn with Capra, Shifeng had never heard of a single player with such high favorability in the past. You are interested in magic arrays? Capra's elderly eyes shone with an excited light when he heard the words, magic array. He continued, of course, you can. Very few youngsters are so studious. Come here. This magic water ball holds all of my records on magic arrays. If you wish to learn one, you can use this. However, the War Gods Temple rules still apply. To learn a magic array, you'll need to pay the corresponding merit points. Learn them from the magic water ball? Shifeng was slightly confused, though he nodded and approached the magic water ball. He had come to purchase magic arrays from Capra in the past as well, but the old man had been in a workshop instead of an astrology room. All of his magic arrays had been displayed on a bookshelf. He hadn't expected that he would get to choose an array from a magic water ball. Magic arrays were not as easy to learn as most players assumed. The process was extremely complex. Learning a magic array from a book was troublesome and difficult. Learning from a magic water ball was much easier. Players could practice the production steps through the water ball without wasting precious materials. This would greatly help improve one's learning speed. As Shifeng tapped on the floating water ball, an exchange list appeared before him. Amazing. There are so many advanced magic arrays available. Shifeng's eyes glowed as he read the exchange list. If one had to point out the most difficult item to obtain in God's domain, it would definitely be magic arrays. Magic arrays also provided the most assistance. For example, there were suppression magic arrays, summoning magic arrays, defensive magic arrays, and many more. Unfortunately, obtaining a basic magic array was incredibly challenging for the various large guilds, not to mention intermediate and advanced rank. Shifeng now had access to more than 30 basic magic arrays, 8 intermediate magic arrays, and 3 advanced magic arrays. In the past, Capra had only given Shifeng one advanced magic array option, the advanced mana gathering magic array. Now, however, there were 3. Of course, they were also frighteningly expensive. Basic magic arrays only cost between 500 and 1,500 merit points, while intermediate magic arrays cost between 3,000 and 5,000 merit points, and the 3 advanced magic arrays cost between 8,000 to 15,000 merit points. Among the advanced magic arrays, the cheapest was the advanced mana gathering magic array. It was worth as much as the 7 Luminaries ring he had purchased long ago. These are celestial magic arrays. Glancing at the 3 advanced magic arrays, Shifeng was stunned. Celestial magic arrays weren't like the arrays players commonly stumbled upon. These had survived since ancient times, lost in God's domain for many years. Every celestial magic array was incredibly powerful, and because they borrowed power from the stars, they didn't consume as much mana as ordinary magic arrays. Celestial magic arrays had been very popular in God's domain, but for some unknown reason, they had vanished. Yet those magic arrays had appeared before Shifeng. Shifeng found it hard to imagine that he could actually purchase celestial magic arrays from Capra. He had only ever heard rumors of such a thing. In his previous life, very few guilds had possessed celestial magic arrays. Purgatory Star Magic Array, Advanced Celestial Magic Array. Suppress all enemies within a 200-yard radius, weakening their basic attributes by 70% if they are Tier 3, 50% if they are Tier 4, and 20% if they are Tier 5. Required merit points, 15,000. Starlight Gathering Magic Array, Advanced Celestial Magic Array. Creates an enclosed space with a 500-yard radius, increasing the mana density within the enclosed space by 300%. Required merit points, 12,000. Although the introductions were brief, Shifeng read them with bated breath. The Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array could only increase the mana density in a 500-yard radius by 200%, but the Starlight Gathering Magic Array increased the density by 300%. Although there was only a 50% boost to players' performance, it was a qualitative difference. As for the Purgatory Star Magic Array, even challenging Tier 4 mythic monsters would become easier with its power. After all, the majority of the advanced magic arrays available in God's domain could only suppress Tier 4 mythic monsters by 30% for a time. Shifeng was fraught with indecision. He had initially planned to purchase the Advanced Mana Gathering Magic Array, saving his remaining points for special tools that could aid him in the morning battlefield. However, the Starlight Gathering Magic Array just too tempting. He had experienced such a powerful array in a super guild's main city in the past, and he had to admit that the magic array had been wonderfully effective. When he had practiced his combat techniques inside the magic array, his training efficiency had risen by leaps and bounds. Even the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower could not compare to that magic array's effects. Only the Holy City of Titan could surpass it. However, to reach locations such as the Holy City, one's status needed to be extremely high, and they needed to pay an exorbitant price. Very few large guilds could afford such a price. Forget it. Let's just pick it. Shifeng gritted his teeth and chose the Starlight Gathering Magic Array. It was extremely difficult to obtain War God's Temple merit points. If he purchased the Advanced Mana Gathering Array, it would be a long time before he gathered enough points to purchase the Starlight Gathering Magic Array. Now that Stone Forest Town had stabilized, and he had begun his city's construction, setting up the Starlight Gathering Array in both locations would further reinforce their popularity. System: the Starlight Gathering Magic Array requires 12,000 merit points. You have 3,500 War God's Temple reputation points. You may pay 20% of the merit point cost in coins. Do you wish to use coins? System: based on the system's analysis of the current market, each merit point is worth 2 gold coins. Do you wish to proceed? Purchase. Shifeng agreed to the transaction without hesitation. 4,800 gold for 2,400 merit points wasn't particularly expensive. Fortunately, the required currency wasn't magic crystals. He wouldn't have been able to fork over a single crystal. Shifeng wasn't particularly surprised that the cost of merit points had increased. In the future, he would likely have to part with an exorbitant amount of gold coins in exchange for merit points. After all, as players reached higher levels, their income would continue to increase. The game's player population was also increasing. As a result, more coins would become available in God's domain. It was only natural for their value to depreciate. Of course, the main God system constantly worked to lower inflation by reducing the number of coins in the market. Suddenly, Capra asked curiously, "Young adventurer, you have chosen a celestial magic array?" "Yes. I am very interested in learning the magic arrays that have been passed down since ancient times," Shifeng confirmed, nodding. Practically every God's domain player had been interested in celestial magic arrays in the past. "I won't stop you from purchasing it. However, I need to remind you that celestial magic arrays aren't like your conventional magic arrays. Producing them requires extremely rare materials. They are impossible to mass-produce," Capra reminded. "Thank you for the information, Lord Capra," Shifeng responded respectfully. He had already been aware of the celestial magic array's flaws. However, even the advanced mana-gathering magic arrays materials were exceedingly difficult to obtain. Since both arrays materials were challenging to collect, it was wiser to choose the more powerful array. Following which, Capra chanted an incantation. Suddenly, a palm-sized water ball separated from its massive counterpart. The ball of water then landed in Shifeng's hands. After obtaining the Starlight Gathering magic array and leaving the War God's temple, Shifeng received a communication request from Aqua Rose. "What's the rush? Has something happened?" Shifeng asked when he saw the Woman's Anxiety Guild leader. "Check the official forums. Some time ago, Heaven's Burial signed an agreement with several top adventurer teams and dozens of well-known adventurer teams. These adventurer teams have officially occupied Heaven's Burial's town. News of this has already reached the various large guilds," Aqua Rose hurriedly reported. Chapter 1359, Pioneering the Ancient Empire. Chapter 1359, Pioneering the Ancient Empire. Top adventurer teams have occupied Heaven's Burial's town. The report confused Shifeng. In God's domain, adventurer teams fell into various ranks, just like guilds. When referring to Star Moon Kingdom's adventurer teams, the well-known team's overall strength could compare to a first-rate guild's elite teams. As for the kingdom's top adventurer teams, every one possessed several dozens of experts. Among these expert players, a small portion could rival first-rate guilds' peak experts. When it came to raiding team dungeons, they were even stronger than some large guilds' main forces. Normally, these top adventurer teams ventured to dangerous maps that even guild elite teams avoided. Their leveling speed was no slower than guild elite players that occupied high-resource maps. This was also why these top adventurer teams paid no attention to the benefits most guild towns offered, so much so that they even ignored invitations from large guilds. Based on Aqua Rose's report, however, it seemed that more than one top adventurer team had set up a base in Heaven's Burial's town. Why wouldn't Shifeng be surprised? He immediately checked the official forums, getting a detailed idea of the situation. Heaven's Burial and 3 top adventurer teams have reached an agreement. These adventurer teams will occupy Red Iron Town and will explore the Frozen Scar alongside the guild's forces. Good news! Red Iron Town will soon open the Red Iron Mine to the public. Players will gain access to the mine for a 30% harvesting fee. These 2 messages caused an uproar on the Star Moon Kingdom forums as everyone talked about the town. This is going to be awesome. I've heard that the Red Iron Mine is a small-scale regional dungeon. Not only do the mine's monsters have higher drop rates, but you can also harvest all sorts of ores. We'll make a killing. Why is Heaven's Burial being so generous? 3 of Star Moon Kingdom's top adventurer teams and many well-known teams have garrisoned in Red Iron Town. The town's security will likely only be second to Stone Forest Town. And there are so many high-resource maps nearby. There is even a teleportation array very close to the town. Developing in Red Iron Town might not be a bad idea. It seems Heaven's Burial has finally gotten serious. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which town will take the position of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild town. Stone Forest Town or Red Iron Town? Stone Forest Town is definitely the #1 town right now, but it might not stay that way. After all, Heaven's Burial is quite powerful. With the assistance of 3 top adventurer teams, it won't be long before they explore the Frozen Scar's entire map. Red Iron Town's players will be able to teleport to any of Heaven's Burial's towns from Evernight City. Transportation to and from Red Iron Town will become far more convenient than traveling to and from Stone Forest Town. I guess that's true. There really aren't any level 50 plus high resource maps near Stone Forest Town either. It's only suitable to players below level 50. Considering long-term development, Red Iron Town is the better option. Moreover, with 3 top adventurer teams based in the town, it'll be easier for adventurer teams to contact each other in the future. The new changes in Red Iron Town tempted many players. While it was important to increase one's individual strength, leveling and upgrading equipment was more so. More players were reaching level 40, yet despite having met the level requirement to gain a mount, most were too poor to purchase one and had to continue their travels on foot. Red Iron Town was also attractive due to how easy it would be to earn coins. Heaven's Burial is even willing to part with such a gold mine? Shifeng was astonished as he read the forum posts. It was not easy to open a mine. First, a team needed to defeat the mine's boss. Otherwise, the monsters inside would continue to respawn quickly. The monsters would also scale to the highest leveled player that entered the mine. As the boss respawned periodically, players were also required to defeat it each time they encountered it. Furthermore, the mines or deposits were limited and would only respawn when the boss did. When a guild occupied a mine, they generally only allowed their own people inside. Yet Heaven's Burial was generous enough to open the mine to the general public after clearing its monsters and boss. Although iron ore wasn't particularly valuable, not many towns in God's domain had access to an ore vein. Hence, the various large guilds would prioritize towns with the most common ore veins as they offered a plethora of riches. Guild leader, once it secured the adventurer team's assistance, Heaven's Burial dispatched a 1,000-man elite team to pioneer the Frozen Scar. They also sent their 100-man main force. Even the main force's weakest player is level 42. They'll clear the map much faster than their previous exploration, Aqua Rose said helplessly. On the other hand, we just survived a massive war. Although we didn't have many casualties, we had lost many of our experts and main force members. During the final stand at the guild residence, in particular, we lost a significant number of our main force members and core members. While weapons and equipment aren't a problem, the players who were killed by evil demons suffered double the usual penalty. Our main force and core members that had died lost 2 levels apiece. This has significantly slowed our progress in the Blizzard Fortress and with the Frost King. Moreover, the dark guilds around White River City are growing bolder. We've had to dispatch our experts to deal with them from time to time. Guild leader, should we recall Snow's forces and prioritize killing the Frost King? It had never been wise to underestimate Heaven's Burial's main force. And now that so many top and well-known adventurer teams had joined Heaven's Burial's exploration team, the team's overall strength had increased. In contrast, Zero Wing had been forced to dispatch its main force and experts to various locations to expand the guild's influence. As a result, their exploration team's strength had fallen. If they let Heaven's Burial get the Frost King's first kill, Heaven's Burial's position in Evernight City would become unshakable. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would lose the best opportunity to gain access to Evernight City. If that happened, Stone Forest Town's popularity would plummet by the time mainstream players reached level 50. Fact, Red Iron Town had nearly caught up to Stone Forest Town. Forget it. We can't recall Snow. If we don't have a team of experts there to defend the branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, the Empire's large guilds will take the opportunity to strike, Shifeng said, shaking his head. This was why he had refused to ask Gentle Snow for help to protect Stone Forest Town. He then said, "This is a golden opportunity. It's been a while since Zero Wing had a large-scale guild operation. Aqua, see to the necessary preparations. Round up 1,000 people. Aside from the main force members and core members, do not select any elite players below level 40. After you've finished, have them gather in Dark Lake Town. We're going to pioneer the ancient Orc Empire." Guild leader, you're going to lead the operation? Aqua Rose's excitement grew as her guild leader issued orders. Normally, the guild leader would organize guild operations as their main purpose was to increase the guild's prestige and motivation. However, Shifeng was usually too busy. Normally, he was impossible to find. Hence, Zero Wing's vice guild leaders, such as herself and Gentle Snow, organized these events. Although nobody in the guild had complained, practically every player that joined Zero Wing knew of Black Flame, and they were all dying to meet him. The guild's main force and core members were particularly eager to quest and raid dungeons with their guild leader MHM. I'll take command this time. Shifeng nodded. He had initially intended to head to the Frozen Scar, but the environment was simply too harsh. Without sufficient preparation, the Frost King was impossible to raid. Moreover, his current goal was to help his people level up. Naturally, they had to travel to a higher level map. The guild members will go crazy when they hear this. Aqua Rose responded, smiling. She immediately disconnected the call and began to address the necessary arrangements. Chapter 1360, Shocking Everyone. Chapter 1360, Shocking Everyone. White River City, Zero Wing's residence. After disconnecting her call with Shifeng, Aqua Rose published an announcement in the guild chat. The guild leader will be leading a guild operation personally. All main force members and core members in Star Moon Kingdom, gather in White River City immediately. Elite members level 40 and above may apply to join by contacting me. Priority will be given to those with guild mounts. The instant the announcement published, the guild chat exploded with comments. Vice guild leader, this isn't a trick, right? Boss Black Flame is really going to lead us? What? The guild leader is leading a guild op himself? Are we going after some guild? This is awesome. I need to apply. Big sis Aqua, can't you relax the requirements a little bit? I've just reached level 40 after many difficulties. I can't afford a guild mount right now. Ha ha ha. This is great. I've been saving up and bought a guild mount as soon as they were available. For a time, Zero Wing's members were frenzied. This was especially true for the main force and core members. They were all fully aware of what benefits a guild leader-led operation would offer. Not only could they level up incredibly fast, but they'd also get to see the guild leader in action up close as they gained combat experience. Less than a minute after the announcement, Aqua Rose received over 1,000 applications. At the same time, plenty of members were disappointed. After all, despite such a rare opportunity to join a large-scale operation, led by their guild leader himself, they didn't qualify to join because they had already spent their GCP and coins on upgrading their weapons and equipment. They did not have any money to purchase a guild mount. While Aqua Rose selected participants from her elite members, the various guild experts scattered across Star Moon Kingdom returned to the residence in White River City. Very quickly, the overall mood in the residence lifted considerably as the guild members' excitement grew. Meanwhile, the players lined up outside the residence's entrance hoping to join Zero Wing were stunned as they watched Zero Wing's experts return. Not only were these experts above level 40, but they were also ridiculously well geared, with even the most inferior piece of equipment being level 40 fine gold rank. Many of these experts even wielded level 40 dark gold weapons. Meanwhile, the number of such experts returning continued to increase. The most incredible sight was the tall, mighty thunder wolves traveling next to these experts. After entering the guild residence, these experts lined up outside of the guild hall, yet despite their quiet stances, they all radiated an indescribably heavy pressure. What's Zero Wing planning? Their guild mounts are so cool. Why do I get the feeling that I couldn't even defeat one of those guild mounts in a fight? Everyone was utterly stupefied. Although many players had already reached level 40, very few had mounts, yet hundreds of thunder wolves stood before them. Players who didn't know any better might assume that this was an NPC army. Moreover, everyone could see around 50 different types of mounts aside from the thunder wolves. Every mount was bronze rank or above. Not everyone had a clear grasp of Zero Wing's power, but after this display, they finally understood why Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. While other guilds struggled to get common mounts, Zero Wing had already popularized the Thunder Wolf. Shortly after Zero Wing's 1,000-man legion had gathered, with Aqua Rose in the lead, the legion departed for White River City's teleportation palace. The 1,000-man legion rode their mounts across White River City, Players unconsciously made way as the Legion's imposing momentum swept over them. When Zero Wing's Legion stopped in front of the teleportation hall, the adventurer teams and guild teams, visiting from other kingdoms, confused and curious about what was happening, 1,000 mounted players stood before the teleportation hall's entrance. The various guild teams, who had stopped in White River City on their way to the Twin Towers Kingdom to level, were afraid of leaving the teleportation hall, concerned that their lives might be at stake if they did. Which guild are these players from? A burly man with silver hair in the teleportation hall asked in shock. You don't know? Are you new to God's domain? A level 31, simple-looking swordsman asked. I am new, actually. I've just reached level 10 today and came to White River City. The silver-haired man nodded. No wonder, the swordsman said as he took a look at the level of the silver-haired man and his companions. Indeed, they were all level 10 players. They are all Zero Wing members. Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's bona fide #1 guild. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Otherwise, I'd join Zero Wing as well. Zero Wing? The name was somewhat familiar to this silver-haired big brother Xianxia. Isn't Zero Wing the guild that Hall Master Jianghu wanted to work with? A bald man asked quietly. What? That's the guild that kind belonged to? Xianxia was stunned. How is that possible? Before he led the White Tiger Dojo's disciples into God's domain, he had to establish a firm understanding of the game. After all, they had learned that competent fighters would have an edge in God's domain. To fighting experts like himself, combat was commonplace. Hence, battles in a virtual world would be trivial. However, as he encountered the game's virtual combat, he quickly realized that the combat in God's domain wasn't very different from combat in reality. Although he and his subordinates had an advantage, there were some slight differences between virtual combat and real-life combat. Their advantage was limited. After playing the game for some time, he also gained a general understanding of various NPC towns guilds. Surprisingly, these guilds were far more impressive than he had assumed. At one point, he had dueled an expert from a small guild. Even with his skills, the expert had defeated him. The experience had taught him how impressive God's domain truly was. Of course, he was confident of surpassing these small guild experts sooner or later. After all, he had only begun playing the game a few days ago. With the White Tiger Dojo's strength and enough disciples, he was confident that they could establish a guild and raise it to third-rate status quickly. If they wanted to contest with second-rate guilds, the dojo would be required to invest a large amount of resources and Tamias for contesting against first-rate guilds. It was too soon for the dojo to aim so high. After all, first-rate guilds were backed by major corporations. They also had dozens of years' worth of history in the virtual gaming world and had long since established their own training systems. The White Tiger Dojo had no hope of catching up to first-rate guilds in a short time unless they annexed second-rate guilds or purchased shares of a particular first-rate guild. Investing in a first-rate guild would depend on whether or not the guild was willing to sell shares. After all, these guilds didn't lack willing investors. Tianji never thought that Shifeng, some no-name dojo's head instructor, directed such a power. Meanwhile, as Zero Wing's members left White River City through the teleportation arrays, news of the Legion's mobilization reached Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers. Why is Zero Wing dispatching such a massive force? With so many experts, has Zero Wing targeted some guild? Could Zero Wing be planning to exterminate the Dark Guilds? Normally, these major powers ignored a 1,000-man elite team. However, they couldn't ignore such a legion from Zero Wing. After all, every one of those players was an expert. If Zero Wing had targeted a particular guild, even a 10,000-man elite army would not be able to stop this legion for a time. The various major powers discussed their guesses about Zero Wing's intentions. They also recalled their own members to their respective cities. Chapter 1361, Ancient Orc Empire. Chapter 1361, Ancient Orc Empire. Inside a snow-dusted gorge in the frozen scar, the air was cold enough to fog players' breath. Ice-covered plants glittered like ice sculptures, littering the ground. A 1,000-man legion advanced through the gorge with level 42 and above guardian knights and shield warriors guarding the forefront, creating an iron wall that blocked the narrow path. Level 46 and 47 violent frost bears, strength-type high lords, crashed into this iron wall relentlessly. Violent frost bear, elemental creature, High Lord. Level 47. HP 31,000,000/31,000,000. Even with a successful block, ordinary MTs would lose over 10,000 HP with each of these Frost Bear's normal attacks. Not only did these attacks contain an immense amount of the violent Frost Bear's strength, but their attacks also had the freezing penetration effect. Freezing penetration halved the target's reaction speed, attack speed, and healing received. Moreover, shields couldn't completely block the effect. Factoring in the violent Frost Bear's high attack speed and their Tier 2 skill, Snow Trample, the frontline's MTs could die in an instant if the healers lost focus. This was why so many teams had been stuck in the snowy gorge, unable to proceed into the frozen scar. However, when this legion's guardian knights and shield warriors received the violent Snow Bear's attacks, they never received more than -7,000 damage. Even when the High Lords used their skills, the MTs didn't sustain more than -20,000 damage. To these MTs, who had over 40,000 HP, these bears were little more than Pest's guild leader. The Frozen Heart is quite impressive. It seems that Beast Emperor hadn't lied. With the Frozen Heart, our chances of raiding the Frost King have increased by at least 20%, Daybreak Fog commented as she looked at the pulsing crystal heart in her hand. This is only the beginning, Singular Burial said, chuckling. Each of the top 3 top adventurer teams working with us have their own specialties. Due to their participation, our team is considerably stronger. It is only a matter of time before we kill the Frost King. Zero Wing had just experienced a great war. Although the monster army hadn't damaged the guild's overall strength, it had made a mess of Stone Forest Town. Zero Wing had also lost nearly half of its main force and core members. It would take the guild a considerable amount of time to recover to its peak. Moreover, Zero Wing was currently expanding its influence on multiple fronts. Its enemies weren't limited to Heaven's Burial. The Black Dragon Empire's various guilds also eyed Zero Wing, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Based on the reports he had received, he knew that various minor conflicts had broken out between Zero Wing and the Empire's large guilds. Furthermore, the shadow of a certain superpower seemed to loom behind many of these guilds. If Zero Wing wanted to stabilize its position in the Black Dragon Empire, it would need a large number of experts to defend it. Now that Zero Wing needed to recuperate, Heaven's Burial had an opportunity to catch up with the Frozen Heart. Their leveling efficiency in the Frozen Scar was exceptional. As an Azura mode regional dungeon, these monsters provided far more EXP than monsters elsewhere. Once Heaven's Burial's core members reached level 49, they could challenge level 50 large-scale team dungeons before other guilds and secure the Frost King's first kill. At that time, Red Iron Town might even be on par with Stone Forest Town. Heaven's Burial also had Beast Emperor's secret support. As Singular Burial sketched out his plan in his mind, Daybreak Fog suddenly paled guild leader. This is bad. Apparently, Zero Wing had dispatched a legion of 1,000 experts. Every member of the legion has a mount, and Black Flame himself is in command. Although we still don't know their intentions, everyone suspects that the guild has targeted someone. Guilds throughout the kingdom have begun to recall their main forces and ordered their other teams to spread out. Should we do the same? Daybreak Fog asked worriedly after reading the message she had just received. A 1,000 expert legion was no trivial matter. Moreover, Black Flame himself led this group. Do our spies in Zero Wing know where the legion is going? Singular Burial asked. Our spies' ranks aren't high enough for the guild operation, Daybreak Fog replied, shaking her head. Although she had wanted to send experts into Zero Wing, the guild's management was incredibly strict. The guild actively used the main god system's contracts to restrict members in ways they didn't normally pay attention to. Daybreak Fog found it hard to imagine that Zero Wing had only established a few months ago. Not even first-rate guilds could compare to Zero Wing's setup. The guild investigated every expert they accepted, making it very difficult to spy on Zero Wing. They had been forced to send a few players with potential, having them gradually grow stronger. However, what Daybreak Fog did not know was that Shifeng had been a guild leader in God's domain for nearly a decade. Meanwhile, the guild systems in 10 years would be far more complex. He had various ways to deal with spies. Although he couldn't eradicate all of the spies among the middle and lower echelon members, he could contain the guild's important secrets. As a precaution, scatter the Ghost Shadow Legion's assassins throughout the Frozen Scar. Have them report back as soon as they discover Zero Wings Legion. Singular Burial commanded after giving the matter some thought. In reality, though, Singular Burial doubted that Zero Wing would pick a fight with Heaven's Burial. After all, both guilds had a neutral stance with each other on the surface, focusing on their own development. Zero Wing had no reason to deal with Heaven's Burial. Abandoned Wave had led the monster army against Stone Forest Town. Flame Blood had also reported that his identity hadn't been exposed. Moreover, if their guilds fought, other guilds would take advantage of the situation. After all, God's domain had already entered the era of mounts. The various large guilds were developing rapidly. However, Singular Burial decided to be careful due to Shifeng's penchant for the unexpected. Meanwhile, in Dark Lake Town, which most players avoided, Shifeng configured his team and issued their tasks. Alright, let's set out. Once the team was ready, they left the town. Big Sis Aqua, there aren't any high-resource maps nearby. Since he's gathered so many of us, does guild leader plan to raid one of the Dark Forces towns? Blackie asked curiously as he gazed at the wilderness around him. Dark Lake Town was located near Star Moon Kingdom's border. The town's surroundings were bleak, without any resources to speak of. Even though the local maps were suitable for level 40+ players, no one was willing to go this far to level. Only the nearby dark towns were worth any attention. The Dark Forces tended to operate in this area since it was so close to the kingdom's border. Not only could a crusade against these dark towns increase the guild's popularity, but they could also gain access to the treasure these dark towns hid. Only, the dark towns in this area were extraordinary and would be very difficult to raid. I'm not sure. The guild leader has said that we'll understand once we arrive, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. She didn't know Shifeng's intentions either. Based on what she knew, level 65 to 40 NPCs guarded these dark towns. Raiding such a town was still beyond their abilities. However, as everyone considered the possibilities, Shifeng led the legion across Star Moon Kingdom's border and into the neutral map, Morning Battlefield. For the most part, everyone was familiar with Star Moon Kingdom's maps, but they knew very little about the maps outside of the kingdom. However, that did not prevent them from sensing the danger in their surroundings. What is this place? When the legion entered the Morning Battlefield, many shuddered involuntarily as they felt a dense killing intent wash over them, their minds alerting them to the danger. Suddenly, they noticed 3 to 4 meter tall, green orcs. These orcs wielded spears, bows and arrows, and wore simple armor. Around 500 orcs patrolled a short rampart. Although far fewer, some orcs wielded massive war axes, wearing slightly better equipment. Even so, everyone on the team felt a massive pressure radiating from the war axe-wielding orcs. Orc Sentinel, Humanoid Creature, Chieftain. Level 75. HP 8, 400, 000/8, 400, 000. Orc Captain, Humanoid Creature, Great Lord. Level 77. HP 78, 000/000/78, 000/000. Humanoid creatures possessed considerably high intellect. Escaping these monsters' pursuit along would be challenging, not to mention killing them. Guild leader, are we here to grind these monsters? Sweat dripped down Shadow Sword's forehead as he stared at the orc captains on the ramparts. From where he stood, he counted at least 20 orc captains, and this wasn't Stone Forest Town. They didn't have the assistance of the magic towers and NPC guards. Charging at these monsters would be suicidal. Relax. Shifeng smiled nonchalantly. He then removed miniature ballistas and exploding arrows from his bag, one after another. The Morning Battlefield was an excellent grinding map. Unfortunately, it wasn't suitable for ordinary player teams. These orcs moved in large groups and were incredibly strong individually. In general, only Tier 2, 100-man teams had any hope of safely grinding here. Although his players hadn't reached Tier 2 yet, they could compensate with the miniature ballistas. Chapter 1362, Team Skyrockets. Chapter 1362, Team Skyrockets. Miniature ballistas? Are we? As Zero Wings players watched Shifeng reveal one miniature ballista after another, their jaws hit the floor as they considered a possibility. Miniature ballistas were war weapons that most guilds treated like their own children. No guild would use them outside of a guild war or siege yet. Shifeng intended to use such precious weapons to grind monsters. If other guilds learned about Zero Wings' extravagant grinding method, they would most likely try to strangle Shifeng guild leader. Isn't this a little too wasteful? Even Aqua Rose was astonished as she stared at the miniature ballistas. The other guild members might not realize where these miniature ballistas had come from, but she did. Although players could craft these miniature ballistas, each one was considerably expensive to make. The materials alone cost more than 100 gold. Even with a master engineer like Burning Abyss and the basic meditation room, the production success rate wasn't particularly high. As a result, each ballista cost around 500 to 600 gold to produce. As for the exploding arrows, each cost roughly 3 silver to craft. Aside from risking the miniature ballista's destruction in battle, their durability would decrease from repeated use. The repair fees would also be a painful expenditure. Using these weapons to level guild members was too extravagant. Don't mind that. Resources are meant to be used. Rather than collecting dust in the guild warehouse, they can help strengthen our guild members. As our members grow stronger, the guild can earn even more resources. Using these weapons isn't a waste at all, Shifeng said, smiling. Alright, have our people set these ballistas up quickly. When he had been Shadow's guild leader in the past, he, too, had treated war weapons like precious treasure, not daring to use them casually. After all, those weapons had been irreplaceable. However, that wasn't the case now. Since they could produce these war weapons, there was no reason to stockpile them in the guild warehouse. Using them to strengthen the guild was a wiser decision, particularly now that Zero Wing's core members were over level 40, with some of the guild's upper echelons so close to level 50, they could challenge their Tier 2 promotion quests sooner if the guild helped them level quickly. As Tier 2 players, they'd be more help to the guild than these miniature ballistas. For a moment, everyone felt touched by Shifeng's words. While other guilds' upper echelons wrung their members dry, Shifeng used the guild's most precious resources to help them grow stronger. A short moment later, a row of 50 miniature ballistas were lined up a short distance away from the tattered ramparts. Even capturing a city would be easy with so many war weapons. Then Shifeng summoned a demon with the Bible of Darkness. Now that Shifeng had been promoted to a Tier 2 sword master, he could summon a Tier 3 demon without the assistance of items or skills. He no longer needed to force the demon into becoming a mindless puppet either. After the massive demon gate appeared, an 8-meter-tall demon emerged. 2 crimson horns grew from its forehead, and it carried a spear covered in emerald fire. Purgatory Demon, Dark Creature, Demon. Level 64. HP 24,000/24,000,000. As expected of our guild leader. He can even summon a Tier 3 demon. Summoners would die from envy if they knew about that item. Zero Wing's members were further awed by Shifeng after watching him summon the Tier 3 Purgatory Demon. Generally, large guilds reserved Tier 3 summoning scrolls as trump cards. They wouldn't even sell these scrolls for thousands of gold. Shifeng hadn't actually used a scroll, of course. Rather, he had used an ancient book. Tools were different from magic scrolls. While magic scrolls were one-time use items, tools could be used repeatedly. Hence, tools of the same rank and category were worth dozens of times more than their magic scroll counterparts. The Purgatory Demon will attract the orc's attention. Healers, keep the Purgatory Demon alive. As for those responsible for controlling the miniature ballistas, prioritize the orc captains. MTs, protect the ballistas. Shifeng commanded once his team was almost ready. If he sent level 40+ players to face these orcs, their attacks would only annoy the creatures without the magic tower's buff. The only way they could deal enough damage was to employ the miniature ballistas. If not for the miniature ballistas, he wouldn't have dared to lead this team here. Suddenly, the Purgatory Demon flapped its massive wings and in the blink of an eye, hovered above the ramparts. It then used the Tier 3 skill, Flame Shower. Among the demon's Tier 3 skills, Flame Shower had largest AoE range. Although it wasn't particularly effective against monsters, it was enough to pull the orc's aggro fire rain down in a 100-yard radius. The orc sentinels only received around -20,000 damage, while the orc captains sustained half that. The damage was negligible to these orcs. The orcs on the ramparts raised their bows and fired at the Purgatory Demon. Fire. Shifeng commanded immediately. The 50 miniature ballistas fired a volley of exploding arrows from 500 yards away from the ramparts. At this distance, Zero Wings members would still receive EXP as the monsters died, and the Great Lord ranked Orc captains would have difficulty dodging the attack. Shio. A series of fiery lights bombarded the ramparts. Damages of up to -160,000 appeared above an Orc captain that attacked the Purgatory Demon in the blink of an eye. This Orc captain lost nearly 8 million HP. Moreover, due to the arrow's armor penetration, the Orc captain sustained severe injuries, decreasing its combat power. Although the damage was impressive, each volley cost 1 gold, 50 silver. Even for experts, it was as much as 2 or 3 days net income. Meanwhile, Shifeng controlled the Purgatory Demon to use the Tier 3, single-target skill, Onslaught against the Orc captain, dealing over -400,000 and reclaiming its aggro. As the Orcs retaliated, the Purgatory Demon flew about, dodging over 90% of the attacks. Even when struck, the dozens of healers, who had moved close to the bottom of the ramparts, responded immediately, maintaining the demon's HP above a safe threshold, following which, Zero Wings members launched volley after volley of exploding arrows. The first Orc captain soon fell from the wall. A level 77 Great Lord was already worth a frightening amount of EXP, including the bonus EXP from defeating a higher level opponent. Everyone's experience bars increased by a noticeable amount despite sharing it among 1,000 players. It gave so much EXP. This is amazing. I'd have to grind for dozens of minutes to get this much EXP. Everyone was elated. Normally, it took a long time to kill a Great Lord of the same level, but they had taken 30 seconds or so to defeat the level 77 Great Lord. Moreover, once the Orc captain died, it dropped several items. However, as they were still engaged in battle, no one moved towards the loot. After killing the first Orc captain, the team focused their fire on the other Orc captains in such a way, one Orc captain after another fell from the ramparts. By the time they had annihilated the 20+ captains, many level 42 players had leveled to 43. As for Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, and the other upper echelons, they had reached level 49. They were only one level away from level 50 now. Chapter 1363. Dispute between towns. Chapter 1363, Dispute between towns. Now that they had eliminated the Orc captains on the ramparts, dealing with the Orc sentinels had become much easier. They didn't even need a full volley of exploding arrows to kill a sentinel. The team on had to watch from afar. Only the healers were a little worn out as they had focused on healing the Purgatory Demon from time to time. With the miniature ballistas firing one volley after another, it took less than half an hour to clear out the Orcs on the wall. Although the Orc sentinels hadn't given as much EXP as the captains, everyone's experience bars rose by a sizable chunk. Their leveling speed was dozens of times faster than normal. This leveling speed is amazing. At this rate, we'll level up again in a few more hours. Zero Wings members were ecstatic. They hadn't experienced such astounding leveling speed since obtaining their Tier 1 classes only. Sustaining this leveling speed required a large number of exploding arrows. Of course, EXP wasn't the only thing the Zero Wing Legion had obtained. There was also the items scattered above the ramparts, following which, Shifeng jumped onto the wall to collect the loot while the rest of his guild members pushed the miniature ballistas forward. The benefits of pioneering a new map are wonderful. The drop rate is much higher than usual. Shifeng was inwardly astonished as he picked up the loot. After reaching level 50. Monsters' drop rate in God's domain would decrease drastically. A level 50+ chieftain might not drop as much as elite monsters right now. However, contrary to expectations, the loot dropped by the Orcs was considerably good. Over 8 gold had dropped in coins alone. There were also 20+ level 70 common weapons and pieces of equipment, which could be dismantled for raw materials. 3 level 70 bronze weapons and pieces of equipment and various ordinary materials had dropped as well. All of those items were only the level 75 Orc sentinels' loot. The Orc captain's loot was far more impressive in total. The Orc captains had dropped over 10 level 70 mysterious iron weapons and pieces of equipment. If sold, each piece of equipment could easily fetch 5 gold or more, while the weapons could go for at least 10 gold. They were far more valuable than mysterious iron weapons and equipment below level 50. The Orc captains also dropped 2 pieces of level 70 secret silver equipment, a pair of mage boots and a pair of plate gloves. Each of these items could easily fetch over 100 gold. The Orc captains had also dropped high-ranking potions and Tier 2 magic scrolls. Overall, the loot's value, more or less, made up for the exploding arrows cost them. An advanced recipe fragment? As Shifeng organized the orc captain's loot, he noticed half of a tattered piece of paper. When he clicked to check its description, he could not help his elation. Magic soul potion recipe fragment. In God's domain, advanced rank recipes and designs weren't easy to purchase. Moreover, most advanced recipes and designs dropped as fragments. Players rarely found complete recipes and designs on the market. Advanced recipes and designs generally sold for a minimum of 500 gold, though this was only in the case of ordinary recipes and designs. Players couldn't even buy valuable ones with coins, and people generally wanted items of equal value. Shifeng had never expected to obtain the magic soul potion recipe, which was an extremely rare drop in the morning battlefield. The magic soul potion was a rare potion. It was an advanced potion that increased the user's basic attributes by 10% and magic resistance by 100% for 1 hour. Unlike the potions that gave a fixed amount of magic resistance, the magic soul potion would never become outdated. Even after players had reached level 200, the potion had been incredibly popular in the past tense. Many large guilds had often grinded in the morning battlefield. Unfortunately, the recipe's drop rate was abysmal. In the end, very few guilds had obtained the complete recipe. Could this be a benefit of pioneering the map? Shifeng wondered if he could obtain a complete magic soul potion recipe. It would be a great help to guild members when raiding large-scale team dungeons. Moreover, they wouldn't need to prepare as much to raid the Frost King with the magic soul potion. They could start raiding the boss once the team's basic attributes met the requirements. Guild leader, has something good dropped? Aqua Rose asked when she saw Shifeng's smile. Certainly not bad. Shifeng then shared the loot information in the team chat. When the Legion members saw the list, they couldn't help but gasp. We killed all those great lords and chieftains, yet we got so few items in return. Guild leader, why don't we go somewhere else? We'll only lose money if we stay here. Blackie and the others suggested if they continued at this rate, although their levels might increase very quickly, the guild would suffer for it. While it is true that we're not compensating for our losses, if we can gather 4 more magic soul potion recipe fragments, we'll earn back everything we've lost and more, Shifeng said, chuckling nonchalantly. He proceeded to lead everyone deeper into the morning battlefield. In reality, their losses hadn't been that great. After all, he also had the soul orb, which allowed him to absorb souls from great lord rank monsters and above. He could turn every 30 souls he absorbed into a soul crystal. He had obtained one from their first slaughter, lessening their losses considerably. Hearing Shifeng's words, the Legion regained its motivation as they silently swore to complete the magic soul potion recipe. As the team ventured farther into the morning battlefield, they encountered far more orcs. Their strength continued to increase as well. Unlike the first orc army, which had only consisted of great lords and chieftains, the following armies included lords and high lords as well. Fortunately, Shifeng could summon an additional tier 3 demon after 3 hours. This time, he had called forth a magical class demon with 1 melee and 1 magical class demon. The demons could barely weather the orc army's attacks, buying Zero Wings members enough time to kill the high-tiered bosses. After grinding for nearly 9 hours, Shifeng and the others finally left the morning battlefield's outer region, reaching the inner area. Throughout their expedition, the previously level 42 and 43 players had gained 1 or more levels. Now, most of the Legion's members were level 45. If they chose, they could monopolize all top 100 spots on Star Moon Kingdom's ranking list. Aqua Rose and the others who were level 49 hadn't gained any additional levels due to the massive amount of EXP they needed to cross the hurdle. Even so, they were not too far from level 50 either. As for the magic soul potions recipe fragments, due to Shifeng's continuous use of divine providence, the team had gathered 4 fragments by the time they reached the inner region. While the Legion explored the morning battlefield, Stone Forest Town's repairs had almost completed. The battle arena had resumed its normal operation, and more players than ever before had gathered in the town. The town's player population had already passed the 1 million threshold. Among these players, many were merchant players and adventurer teams originating from other kingdoms and empires. All of these players had come to attend the Candlelight auction tomorrow, which would include Zero Wings private houses and shops as the main attractions. Overall, Stone Forest Town's prospects were impressive. In fact, Phoenix Rain, Zero Wings' collaborator, had reaped a massive profit from the situation. Currently, all the virtual products in her virtual store sold like hotcakes. Among the products, the most popular were the furniture and fashion coats made from wood and cloth in God's domain. Meanwhile, Red Iron Town had also attracted a lot of attention in Star Moon Kingdom. Red Iron Town was home to the first player-operated auction house in Star Moon Kingdom. The town's popularity among NPCs had risen considerably due to its auction house, so much so that Red Iron Town had been promoted to intermediate rank now. Heaven's Burial even surpassed the Star Alliance. Moreover, Heaven's Burial had recently announced that it would hold an auction for Red Iron Town's private houses and shops at the same time as the Candlelight auction. Almost everyone on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums discussed the situation. Which town would they decide to develop in? After all, both towns had advantages. With Red Iron Town's rise to glory, many players who had been interested in Stone Forest Town's houses and shops began to hesitate at this time. Melancholic Smile contacted Shifeng and asked, "Guild leader, should we hold the auction earlier than planned? If we hold it at the same time as Heaven's Burial, it'll be difficult to encourage high bids." Interesting. So, they've already started working with Beast Emperor? When Shifeng saw Red Iron Town's auction house, he instantly understood what was happening. After all, the auction house design wasn't easy to obtain. Shifeng could not help but laugh at the situation as he said, "Fine. Since they want a competition, let's give it to them." Chapter 1364, The Price of Playing with Fire. Chapter 1364, The Price of Playing with Fire. Guild leader, you intend to compete against them? Melancholic Smile was startled when she heard Shifeng's words. Before this, Red Iron Town had become quite popular among the kingdom's players due to its strategic location and its connection to Evernight City. Once Heaven's Burial opened the Red Iron Mine to the public, it had attracted even more players and adventurer teams. Now, the town also had an auction house, allowing players to sell their items there while paying a cheaper processing fee than in the auction houses in NPC cities. Furthermore, the town had received its promotion to intermediate rank, able to accommodate even more players. If they truly wanted to compete with Red Iron Town, they'd have to lower their asking prices for Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. The other Zero-Wing upper echelons might not know the guild's top secrets and current financial state, but Melancholic Smile, who managed a large portion of Zero-Wing's affairs and transactions, did. Right now, Zero-Wing urgently needed 35,000 gold to cover the additional expenses incurred while constructing the guild's new city. Without the reimbursement fee, the city's construction would halt. Moreover, the longer they delayed paying off this debt, the higher the fee would become. This was the true reason for auctioning off Stone Forest Town's private houses and shops. Now that Stone Forest Town had lost its advantages over Red Iron Town, competing with Heaven's Burial wasn't wise, since Heaven's Burial wants to play as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Zero-Wing cannot back down, Shifeng declared, laughing. However, since they want to play, let's raise the stakes. Announce to the public that any player or adventurer team that purchases a private house or shop from Heaven's Burial will be banned from all of Zero-Wing's towns and cities. Guild leader. Isn't that going a little too far? Shifeng's words shocked Melancholic Smile. Such a declaration was tantamount to declaring war against Heaven's Burial. Now that Stone Forest Town didn't have a clear advantage, such a move was far too risky. Relax. Just announce it. I'll have someone bring you the recipe for the magic soul potion soon. Have the guild's alchemists produce them as quickly as possible. Craft as many as you can, Shifeng instructed calmly. Magic soul potion, Alright, Melancholic Smile nodded helplessly. Since Shifeng had given the command, she could only manage Stone Forest Town to the best of her ability. Although she was somewhat opposed to Shifeng's decision, she, too, was a little miffed at Heaven's Burial. It wouldn't be a bad idea to use this opportunity to put the guild in its place. This way, Zero-Wing would secure its position as Star Moon Kingdom's overlord. Following which, Melancholic Smile disconnected the call and organized her subordinates to see to the necessary preparations. She also posted Shifeng's declaration on the kingdom's official forums. The announcement flabbergasted the players that heatedly debated the two towns. This is crazy. Zero-Wing has lost its mind. Heaven's Burial is merely provoking the guild. Does Zero-Wing need to take things this far? All hail Zero-Wing. This is what you get for provoking Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild for no reason. Heaven's Burial's upper echelons will cry with regret. I agree. When Heaven's Burial's upper echelons see this message, they'll regret their provocation. Of all the things they could do, they had to steal traffic from Stone Forest Town. Not only will they fail, but they might have spelled doom for their town. This is going to be interesting. I wonder which of them will survive in the end? Shortly after Melancholic Smile created her post, it had been upvoted to the top of the forums. Ordinary players were more than happy to watch such an interesting development. After all, neither the guild town's private houses nor the shops had anything to do with them. The various adventurer teams and merchant players, however, had a different reaction to the news. This was especially true for the various adventurer teams that had already garrisoned in Red Iron Town. When they saw the post, they turned deathly pale. Zero Wing is insane. Why are they being so desperate? Although they had already set up in Red Iron Town, they still visited Stone Forest Town's battle arena to train and improve their combat techniques. Moreover, if they obtained the championship in the battle arena's tournament, they'd have the opportunity to learn a secret technique, but Zero Wing's announcement had destroyed their chances. After all, even large guilds' core members had a very low chance of learning a secret technique, much less adventurer teams' independent players. They would also lose the opportunity to purchase the items from the town's wandering merchant NPCs. The various adventurer teams that had garrisoned in Red Iron Town began to resent Heaven's Burial. Of all the things the guild could do, it had to play with fire and provoke Zero Wing. Now, their adventurer teams had been caught in the crossfire. 5 short minutes after Melancholic Smile announced Zero Wing's intentions, over a dozen well-known adventurer teams in Red Iron Town declared their intent to withdraw. The merchant players who had considered purchasing shops in the town had begun to hesitate as well. Although Red Iron Town was prosperous, it was no match for Stone Forest Town. Most importantly, Stone Forest Town had the money-making machine, the battle arena. With the battle arena, the town attracted countless experts. The top adventurer teams in Red Iron Town also began to panic. Zero Wing. Do you really think we need your battle arena to improve? Zero Wing thinks too highly of itself. Such tactics are only useful against well-known adventurer teams. Although the post had somewhat shaken the 3 top adventurer teams, they were still confident of their own strength. Even without the battle arena, they could find areas to train their combat standards. Moreover, they were confident that with their assistance, Heaven's Burial could nurture Red Iron Town to surpass Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, in the morning battlefield, Aqua Rose, Alluring Smile, Blackie, and the other upper echelons had reached level 50 while Shifeng had conversed with Melancholic Smile. Wonderful. I've finally reached level 50. Blackie laughed when he saw the golden glow envelop his body. I can finally challenge my Tier 2 promotion quest. The rest of these core members were also excited. Currently, every expert's goal was to obtain their Tier 2 class. This was especially true for Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other upper echelons, as they knew Shifeng had already completed his. They had also witnessed Shifeng's battle against Evil Fire, so they were fully aware of how powerful a Tier 2 class was. It was on a completely different level from a Tier 1 class. Since you've reached level 50, you can go and challenge your Tier 2 promotion quests now. When Shifeng saw that Aqua Rose and some others had reached level 50, he took a fist-sized stone tablet from his bag. It was none other than the Sea God's legacy, which Shifeng had obtained in the Sea Dragon's secret land. Smiling, he said, I have a special legacy. I'm sure you're all aware of Hidden Class's flaws, so I won't go into detail. Whoever wants to class change into a hidden class can apply with me. There are a total of 10 slots available. 10 slots? Shifeng's words rendered Aqua Rose and the others speechless. Every player in God's domain sought to obtain a hidden class. God's domain's various superpowers constantly tried to obtain high-rank legacies. Unfortunately, even they had only gotten their hands on a few yet. Shifeng had 10 legacy slots. Moreover, the instant Shifeng had revealed the Sea God's legacy, it seemed as if the space around them had frozen. They felt the tablet radiate an intense pressure, so much so that they felt a bit sluggish. One could easily imagine how extraordinary the stone tablet was. The legacy was definitely a high rank. Chapter 1365, Extravagant Assault. Chapter 1365, Extravagant Assault. Who's up to the challenge? Shifeng asked as he looked at Aqua Rose and the others. Although he had held onto the Sea God's legacy for a while, he had kept it hidden in his bag due to its level 50 requirement. Now that Aqua Rose and the others had reached level 50, this was a good opportunity for them to take the challenge and obtain the legacy. Other players would likely need to improve their equipment after reaching level 50, but Aqua Rose and the other upper echelons already wore complete Tier 1 set equipment. Moreover, Aqua Rose and the others had consumed the Moonlight Fruit, their physiques improving considerably. At their current standards, improving their combat power would take a lot of time and effort. Hence, this was the best time for them to attempt the class change. If one of them obtained the Sea God's legacy, Zero Wing would have another peak expert. During naval combat, the Sea God's legacy player's performance would be even more impressive. Guild leader, what rank is the legacy? Aqua Rose asked curiously. Among the 10 legacy slots, 9 are for the Sea God's Guard legacy. At its weakest, it's an advanced legacy. The last slot is the Sea God's legacy. It's the strongest, even superior to peak legacies. Whether or not you obtain these legacies depends on your strength, Shifeng explained. Even superior to peak legacies? Everyone gasped, their eyes shining as they gazed at the legacy tablet. Even advanced legacies were beyond most players' reach, yet among Shifeng's 10 legacy slots, the weakest was advanced rank, and the strongest was superior to a peak legacy. If news of this went public, it would cause a huge commotion throughout God's domain. It might even tempt superpowers to move against Zero Wing. Thoughts of obtaining these legacies flooded these players' minds. As for alluring Summer and Cola, they glanced at each other and smiled bitterly. If not for the Dragon Soul Potion, they, too, could have tried for the Sea God's legacy. Since Violet Cloud already had the Astromancer hidden class, she didn't mind missing the opportunity to obtain the Sea God's legacy, following which, Shifeng sent Aqua Rose and the others, who were up to the challenge, into the legacy space. As for Violet Cloud, alluring Summer, and Cola, Shifeng gave them the Magic Soul Potion recipe and sent them back to White River City for their promotion and class change quests, respectively. Once Aqua Rose and the others completed their class change, Shifeng intended to claim the Manatite Mine in the Sea of Death, solving Zero Wing's magic crystal problem. The crystals from the Stoneclaw Mountains, the Battle Arena, and Team Dungeon simply weren't enough for the guild's expenditures. He also had the Ring of Gospel, which he needed to give a frightening number of magic crystals each week. Shifeng had considered securing the Manatite Mine earlier, but the island it was on was too dangerous. Current players simply couldn't contend with the monsters there. Hence, he had put the matter on hold. However, if Aqua Rose and the others obtained the Sea God's legacies, they could claim the mine. Only the various superpowers had qualified to hold the Manatite Mine in the past. If Zero Wing had their own, it would boost the guild's development by leaps and bounds. Quickly, Shifeng suppressed the excitement in his heart. Completing the Ancient Orc Empire quest was his current priority. It was the reason he had led this legion to the morning battlefield, following which, Shifeng led Zero Wing's members and cleared out the orc armies in their path, slowly advancing towards the Ancient Orc Empire's capital. Once in the morning battlefield's inner region, the legion encountered far more, stronger orcs. On average, these orcs were above level 80. If not for the miniature ballistas, they wouldn't have been able to continue. After another 3 hours or so grinding, Shifeng and the others finally reached the ancient city's ruins. As the capital of an empire that had once shaken the God's domain continent, one could still feel the city's might even after the corrosion of time. The city walls alone were 50 meters tall, and the main gates depicted over a dozen massive, divine figures. Numerous high-ranked buildings filled the city. Among them, the most awe-inspiring was the ancient Orc Empire's palace. It loomed like a massive mountain, and one could easily overlook the entire capital from the top of the palace. Despite having fallen to ruin, the capital's mana was far denser than elsewhere. Even from outside, Zero Wing's players could feel it. However, compared to those factors, the number of orcs inside the city was shocking. The Legion was stupefied. The ancient city should have been lost to history, yet Zero Wing's members felt as if they had just walked into a current orc city. Orcs constantly passed through the city's main gates, and those that entered the city seemed like well-trained soldiers. Their auras and levels were far superior to the orcs the Legion had encountered on the way here. Even the lowest leveled orc was level 80. Chieftain-ranked orcs were everywhere as well. From time to time, these players also spotted level 85 Grand Lords leading squads as they patrolled the walls. Their eyes shone with wisdom. Guild leader, you don't intend to attack the city, right? Zero Wing's members gulped as they stared at the ancient city before them. They were the elite among Zero Wing's elites, and even the weakest among them could reach the trial tower's 5th floor. They were quite confident in capturing a dark town with 50 miniature ballistas, but as they stared at the scene before them, they couldn't help but panic. They could already see tens of thousands of orcs, including at least 20 level 85 Grand Lords and more than 200 Great Lords. There was doubt that more orcs lay beyond the city walls. This wasn't a place for current players. Moreover, orcs weren't like wild beasts. These monsters possessed a certain degree of intellect. If they attacked even one of these orcs, they might aggro every orc in sight. Even with 2 level 64, tier 3 demons on their side, they had little hope against these powerful orcs. Why are so many monsters here? Shifeng, who stood at the foot of a mountain, was similarly stunned as he stared at the imperial capital before him. Is this because of the quest? When he had come here in the past, only a few orc tribes had lived in the area. Now, however, the ancient city had a large orc population, but after giving the matter some thought, Shifeng found the situation reasonable. After all, this was an SSS-rank commission. The system wouldn't make it easy to obtain the disintegration axe. Otherwise, Star Moon Kingdom wouldn't have failed all 3 of the freebie SSS-rank commissions. We won't be able to force our way through the front gates. We'll have to lure the orcs out. Glancing around the ancient city, Shifeng discarded his plan of a direct assault unless he had a team of 3,000 level 80 elite players and a large stock war weapons. Clearing out the orcs on the city walls would be impossible with their current combatants. They had no chance of defeating these orcs. However, after going through great lengths to reach the city, Shifeng refused to give up without a fight. Lure the orcs. When everyone heard of Shifeng's crazy plan, they wondered if they had misheard him. Whether or not they could lure these orcs without dying, how were they supposed to enter the city if they succeeded? However, Shifeng didn't offer an explanation as he began to distribute tasks. The imperial capital had 4 entrances, all of which were heavily guarded. Forcing their way in would be suicidal. Even the tier 3 demons would die instantly in a head-on charge. After all, the level gap was too massive. There were also so many high-tiered monsters defending the entrances. If they wanted to lure these orcs out of the city, they had to use the miniature ballistas. The miniature ballistas had a maximum range of 3,000 yards. Even level 85 Grand Lords would need some time to cross such a distance. Shifeng would have Zero Wings members use the miniature ballistas to lure the orcs from all 4 entrances. However, they wouldn't target the orcs on the walls, but the orcs inside the city. Fortunately, he had the 7 Luminaries ring. As long as he input the correct coordinates, he could use space movement to infiltrate the imperial capital. He would never use such a strategy to enter a normal capital, but the ancient Orc Empire's main city had long since fallen into ruin. It was no longer protected by magic arrays. Aside from the Orc Palace, which was strengthened by divine runes that would prevent him from teleporting into the building, he could teleport anywhere within the city. The orcs inside the city were the only problem. Even if he were familiar with the terrain, he would undoubtedly die if he teleported into a group of orcs. He needed them to leave the city first. Only then would he have an opportunity to infiltrate the Orc Palace, following which, Shifeng selected 16 miniature ballistas with the least amount of durability remaining, stationing them near the 4 entrances. He then gave the players manning the miniature ballistas Tier 1 instantaneous movement scrolls. This way, these players could leave the battlefield as soon as the orcs left the city. They could then find a safe location and use a return scroll to leave the morning battlefield. He had the rest of his legion take the remaining miniature ballistas back to Stone Forest Town and rest. Although this plan would sacrifice 16 miniature ballistas, it would be a worthwhile trade if he successfully entered the Orc Palace. When Zero Wings members heard Shifeng's crazy plan, they thought it was extravagant. Shifeng wanted to trade 16 miniature ballistas for a single opportunity throughout God's domain. Shifeng was likely the only player mad enough to do something like this. The other superpowers guild leaders would never make such a gamble. Time passed quickly. Under Shifeng's command, the 16 miniature ballistas moved into position. Guild leader, our side is ready. All right. Begin. Once everyone was prepared, Shifeng adjusted his position and gave the command immediately. The 16 miniature ballistas launched exploding arrows at the ancient capital's walls. The exploding arrows passed through the walls easily. Before the orcs on the walls could even react, the exploding arrows exploded inside the city. Boom. 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 A series of explosions shook the air. Deafening roars then echoed from beyond the city walls. What? Mythic monsters are inside the city? Shifeng inwardly rejoiced when he saw 3 figures appear above the city and charge towards the miniature ballistas. Had he snuck into the city recklessly, he would have lost his life shortly after these mythic-ranked orcs left the city. The orcs inside the capital went into a frenzy, too, surged out of the city. There's my chance. Seeing the orcs pour out of the city and the 3 mythic orcs more than 200 yards away from its walls, Shifeng activated space movement and leaped into the spatial tear that formed before him. After vanishing from the foot of the mountain, he appeared before the orcs' palace's main entrance. Chapter 1366, Ancient Treasure Chest. Chapter 1366, Ancient Treasure Chest. The instant Shifeng appeared before the towering palace, he immediately sensed 2 sources of killing intent locking on to him. If an ordinary player were standing in his place, the pressure definitely would have suffocated them. Sure enough, the game won't let players enter the palace so easily. Shifeng glanced at the 2 stone statues situated on each side of the palace's main entrance. The killing intent he felt came from none other than these 2 statues originally. He thought that once he had lured away the orcs surrounding the palace, he could enter the palace undetected. However, his distraction attempt had failed to draw these 2 gargoyles from their stations, as they simply stood guard before the palace's entrance. Gargoyle, Demonic Beast, Great Lord. Level 85. HP 90,000/90,000,000. The instant these 2 gargoyles awakened, they let loose an angry roar that echoed throughout the entire ancient city. Their cries immediately notified the orcs, which had left the city to deal with the invaders, that there was an intruder at the palace. The orcs promptly turned around and raced back. Damn it. Shifeng promptly activated Wind Rider and dashed into the palace. The terrain inside the orc palace was complex. Moreover, the interior was slightly cramped. There, he would not have to take the full brunt of the orc army. In the next moment, Shifeng transformed into a streak of light as he disappeared into the inner section of the palace. As for the awakened gargoyles, they flapped the wings on their backs and chased after him. Guild leader, not good. The 3 mythic-ranked orcs returned to the city right away after destroying the miniature ballistas. A Zero-Wing member, who was hiding at the foot of a mountain, reported hurriedly in the team chat when he saw the mythic orcs flying back to the city already. Shifeng frowned slightly. He then replied, I got it. You guys should leave this place now. Although the gargoyles were currently chasing after him, after he activated Wind Rider, he was much faster than they were. Moreover, now that he had entered the palace, with the interior of the palace akin to a maze, even if he couldn't throw the gargoyles off his trail, the gargoyles wouldn't be able to do anything to him within a short period. The only problem was the 3 mythic orcs. If they spotted him, he definitely wouldn't even have a chance to escape. He needed to locate the disintegration axe before those mythic orcs discovered him. If he failed in his attempt this time, the difficulty of his next attempt at entering the palace would no doubt be much higher. Fortunately, Shifeng was still relatively familiar with the palace's terrain. Without faltering, he rapidly wound closer and closer to the palace's underground treasury roar. As Shifeng neared the underground treasury, the 2 gargoyles grew enraged, continuously letting out one roar after another while also spitting out gray breaths. Everything that came in contact with this breath was immediately petrified. Players could not block this move, only dodge when Wind Rider's duration was close to running out. Shifeng was still more than halfway to the underground treasury. Meanwhile, like navigators, the 2 gargoyles constantly reported their exact locations to the orcs inside the city. If I don't get rid of these 2 gargoyles, those 3 mythic orcs will most likely find me in short order. A deep frown formed on Shifeng's face as he looked at the 2 gargoyles dogging his heels. He finally understood why nobody managed to complete this commission in the past. Anyone who wished to complete it needed sufficient combat power to capture the ancient city. However, doing so was easier said than done. Although he had managed to get into the palace using a trick, if he did not kill the 2 gargoyles chasing after him, it would be only a matter of time before he had to face off against the 3 mythic orcs. However, even if the 2 gargoyles simply stood still and did nothing, he wouldn't be able to kill either one of them due to their ridiculously high HPs. Just as Shifeng was trying to think of a way to deal with the gargoyles, he suddenly discovered a forked path ahead of him. Meanwhile, the 2 branches headed in opposite directions. A forked path? Shifeng's lips curled up slightly when he saw the fork ahead. Although killing the gargoyles was beyond him, throwing them off his trail would be sufficient to achieve his goal. As long as he could escape the gargoyle's perception range, the two great lords would no longer be able to locate him, following which, Shifeng activated Phantom Kill. He and his doppelganger then split up, each of them taking one of the paths ahead. However, the path Shifeng himself chose did not lead to the palace's treasury but to the underground library. The gargoyles had long since locked on to Shifeng's presence, so they completely ignored the doppelganger as they continued in pursuit of the real body. Soon, the distance separating Shifeng and his doppelganger widened 100 yards. 300 yards. 500 yards. When Wind Rider's duration ended and Shifeng landed back on the ground, the two gargoyles immediately moved to surround him. They then revealed sinister expressions as they stalked up to Shifeng step by step. 700 yards, this should be enough. Looking at the gargoyles that were already preparing to assault him, Shifeng silently guessed the distance between him and his doppelganger. In God's domain, different monsters had different perception ranges. According to statistics, setting aside those with very high intellect, monsters at the Great Lord rank generally had a maximum perception range of 500 to 600 yards, while mythic monsters was between 1,000 and 1,500 yards. Thus, when players were targeted by mythic monsters, escape was generally impossible. As for the gargoyles, due to them being demonic beasts, they could be considered relatively sensitive monsters. Hence, their maximum perception range should exceed 500 yards. As a precaution, Shifeng chose to put at least 700 yards between himself and his doppelganger before swapping positions. In the next moment, the two gargoyles let loose angry roars as they spat out grey whirlwinds from their mouths. In this cramped space, it was practically impossible for Shifeng to avoid the whirlwind's replace. Shifeng directly used his doppelganger replace skill, switching positions with his distant doppelganger at the same time. He also had his doppelganger activate defensive blade to buy him as much time as possible. You guys have fun with my doppelganger. Shifeng smiled faintly when he appeared in the other pathway. He could tell that the killing intent locked on him had already disappeared. He then activated Windwalk and dashed towards the underground treasury. Although there were no longer any monsters on his tail, Shifeng did not dare to be careless. He immediately activated Omniscient Eyes to constantly scan his surroundings. The reason he had done so was the increase in density of traps as one got closer to the palace's treasury, and accidentally triggering even one of them might result in death. When Shifeng had come here in the past, the Orc Palace had long since been explored by other players. Back then, the traps inside the palace were mostly disabled already. He had only visited it to try his luck and see if he could come across any treasure chests. After all, treasure chests spawned randomly. Meanwhile, the chances of stumbling across a treasure chest in a location like a palace was much higher than elsewhere. What? There really is a treasure chest. Shortly after Shifeng headed off to the treasury, he discovered a small, secret room in a corridor leading to a small courtyard, and placed inside the secret room was a treasure chest. I don't think I saw this secret room in the past. However, the magic barrier set up to protect this room really is complex. I wonder what rank the treasure chest stored inside is. Omniscient Eyes only allowed him to perceive the shape of the treasure chest. He could not determine the quality and color of the materials used to create the treasure chest itself, following which, Shifeng walked over to the secret room. Fortunately, no traps were set up inside the secret room. There was only a magic barrier that concealed the room from the eyes of players, so there was no danger whatsoever. If he did not take away such a treasure chest, then he really would be doing a disservice to himself. The concealment technique used is really brilliant. Not only is there a magic barrier to hide the room's presence, but there is also a physical mechanism hiding it. Even an expert in cracking traps would not be able to notice this room. No wonder nobody managed to discover this place in the past, Shifeng muttered in astonishment. Unfortunately, even if the room was skillfully hidden, such trickery was no use against Omniscient Eyes. Breaking through the magic barrier was a piece of cake. Shifeng just activated Flame Burst and sent 10 or so attacks at the wall concealing the room. Once the barrier was shattered, the real wall appeared before him. He then pulled the chain hidden by the foot of the wall, and the next moment, the wall slowly rose, revealing the secret room. The instant the secret room was opened, Shifeng felt a dense wave of mana washing over him, giving him a pleasant feeling. His mind also felt refreshed. In the next moment, however, a terrifying aura enveloped his body, making even movement difficult. After Shifeng saw the true nature of this treasure chest, he could not help his surprise. An ancient treasure chest. Chapter 1367, God's Possession. Chapter 1367, God's Possession. Shifeng's breathing grew short as he looked at the pitch-black treasure chest, which was covered in a thick layer of dust, sitting inside the Rumen ancient treasure chest. This was something he had only heard about in rumors, but an ancient treasure chest was a treasure chest handed down from the ancient gods. Although the treasure chest seemed to be made of black iron, in reality, it was made of obsidian crystal, one of the materials that were second to only the 7 Luminaries crystal. Every ancient treasure chest was worth an unimaginable amount of money in God's domain because they contained the possession of gods. Rumors had it that even the most inferior item one could obtain from an ancient treasure chest could rival those from an epic treasure chest, while better ones could rival even the items from legendary treasure chests. Meanwhile, the rarity of ancient treasure chests was on par with epic treasure chests. Shifeng had only ever heard about them and never personally seen one before. According to rumors, one could come across an ancient treasure chest only in extremely dangerous ancient ruins. He never imagined that he would actually find one in the ancient Orc Empire. So this is an ancient treasure chest? It really is amazing. When Shifeng arrived before the ancient treasure chest, he felt as if his entire body was about to be crushed, as the ancient treasure chest was an item personally created by a god. In addition to the divine runes carved by a god on the treasure chest, the closer Shifeng approached the ancient treasure chest, the stronger the divine might he experienced. Now that he was standing right in front of the ancient treasure chest, it felt as if the blood inside his body had turned to lead. Right now, his body was so sluggish that even a Lord-ranked monster of the same level could kill him easily. If a Tier 1 player were standing in his place right now, they would have already collapsed to the ground and become paralyzed. However, this was also the reason why the ancient treasure chest was not locked. The divine might the treasure chest exuded was the best protection. The instant Shifeng activated the ancient treasure chest, the divine runes carved on it started glowing. Immediately, the mana inside the secret room rampaged as the treasure chest sucked it in. This phenomenon continued for several seconds before ceasing. By the time the treasure chest stopped absorbing the ambient mana, the pressure it exuded had also grown significantly. Only one item? Shifeng could not help falling speechless as he looked at the pitch-black ring floating inside the treasure chest. The ancient treasure chest's size was equivalent to a large wardrobe, yet the space inside the treasure chest was only the size of a basketball. However, Shifeng did not pay heed to this contradiction for too long as he picked up the pitch-black ring and inspected it. Cannot be appraised. So this is an item left behind by a god? No matter how he tried to examine the ring, as if the ring was just a stone on the side of the road, it revealed no information whatsoever. This was the first time Shifeng had come across an item that could not be appraised in God's domain. Even when he obtained the Destroyer of Immortality before, when he first tried appraising the item, he had at least managed to get a name from it, albeit an extremely vague one if not for the shabby ring in his hands being stored inside the ancient treasure chest. Just a moment ago, he might have treated it as garbage and tossed it aside. After all, the pitch-black ring was simply too ordinary. There was nothing special about it whatsoever. However, although he was unable to appraise it, he had no intention of giving up. After waiting for 10 minutes, he activated omniscient eyes and started appraising the ring once more. What? It still can't be appraised. Just what is this ring? Shifeng could not help being surprised when he saw the system's response. Until now, omniscient eyes had never failed to appraise an item. Even someone as powerful as Charlene had praised the omniscient eyes before. Yet, now, omniscient eyes was actually ineffective on the pitch-black ring. Meanwhile, there was only one possibility for omniscient eyes to give a response of, cannot be appraised, and that was because omniscient eyes' appraisal rank was still insufficient. He required a stronger appraisal skill. Shifeng could only think of one appraisal skill that surpassed omniscient eyes, eyes of truth. This was something he had learned from Charlene. However, as to how he could obtain the eyes of truth, that, he did not know. He could only try asking Charlene about it later on. But before then, he couldn't do anything about the pitch-black ring, following which, Shifeng stored the ring and left the secret room. Compared to identifying the pitch-black ring, completing his quest was more important right now. There were many traps on the way to the underground treasury, and any trap could easily end a player's life. Even a peak assassin would lose their life here if they were not careful. Hence, for Shifeng, who was a swordsman, reaching the treasury was even more difficult. The only choice he had was to rely on omniscient eyes to avoid the traps. If he came across an unavoidable trap, then he would use absolute defense to tank it in the end. Shifeng took several times longer to complete the journey, which originally should have taken only 10 minutes or so. As he neared the treasury, he suddenly received a message from Melancholic Smile. The message was very simple. Some time ago, many evil demons started appearing around White River City and Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the evil demons that appeared were all Lord rank and above. Moreover, these evil demons moved with great caution. As soon as they executed an attack in one location, they would immediately move elsewhere, giving the Zero Wing members dispatched no opportunity to surround them. This situation suddenly depressed the number of players wishing to travel to Stone Forest Town significantly. Although Stone Forest Town itself was safe from the invasion of monsters, ordinary players and adventurer teams that did not possess a private house in Stone Forest Town could only get to Stone Forest Town from the nearest NPC town via horse carriage. Meanwhile, although horse carriages were fast, they did not possess any offensive capabilities. Hence, the only fate awaiting ordinary players assaulted by evil demons was death. With the journey to Stone Forest Town so dangerous, many players would naturally give up on going to Stone Forest Town. So Heaven's Burial is no longer even trying to hide that it's colluding with the evil god's temple. Shifeng's complexion darkened. This situation left him with no choice but to complete his quest quickly and return. Even ordinary experts would be no match for Lord-ranked evil demons. Only experts on Aqua Rose's level had a chance against such monsters. However, Aqua Rose and the others were currently challenging their class change quests and promotion quests, so there were no powerful experts stationed in Stone Forest Town right now. Hence, the only way to deal with the evil demons was to surround and kill them in groups. However, the evil demons would flee as soon as they launched an assault, giving no opportunities for Zero Wings members to do anything now. Only he could do something about this situation. As soon as an evil demon appeared, if he was notified of the coordinates of the assaulted players, he could go to the scene immediately using the 7 Luminaries ring space movement. However, he had just managed to enter the Orc Palace after going through so much trouble. If he returned before completing his quest, it would be much more difficult to get into the palace again on his next attempt, following which, Shifeng sent Melancholic Smile a message, telling her to have Zero Wings members form patrol squads and patrol the routes leading to Stone Forest Town for the time being. Although doing so required a lot of manpower, they would be able to suppress the evil demons to a certain extent and prevent them from casually attacking the merchant routes. Time passed quickly. After spending another 2 hours or so traveling inside the palace, Shifeng finally arrived at the hall before the palace's treasury. Inside the spacious hall, which was strengthened by divine runes and magic arrays, an armored orc with its eyes shut sat quietly before the treasury's doors. From afar, the orc looked just like a statue. I was wondering why no orcs came searching for me at the underground treasury after such a long time had passed. So there was still such a guard here. Shifeng could not help but frown as he looked at the armored orc while hiding in a dark corner of the corridor. Although the orc guarding the treasury was not very large, it could even be described as thin and old. Any player that crossed it at this stage of the game would definitely die. The reason for this was this orc being none other than the chieftain of a tribe. Orc Chieftain, humanoid creature, mythic. Level 85. HP 320,000/320,000,000. Against this monster, even a 100-man elite team of level 85, Tier 2 players would be annihilated. Shifeng knew this because he had led a team to raid an Orc Chieftain before, except that he had already been promoted into a Tier 3 Sword King back then. In terms of strength, the Orc Chieftain was much more powerful than the 3 mythic-ranked orcs that had charged out of the city. Moreover, its intellect could rival even that of an NPC. It was like a sage among orcs. Even a 1,000-man elite team of the same level would wipe unless they had a tool that could target the Orc Chieftain's weakness. Just as Shifeng was thinking about how to get past the Orc Chieftain, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from behind him. Moreover, the sound was also growing louder. Chapter 1368, Mythic Orc. Chapter 1368, Mythic Orc. Upon hearing the footsteps, Shifeng instinctively activated Omniscient Eyes. Immediately, he could see everything happening within 100 yards. A patrol squad? With Omniscient Eyes perception, he sensed a group of 6 level 85 orc warriors moving towards his position, every one of them a great lord. If not for the orc warriors having to disable the various traps, they would have long since reached his position. After watching the orc warriors disable the traps one after another, Shifeng made a rough estimate. His guess was that these orc warriors needed roughly 20 seconds to disable each trap, which meant they would take a maximum of only 3 minutes to reach him. Moreover, the corridor leading to the treasury did not have any forks. Once the patrol squad disabled the traps and entered the corridor, he would have nowhere to hide. The security here is really tight. It seems I can only give that thing a shot. Shifeng shifted his gaze to the orc chieftain resting before the treasury. Now that his goal was already before him, there was no way he would simply retreat without doing anything. Besides, these orcs were highly intelligent. Who knew what sort of changes would occur on his next attempt at entering this place? Also, judging by the earlier sight of orcs continuously entering the city gates, he could tell that the number of orcs in the ancient city would most likely become even more frightening in the future, following which, Shifeng took out a summon guard scroll from his bag and summoned Anna. He then took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. Although a level 64, Tier 3 demon was no different from a fly to a level 85, mythic ranked orc. Right now, every second counted. When he had visited the orc palace in his previous life, there had been no orc chieftain defending the treasury. However, there had been a magic barrier, and the toughness of this magic barrier could even rival the magic array protecting White River City. Even Tier 4 mythic monsters would be helpless against it. In order to enter it, players needed to use one mana stone to disable the barrier temporarily. While he had already prepared the mana stone required, disabling the magic barrier was time-consuming. To be precise, it took 30 seconds to disable the barrier. 30 seconds might not be a long time, but surviving against a level 85 mythic orc for 30 seconds would be an extremely challenging feat for Shifeng's current self to accomplish. After Anna appeared, she summoned 10 level 75 rock guardians and 1 level 75 great lord ranked golden giant. Although these summoned creatures were nothing in the face of the orc chieftain, they could buy him some time. Good. Let's begin. Shifeng commanded. Anna promptly controlled the golden giant to dash forward, the great lord making the ground shudder as it ran. Almost immediately, the orc chieftain, who was still over 200 yards away from the golden giant, discovered the great lord's presence. Upon opening its eyes, the orc chieftain gave the golden giant a look of contempt. In the next moment, a wave of crimson energy flooded out into the surroundings from the orc chieftain's body. The instant this energy wave enveloped the golden giant's movements turned sluggish, as if the great lord had just run into a muddy swamp. Even its basic attributes fell by 20%. Impossible. An orc has actually grasped a Tier 4 domain? Shifeng was shocked when he saw the crimson domain that had formed around the orc chieftain. Even Tier 4 NPCs would not necessarily possess a Tier 4 domain skill. Any monster or NPC that managed to grasp a Tier 4 domain would have their strength categorized as Tier 4 peak. Unless one had a sufficiently powerful magic array, defeating such monsters and NPCs was practically impossible for player teams below Tier 4. After all, not only could a domain suppress its user's enemies, but it could also strengthen its user. Unless one possessed a domain of their own to serve as a counter or had overwhelming power, they would definitely be killed. Although the orc chieftain's domain was not very powerful and had a range of only 200 yards, even a 1,000-man elite team would not be able to defeat it without the aid of an advanced magic array suppression. The golden giant had only crossed a distance of 10 yards or so when the orc chieftain already appeared before it. In terms of size, the orc chieftain looked no different from an infant as it stood before the golden giant. However, when the golden giant, a strength-based great lord, sent a punch at the orc chieftain, the latter easily stopped the blow with just one hand. In the next moment, too lazy to even use its weapon, the orc chieftain countered with a punch of its own at the golden giant's body. Along with a loud boom, a strong gust of wind enveloped the entire hall as the golden giant went flying over 30 yards. Its body got embedded deep inside a wall while its HP instantly plummeted over 1 million as well. The orc chieftain's strength surprised even Shifeng. Whether it was in terms of speed or strength, the orc chieftain was simply not an opponent that players at this stage of the game could go up against. Just one attack would be more than enough to kill a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level with their life-saving skill activated. The orc chieftain was an existence that was far superior even to the evil earth dragons that appeared during the siege war. When the orc chieftain appeared before the golden giant once more and was about to swing its fist at the great lord again, Anna quickly had the 10 rock guardians rush forward and form a magic barrier, trapping the orc chieftain in it. Unless the orc chieftain killed the rock guardians, it would not be able to escape the barrier. Meanwhile, with the barrier activated, not only did the rock guardians' basic attributes increase, but the damage they received would also be shared equally among themselves. Hence, it would take the orc chieftain some time to whittle down the rock guardians' combined HP of over 200,000. Good. Seeing the Orc chieftain trapped, Shifeng activated Wind Rider and dashed towards the doors of the treasury without hesitation. Despicable thief. The Orc chieftain immediately noticed Shifeng approaching the treasury's doors, the originally playful look on its face turning serious. It then retrieved the great sword slung on its back and sent a fierce slash at the magic barrier. The Orc chieftain's slash opened a crack in the magic barrier, nearly slicing the barrier in two. For a moment, Shifeng even thought that the magic barrier would fail to contain the Orc chieftain. Fortunately, the Orc chieftain's attack did not reach the magic barrier's shattering limit, and the barrier mended itself rapidly by absorbing a portion of the Rock Guardian's HPs. However, in the blink of an eye, each Rock Guardian lost over 100,000 HP. After seeing its first attack fail, the Orc chieftain shifted its target from the magic barrier itself to one of the Rock Guardians. Scorching flames enveloping its great sword, the Orc chieftain swung the weapon down on its new target. Immediately, every one of the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians lost over 300,000 HP. Their destruction was only a matter of time for the Golden Giant, that was similarly trapped inside the magic barrier. Although it tried to interfere with the Orc chieftain's attacks, the latter paid no attention to the Golden Giant whatsoever. The Orc chieftain simply focused on attacking the Rock Guardians, chipping away at their HP. Moreover, the rate at which the Rock Guardians were losing HP kept rising quick. Move quickly. After arriving before the treasury's doors and starting the disabling process for the magic barrier, Shifeng could not help but grow anxious as he looked at the loading bar that appeared before him. At the rate at which the Orc chieftain was dealing damage, the Rock Guardians would die in less than 30 seconds. Meanwhile, while Shifeng was disabling the magic barrier, he could not suffer any interruption at all. As long as he came under attack or tried using a skill or tool, he would have to start the disabling process all over again. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. When 2/3 of the loading bar was filled up, the sound of an explosion entered Shifeng's ears. All 10 Rock Guardians were annihilated. Moreover, right now, the Orc chieftain's body was covered in flames. It was obvious that the Orc chieftain was no longer pulling its punches, letting out an angry roar. The Orc chieftain dashed straight at Shifeng, gnashing his teeth. Shifeng shouted, "Anna!" Just in time, Anna finished chanting the last verse of her incantation. In the next moment, a golden magic array formed at the ceiling of the hall. A silver-armored Valkyrie then appeared, covering Shifeng's back. Chapter 1369, Empire's Rise. Chapter 1369, Empire's Rise. Angel Summoning. This was the strongest trump card Shifeng could use right now. Although he knew that the 10 Rock Guardians couldn't hold off a mythic-ranked orc for long, he hadn't expected them to die so quickly. Only 22 seconds had passed since he had started the disabling process. To make matters worse, he wasn't allowed to receive damage or use skills to defend himself. Doing so would reset the disabling process. Human. You have angered me. You dare come and steal the king's treasure? You will pay for this transgression with your life. The Orc chieftain's wrathful bellow echoed throughout the hall, shaking the very stone. The Orc chieftain's eyes were bloodshot, and its muscles had expanded significantly. Flames danced across its body. As a result, when it dashed towards Shifeng, it looked like a flying meteor. Even with over 100 yards between them, Shifeng couldn't help but shudder when he felt the Orc chieftain's violent killing intent wrap around him. Since he was so close to disabling the magic barrier, the Orc chieftain had entered its berserk state, both its strength and speed receiving significant buffs. Although Anna could summon a Tier 4 Valkyrie, she was only level 75. The Valkyrie she summoned would be the same level. A level 75 Valkyrie was already at a disadvantage against a level 85 Mythic Orc, not to mention while that Mythic Orc was in a berserk state. As the loading bar was nearly full, the Orc chieftain stood less than 30 yards away from Shifeng, turned to dust. The Orc chieftain shouted as it swung its great sword, the flames around the weapon descending on Shifeng. The Valkyrie finally moved as the flaming pillar was about to smash into Shifeng. Before anyone noticed, a golden lightning spear had appeared in the Valkyrie's hand, and she threw the lightning spear at the flaming pillar. Boom. As the lightning spear left the Valkyrie's hand, a thundering boom echoed throughout the hall. The instant the spear encountered the pillar of fire, the flames scattered as the lightning spear continued towards the Orc chieftain. However, despite the lightning spear's astonishing speed, moving so fast that even Shifeng didn't have time to react, the Orc chieftain struck the incoming spear down with its great sword, diverting the attack trajectory. Boom. When spear and greatsword collided, brilliant sparks scattered around the impact. The resulting shockwave of the collision was so powerful that even Shifeng, who was quite far away from the orc chieftain, felt it following, which, the orc chieftain, who was in a berserk state, flew over 20 yards backward, fear surfacing on its face as it stared at the Valkyrie so strong. Shifeng gaped at the scene. Although he knew that the Valkyrie was quite strong due to being a member of the angel race, he had never expected her to overwhelm a mythic monster with a tier 4 domain. Furthermore, the Valkyrie was 10 levels below the orc chieftain. If not for angel summoning's 10-second duration, the Valkyrie might even kill the chieftain. Shifeng's excitement grew as he thought about killing a level 85, tier 4 peak monster. If he killed the orc chieftain, he could obtain loot that was even more extraordinary than what ordinary mythic monsters dropped. After all, every tier 4 peak monster was an overlord in God's domain. Every one of these creatures' deaths would send tremors throughout God's domain. After landing her first attack, the Valkyrie's wings trembled slightly. In the blink of an eye, she arrived before the orc chieftain wielding another golden lightning spear. This time, she thrust the spear forward, moving so fast that even Shifeng's eyes couldn't keep up. However, the orc chieftain wasn't fazed as he took a step forward and met the spear with his greatsword. In an instant, the Valkyrie and orc chieftain exchanged several blows, the two tier 4 existences filling the hall with lightning and fire. The battle's residual power alone prevented anyone from approaching. However, the numerous exchanges pushed the orc chieftain back, one step after another, increasing the distance between him and Shifeng. Shifeng released a sigh of relief as the Valkyrie suppressed the orc chieftain. In the meantime, the loading bar gradually continued to fill. When the loading bar was full, the magic barrier protecting the treasury disappeared. Damnable human. Seeing the magic barrier vanish, the orc chieftain's eyes turned bloodshot as he glared hatefully at Shifeng. Die. Suddenly, the hall's mana grew violent as a gray, threefold magic array formed at the tip of the orc chieftain's greatsword. The crimson flames dancing over the weapon also faded to a dark gray, radiating a deathly aura that even Shifeng was wary of. Suddenly, the orc chieftain swung its greatsword in Shifeng's direction 9 times, sending 9 gray fire pythons towards the swordsman. Although the Valkyrie tried to block the attacks with her lightning spears, she could only toss 7 spears in a single breath, striking down 7 fire pythons. The remaining 2 continued towards Shifeng unhindered. Watching the 2 fire pythons approach, Shifeng did not dare to be careless as he activated absolute defense while trying to open the doors before him. Although the treasury doors were massive, Shifeng pulled one open without much force. Although the gray fire had wrapped around him, they couldn't do any harm. Success. Shifeng was ecstatic. The orc chieftain watched helplessly as Shifeng disappeared into the treasury with Anna at his heels. The treasury contained a teleportation array connected to a special space. The special space was similar to a dungeon. Once players entered, monsters and players outside wouldn't be able to reach them. Upon entering the treasury, Shifeng stood before a large, golden shrine. Various treasures had been put on display inside the shrine, and every one of these items was extremely valuable to current players. It's here. Shifeng was elated to see the pitch-black war axe inside one of the shrine's magic crystal pillars. The war axe inside the magic crystal pillar was none other than the disintegration axe, the weapon which had once belonged to the Orc Empire's founding emperor. Legend had it that this axe possessed boundless power, and a single hit could destroy a city. The disintegration axe had been the reason the Orc Empire had prospered and been feared by God's domain's various empires. However, for some unknown reason, the disintegration axe had been shattered, resulting in the Orc Empire's eventual downfall. The disintegration axe before him was merely one of the larger fragments. Although the disintegration axe's fragment was right before him, Shifeng didn't hurry to grab it. Instead, he slowly checked the shrine's other treasures. If the Orc Palace's treasury were a unique dungeon, then these treasures were its loot. Only, while some of the items on display were available in unlimited quantities, some items would disappear forever once they were claimed. However, whether or not players could claim these items would depend on their abilities. Every team that entered the palace treasury only had 2 chances to pick an item. The higher quality the items they chose were, the stronger their opponent would be. Only after killing these monsters would players be granted their chosen item. After the 2 attempts, players would have to wait 5 days before re-entering the treasury. Shifeng had long since familiarized himself with the monsters that could appear in the treasury, including their level of difficulty. Only, he wasn't sure if his quest would trigger any changes after confirming the disintegration axe's location. the sound of a system notification reached his ears as he scanned through the nearby items. System announcement: a player has triggered the new expansion pack, Empire's Rise. The system will undergo an update. The estimated duration is 10 hours. Please prepare to log out. Chapter 1370, Weapon of Legend secured. Chapter 1370, Weapon of Legend secured. The system announcement immediately caused a commotion among God's Domain's players. What? Why is the system starting an update now? I just joined a party for a dungeon. Who's the bastard that triggered a new expansion pack this time? 10 hours? This update is so long. I wonder what will have changed the next time I log in. For a time, the players heatedly discussed the announcement. Everyone was interested to see what the new expansion pack would bring. This was especially true for the game's various major powers. After all, every new expansion pack represented a new opportunity. If they could take advantage of the new opportunity, they might secure certain benefits. The expansion pack, Demon God's Disturbance, was one such example. This expansion pack had spawned dark cities in the various kingdoms and empires, giving many guilds an opportunity to rise to prominence. The ancient Orc Empire's rise has such a massive effect? Shifeng was slightly astonished as he read the system announcement. As far as he could remember, normal expansion packs hadn't triggered updates in the past. Only large-scale expansion packs would do so. Moreover, the Empire's Rise expansion pack had triggered a 10-hour-long system update. Such a lengthy system update could rival a system upgrade, but Shifeng didn't give it too much thought as he decided to log out and rest. No one would know the new expansion pack's contents until after the system update finished. It was currently 5 a.m. in the real world. As soon as Shifeng logged out of God's domain and opened his eyes in the virtual gaming cabin, a series of messages and voicemails bombarded his screen. It seems that I have a lot to do since winning the friendly competition. Shifeng briefly glanced through the messages and voicemails. Liang Jing had sent the majority of these messages, while a small portion were invitations, inviting him, the Big Dipper Dojo's head instructor, to participate in various companies' and corporations' events. He hadn't been this popular before the White Tiger Dojo's competition. Due to the fact that the White Tiger Dojo had gone to great lengths to promote the friendly competition, the Big Dipper Dojo had become incredibly popular after defeating the White Tiger Dojo. People came every day to join the dojo, including a few local, professional fighters. In addition, based on a report from Blackie, Zero Wing had recently recruited nearly 100 newcomers for internal nurturing. Blackie had also stated that if they continued recruiting internal members at this rate, the Greenwater Villa would soon reach maximum occupancy. Shifeng had also considered this issue. However, Gentle Snow's negotiations had not been favorable, as those several companies still refused to let go of Ouroboros' training grounds. All she could do now was wait. They would sell the training ground, sooner or later, since its upkeep was quite expensive, and they wouldn't be able to afford it for long. However, Shifeng had also considered constructing his own training ground since he had received a massive amount of funding from Phoenix Rain some time ago. He had only avoided this option thus far simply because it was so time-consuming. After going offline, Shifeng began his busy day. Not only did he need to train, but he also needed to instruct Blackie and the others. When Shifeng saw how cramped the Greenwater Villa was becoming, the need for his own training ground grew even stronger. That the afternoon, Liang Jing contacted him and reported, "Head instructor, a representative from the White Tiger Dojo has arrived with a message. It seems that Hall Master Jiang has invited you to the White Tiger Dojo for a drink. Would you like me to prepare for your departure? The White Tiger Dojo wants to meet with me." Shifeng could not help but laugh. Jiang Tianyuan had already rejected his proposal, only offering a vague reply. Now, the man wanted to speak with him again. "This is interesting, but I don't have time for that right now. God's domain system update will finish soon. Tell them that I'm very busy, and we'll talk next time." Next time? Liang Jing was dumbfounded. They were talking about an invitation from Jiang Tianyuan. Even Chairman Xiao would obediently meet the man, yet Shifeng rejected the invitation. However, since Shifeng had given his reply, Liang Jing could only follow his instructions accordingly and reject the White Tiger Dojo's invitation. Meanwhile, Xie Chiwen, who waited in the Big Dipper Dojo, was momentarily stunned when he received Liang Jing's reply. Shortly after, however, a sneer twisted his expression. "This punk is quite bold. He even dares to reject the Hall Master Zhang's invitation. Xie Chuan had worried that Shifeng might become a threat to his position, seeing as Jiang Tianyuan had actually sent the man a personal invitation, but he was more than happy to help Shifeng dig his own grave. "All right, I'll report to the Hall Master, word for word." After Xie Chuan left, Shifeng returned to his room and drank a bottle of A-rank nutrient fluids before logging back into God's domain. When Shifeng logged back in, nothing had changed. He couldn't find anything different about the shrine. He was a little confused. Such lengthy updates normally generated some change, yet nothing was different. "Forget it. I'll worry about it after I get my hands on the item." Shifeng promptly gave up on searching for the system updates changes and began to search through the shrine's items. He was very familiar with the monsters inside the Orc Palace's treasury. He knew this area's rules like the back of his hand. After players selected an item, a monster between level 50 and 100 would appear. Normally, the monster would only be 5 levels higher than the player. The monster's rank depended on the selected item, ranging between Grand Lord and High Lord. A different number of monsters would also appear. This number depended on how many players had entered the treasury. The treasury allowed up to a maximum of 20 people to enter at a time, and NPC guards would be included. If a 20-man team entered the treasury, 3 challenge monsters would appear per item. If it were a 6-man party, though, only 1 challenge monster would appear for Shifeng, who had dark gold and epic guards. This area was no more of a challenge than his own backyard. He just needed to select his prize. He could leave the rest to Anna and Kite. Shifeng already knew what he was looking for: the advanced auction house design. In this treasury, the advanced auction house design was only second to the disintegration axe. It was a reward for the first player to infiltrate the treasury. It was only available once. It wasn't long before Shifeng found the advanced auction house design and accepted its challenge. After all, he did not know what kind of enemy to expect when he selected the disintegration axe. On the off chance that he was no match for the challenge monster, he would also lose his chance to obtain the advanced auction house design as well. Suddenly, a 9-meter-tall, level 59 mechanical giant appeared in the middle of the shrine. Similar to Anna's rock guardians, which were made entirely of stone, the mechanical giant was a mechanical life form. Guardian Warrior, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 59. HP 80,000/80,000,000. Shifeng instantly had Anna summon a level 75 golden giant to tank the Guardian Warrior, while Kite and Anna attacked from the sides. While Shifeng attacked the Guardian Warrior, he also paid attention to the golden giant's HP, healing it with Life Bloom whenever its HP fell to a critical low. Although the level 75, Great Lord ranked golden giant didn't have an overwhelming advantage against the level 59, Grand Lord ranked Guardian Warrior, it had no problems facing the Guardian Warrior on equal footing. In less than 15 minutes, the Guardian Warrior collapsed at Shifeng's feet, allowing Shifeng to obtain the advanced auction house design. With this trip hasn't been in vain. Shifeng smiled at the advanced auction house design. Due to the advanced auction house, Ouroboros had been the envy of many superpowers in the past. The income of the advanced auction house alone had been a considerable portion of Ouroboros' total income. Moreover, this was only the result of constructing the advanced auction house in one of the guild's towns. If the advanced auction house occupied a superpower's main city, it could generate several times more wealth. After obtaining the advanced auction house design, Shifeng had Kite and Anna retreat. He would decide whether or not to involve his personal guards in the fight after he saw the challenge monster. He then waited another 3 hours for the Bible of Darkness's demon summoning skill to finish its cooldown, only accepting the disintegration axe's challenge after summoning a level 64, tier 3 demon. As soon as Shifeng chose to take the challenge, he heard the sound of a system notification. "System, you have discovered the disintegration axe. Do you wish to collect the weapon?" Confused, Shifeng chose to collect the weapon. Suddenly, an extra item appeared in his bag. It was none other than the disintegration axe, which had previously been inside the magic crystal pillar. "I got it, just like that?" After seeing the disintegration axe in his bag, he glanced around him, searching for monsters. He then heard another system notification. "System, you have selected 2 items from the treasury. You will be teleported to the nearest NPC city in 3 seconds. Before Shifeng could even inspect the disintegration axe's attributes, his body transformed into a streak of light as he vanished from the treasury. Chapter 1371, Kingdom Changes. Chapter 1371, Kingdom Changes. Purplethorn's Kingdom, Rock Sand City. Before Shifeng could react, the system had teleported him here. Why did it teleport me to this city? Shifeng was little confused as he looked at his current location the system displayed in the past. He had always been transported to Starmoon Kingdom's Dark Lake Town after leaving the Orc Palace's treasury, yet he had been sent to the Purple Thorns Kingdom. This time the teleportation hall bustled with activity. Shifeng could even hear many independent teams recruiting members in the hall, recruiting a team to grind Orc bosses in Lakefront Town for honor points. Level 40 plus experts only. We already have a healer. Recruiting for an escort quest, delivering resources to the front line. Need 2 more players. Level 38 and above. Must have in level 35 secret silver equipment or above. We already have MTs and healers. Practically every independent team wanted elite players or better. Shifeng found such a scene hard to imagine in a border city like Rock Sand City. However, how fast these independent teams filled their slots was even more shocking. What is up with this city? After glancing at the players in the teleportation hall, he discovered that practically every player was at the elite standard or above. There were even quite a few level 40 plus independent experts. The activity in this city's teleportation hall could even rival White River City's. Although Rock Sand City was a major NPC city in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, it was close to the kingdom's border. The region didn't have particularly abundant resources either. Hence, finding so many players developing in Rock Sand City was unusual. Expert players should be an even rarer sight yet. Not only was Rock Sand City's player population surprisingly high, but the quality of its players was also stunning. Before Shifeng could get a grasp of the situation, one of the larger-sized teleportation magic arrays lit up. A team of level 40 plus players then emerged. Every one of these players wore a guild emblem belonging to none other than the first-rate guild, Star Alliance. Upon arriving, the Star Alliance members quickly left the teleportation hall. They summoned their mounts and made their way towards Rock Sand City's main entrance. By the looks of it, they seemed to be in a rush. Shortly after the Star Alliance's team arrived, teams from other large guilds began to teleport in. Like the Star Alliance's teams, these teams also hurried towards the city's entrance. After watching this, Shifeng connected to the official forums to get a better idea of what was happening. The fact that so many large guilds had dispatched their expert and elite teams suggested that something big was going down. So, this is the case. Realization quickly dawned on Shifeng after he read through the Purple Thorns Kingdom's official forums. Due to the Empire's Rise expansion pack, orcs had begun to occupy areas near the morning battlefield. Although they had yet to occupy a large area, they were expanding. Meanwhile, the morning battlefield was now beyond recognition. The orcs had already claimed several neutral maps nearby. Thus far, 4 kingdoms had been affected by the morning battlefield's expansion. Orcs all over God's domain were becoming more active. Some had even captured NPC towns to deal with these orcs. The continent's various countries had issued high-ranking quests. Although these quests were quite difficult, the remuneration was considerably abundant. Because of this, the areas these orcs had claimed became excellent locations to grind money and items. This was also a good opportunity for the game's various guilds to increase their popularity. These guilds had begun to receive team quests in their respective residences, each quest requiring them to hunt orcs. However, this was only the tip of the iceberg. The best part about this expansion pack was that players who reclaimed captured towns would obtain a town building order and town reputation order. These 2 rewards were precisely the reason that the large guilds were going crazy. The town building order allowed a guild to construct a town wherever they desired. Of course, the town could only be built in the country they had obtained the building order from. However, this wasn't a problem for the various large guilds, particularly for the first-rate guilds and above. Large guilds generally developed in multiple kingdoms and empires simultaneously, and they generally had a considerable amount of power in each location. So, supporting the development of one guild town wouldn't be a problem. The town reputation order had an even greater purpose. It could increase a town's popularity, which would hasten a town's promotion speed. The further a guild town developed, the more popularity it required to reach its next promotion. This was the main limit to guild town promotions. Meanwhile, the town reputation order could help solve this problem. Why wouldn't the various guilds go mad over this? Hence, many guilds had organized crusades against the orcs. Some had even organized armies of hundreds of thousands to raid captured towns. Unfortunately, the orcs defending these captured towns were extraordinarily powerful. These orcs were generally level 60 and above, making the towns very difficult to reclaim. Moreover, the more players that were dispatched to reclaim a town, the more monsters a town would contain. After watching others' failed attempts, the various large guilds had grown docile now. They only dispatched 100-man expert teams to complete the issued guild team quests instead of trying to reclaim towns. After reading through the discussions of players on the forums, Shifeng was greatly shocked. He had to admit that this expansion had a massive impact on God's domain's various major powers. If dealt with properly, it would not even be surprising to see a guild instantly rise to become a country's overlord. It was no wonder why the system update had taken so long to complete. As Shifeng considered investigating these Orc Town incidents, he received a call from Melancholic Smile guild leader. "How is your quest coming along?" Melancholic Smile asked, slightly anxious. "Ivy just finished it. I just have to turn it in," Shifeng said, chuckling. "Why? Has something happened?" "Nothing has changed. Only, the evil demons around Stone Forest Town and White River City are becoming increasingly active. Moreover, Great Lord-ranked evil demons have begun to appear. The evil demons are growing so bold that they have even begun to ambush the teams we've dispatched to patrol the trade routes. We've already incurred significant losses. Meanwhile, the player traffic visiting Stone Forest Town has decreased by more than half. At this rate, Red Iron Town's player population will surpass Stone Forest Town's very quickly," Melancholic Smile reported helplessly. "Beast Emperor really is bold." Hearing that Great Lord-ranked evil demons had begun to show up, Shifeng could not help but chuckle as he said, "Isn't he afraid that his Great Lords won't make it back home?" Even Abandoned Wave had only employed a few Great Lord-ranked evil demons due to the difficulty of nurturing them, yet Beast Emperor had dispatched a large number of Great Lords to attack players. Although we thought about killing those Great Lords as well, sending the guild's main force to lead a 1,000-man team to hunt them down, they've evaded us constantly as if the evil demon knew about our team's locations. As a result, our members have just wasted a lot of their time," Melancholic Smile said, shaking her head. "In that case, have everyone returned to Stone Forest Town. Split up the guild's assassins to monitor the trade routes. Notify me the moment they spot a Great Lord-ranked evil demon," Shifeng said, smiling. "Order a retreat?" Melancholic Smile was stunned. "Guild leader, if we do that, those evil demons will become even more daring. If they allowed those evil demons to slaughter the players visiting Stone Forest Town, even fewer players would make the trip." "It'll be fine," Shifeng said, chuckling. "However, tell our assassins to be careful. They mustn't be discovered." "Understood." Melancholic Smile could only nod helplessly. She didn't understand the benefit of such a thing. She then started to recall the teams patrolling the various trade routes. As for Shifeng, he retrieved a return scroll from his bag and teleported to White River City. First, he needed to turn in his commission quest. Chapter 1372, SSS-rank commissions rewards. Chapter 1372, SSS-rank commissions rewards. Star Moon Kingdom, Frozen Scar. Below a snow-laden mountain, the legion of experts under Singular Burial's command cleared out frost giants that surged down the mountain. Although these frost giants were not particularly strong, only level 47 special elites, their environment worked in their favor. Not only did the snowy environment drastically reduce players' movement speed and reaction speed, but it also increased their stamina consumption by at least 6 times. However, frost giants weren't Heaven's Burial's only opponents. The team also had to face High Lord-ranked Violent Frost Bears and Great Lord-ranked Frost Pythons. The Frost Pythons, in particular, posed a threat to large player groups. Unlike the Violent Frost Bears, which had powerful single-target attacks, the Frost Pythons had powerful AoE attacks. If players were not careful, a single breath attack could annihilate an entire team. However, while the Frost Pythons might be difficult foes for other teams, they weren't much of an issue for Singular Burial's legion as long as monsters were within a certain range. Even the Frost Python's breath attacks could only do so much damage with the Frozen Heart. It protected players from the frozen state. In turn, it protected them from falling to the frost giant's mercy. The frozen heart would also slow players' stamina consumption to only 2 or 3 times the normal rate as the freezing temperatures gnawed at players' bodies. Although players would still be affected, at least they could last through a single battle good. Lure the pythons to the side and prioritize killing the frost giants and violent frost bears. Singular Burial commanded as he fired arrows at the frost pythons, luring them away from the other monsters. Commanded by several experts, Heaven's Burial's team quickly lured the frost pythons away, allowing the other team members to kill the incoming frost giants. Guild leader, news just came in from Zero Wing. The guild has withdrawn its various elite teams from patrolling the trade routes. They've only kept their assassins on the roads to monitor the situation, Ghost Shadow reported. They've retreated? Singular Burial was stunned. He then smiled as he said, "It seems that I have overestimated Zero Wing." The war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was limited to a battle of attrition. However, Heaven's Burial had the evil demons to exhaust their opponent's manpower and resources. Moreover, the evil demons could affect Stone Forest Town's operation. Singular Burial had assumed that Zero Wing would hold on for quite some time or dispatch an army of tens of thousands to lock down the Stoneclaw Mountains. He had even prepared for an all-out field battle with the other guild. After all, a field battle was different from a siege battle. In a siege battle, Zero Wing had an advantage with the surrounding terrain and the assistance of NPC guards. But the guild wouldn't have these advantages in the field with a large number of evil demons on their side. Heaven's Burial could deal a heavy blow, even if Zero Wing had a large fleet of miniature ballistas. Furthermore, Zero Wing had yet to recover from the previous war. He had never expected Zero Wing to give up so quickly. That's right. Zero Wing likely regrets starting a war with us without understanding the evil demons' capabilities. Not only are the chieftain rank evil demons quite powerful, but they also possess superior intellect and stealth capabilities. Even sending an assassin to track them would be useless. Furthermore, these evil demons are much faster than players. Even if Zero Wing's assassins discover them, the guild's members won't be able to catch up, Ghost Shadow said, nodding. This is a good opportunity. Take some people with you and notify Flame Blood in person. Tell him that Out Plan's initial phase has come to fruition. You and Flame Blood will then execute the next phase, crippling Stone Forest Town's trade routes. Singular Burial instructed, smiling. Once Beast Emperor is ready, we'll be ready to raid the Frost King. I can't wait to see how Zero Wing intends to compete with us. I'll notify Flame Blood right away, Ghost Shadow said, excited. Beast Emperor's strength was more frightening than they had imagined. Even someone like Abandoned Wave couldn't compare to such an existence. Moreover, his strength wasn't reliant on evil beasts and evil demons. He had many more tricks up his sleeves. Meanwhile, in a second-floor VIP room in White River City's Adventurers Association, a tall, beautiful woman in white mage robes entered the room before Shifeng had even taken his seat. This female NPC was Renee, one of the Vice Association leaders of White River City's Adventurers Association. She was a level 180, Tier 3 illusionist Lord Protector. I have heard that you've completed the Ancient Orc Empire commission. May I confirm the validity of this statement? Renee asked. Certainly. Shifeng then retrieved the disintegration axe from his bag and placed it on the table before him. If not for the wooden table's magic array enhancement, the disintegration axe would have shattered it. This wasn't to say that the weapon was particularly heavy. Rather, the disintegration axe contained frightening, destructive power. Despite remaining idle, one would notice the space around the disintegration axe show signs of collapsing. Moreover, this was only a result of the damaged disintegration axe. If the weapon were whole, there was no telling what it could achieve. If the disintegration axe were used in battle, one could just imagine how horrific of a scene it would create. This really is the disintegration axe the commission described. Renee could not help her surprise when she saw the weapon. Lord Protector, you really are impressive. It's been dozens of years since the commission was first issued in Star Moon Kingdom, but until now, no one has ever completed it. The association leader will be pleased to hear of your success now that I've confirmed the validity of the disintegration axe. Lord Protector, please follow me to turn in the commission. Renee led Shifeng out of the VIP room and up to the Adventurers Association's 3rd floor. She then led him to the association's treasure room. There were 4 level 180, Tier 3 puppet guards stationed before the treasury. The room was also protected by a 5-fold magic array. The security was extremely tight, and even Tier 5 players shouldn't consider attempting to break in. However, as Renee was a vice association leader, she had no issues leading Shifeng into the treasury. Lord Protector, please wait here for a moment. Renee left Shifeng at a counter inside the treasury. She then approached the rows of display cabinets to retrieve an item. Shifeng was a little confused. Normally, players turned their commission quests in at one of the first-floor counters or VIP rooms on the second floor. This was the first time Shifeng had entered the Adventurers Association's treasury. From what Shifeng could see, he had to admit that the treasure room was a magnificent sight to behold. From the outside, the treasury appeared to be quite small, but it was bigger on the inside. The interior was roughly the size of 2 basketball courts with all sorts of items on display, some of which players could purchase from the association. Shifeng had even spotted the association's prized 7 Luminaries crystal. The crystal was as large as the VIP room's wooden table. God's Domain's various superpowers would be shocked to see such a large chunk of crystal. Even after 10 years, Shadow had never collected so many 7 Luminaries crystal. If he could get his hands on that crystal, he could instantly upgrade his mind space by several ranks. Lord Protector, I apologize for the wait. Renee walked towards Shifeng while carrying a wooden box carved with divine runes. Smiling, she said, in light of you being the first adventurer in Star Moon Kingdom to complete an SSS-rank commission, the Adventurers Association has decided to offer you a choice. You may turn the quest in and obtain the reward item that has been entrusted to us, or you may accept the reward the Adventurers Association has to offer. The original reward or the association's reward? Shifeng was slightly confused. This was the first time he had heard about the Adventurers Association offering a different reward. That's right. The disintegration axe itself is the original reward. The current disintegration axe is completely unusable as it would harm both the user and others. However, the person that issued the commission has a way to recast the axe. As for the Adventurers Association's reward, we'd like to offer this wooden box. Chapter 1373, Ring of Legends promoted. Chapter 1373, Ring of Legends promoted. The disintegration axe or the wooden box? Shifeng's gaze traveled between the disintegration axe in his hand and the wooden box Renee held currently. He was both confused and elated. He was also slightly hesitant. He hadn't expected the commission's reward to be the disintegration axe itself. He had to admit that the reward for an SSS-rank commission was truly frightening. There was no doubting the disintegration axe's power. Although he couldn't see the weapon's information, based on the power he felt from holding it, he could tell that if the weapon were repaired and given to a berserker, said berserker would become a god of destruction. Meanwhile, the wooden box in Renee's hands had been decorated with ancient, divine runes. It even radiated a faint trace of divine might. It was obvious that the wooden box's origin was not ordinary. Otherwise, the Adventurers Association wouldn't offer it as a replacement reward. Lady Renee, may I know the contents of this wooden box? Shifeng asked. Of course, Renee answered, giggling. Although I cannot let you open the box, I can tell you that the item inside is called the Sacred Stone. It's not that I don't wish to show you the item, but the Sacred Stone is somewhat special. Once the wooden box has been opened, the Sacred Stone will vanish if it's not used within 3 hours. The Sacred Stone has a variety of uses. I would say that its greatest purpose is reinforcing a weapon or piece of equipment. However, as we only have one stone, the highest rank it can upgrade an item to is Fragmented Legendary rank. Moreover, the item's base materials must be of sufficiently high quality. Otherwise, the upgrade will fail. If you wish to reinforce the item further, you'll need to collect more sacred stones. Unfortunately, sacred stones were even difficult to come by in ancient times, much less now. You don't have to choose immediately. When you've made your decision, you may come to me to retrieve your reward. Hearing Renee's explanation, Shifeng stared at the wooden box in shock. He had never imagined that the Adventurers Association would be so generous as to offer such a treasure. Shifeng had heard about the sacred stone in the past. Indeed, as Renee had explained, it was an extremely valuable item. It was even rarer than your average fragmented legendary item. God's Domain had extremely few fragmented legendary items. As a result, obtaining just one was excruciatingly difficult, not to mention finding an item that was suitable for oneself. Meanwhile, the sacred stone could upgrade a suitable item to fragmented legendary rank. It was common knowledge in God's domain that the more compatible one was with a weapon or piece of equipment, the more benefits one would gain from said item. Hence, rather than using a weapon or piece of equipment with powerful attributes, expert players preferred to use items that they were compatible with. This was also why after reaching the later stages of the game, many experts would turn down weapons and equipment from dungeons, searching for customized items instead. In the past, one sacred stone had been worth 2 fragmented legendary items. As Renee had said, he only had this opportunity because he was the first player in Star Moon Kingdom to complete an SSS-rank commission quest. Lady Renee, I've made my decision. I will choose the sacred stone, Shifeng said without hesitation. Although the disintegration axe was quite powerful, the weapon would be limited to fragmented legendary rank after its recasting. Repairing it fully would likely be even more challenging than repairing the heavenly dragon's breath. Who knew how long it would take to repair the weapon? Moreover, Rampant Blade, Shadow Sword, and Gentle Snow, Zero Wings' top 3 berserkers, didn't use war axes. They wouldn't be able to utilize the weapon to its fullest potential. Since that was the case, he might as well select the more valuable sacred stone. System, congratulations. You have completed the SSS-rank commission quest Ancient Orc Empire. Rewarding 1 sacred stone, Adventurers Association reputation plus 1000, Star Moon Kingdom reputation plus 1000, Humanity reputation plus 100, Legacy skill points plus 15, and free attribute points plus 60. When the sound of the system notification reached his ears, a golden glow wrapped around Shifeng's body as he leveled from level 54 to 79% of level 55. The quest awarded an abundant amount of EXP. If not for the nature of Shifeng's hidden class, he would have reached level 56 with the awarded EXP. The rewards are astounding. I actually got 15 legacy skill points. The quest's rewards astonished Shifeng. At his level, 60 free attribute points was nothing. At tier 1, players would gain 8 free attribute points with each level up. At tier 2, that number increased to 20. In other words, the 60 points were on par with 3 levels for a normal player. However, the legacy skill points were a different story. Players only gained 1 point for every 3 levels, yet he had just earned 15 points, following which, Shifeng allocated his free attribute points to strength and agility, increasing each by a considerable amount. For tier 1 players, this many attribute points was the equivalent to an additional piece of level 35 mysterious iron equipment. Shifeng had to admit that this was the frightening part about tier 2 classes. Tier 1 classes simply couldn't compare. The sooner players completed their tier 2 promotion, the more benefits they could gain. If they only completed their promotion quest after level 60, they would have 120 free attribute points less than players who completed their promotion at level 50. Unless they intentionally died and returned to level 50, recovering those points was impossible. Shifeng didn't take the time to learn a new tier 2 legacy skill after he finished allocating his free attribute points. 15 points simply weren't enough to purchase a useful skill. He intended to save them, instead. He then fetched the sacred stone from his bag. Shifeng already knew how he would use the sacred stone. He would upgrade the 7 Luminaries ring. The 7 Luminaries ring was, by far, the best epic item he had ever seen. Not even the sacred sword Killing Ray could compare. Unfortunately, the 7 Luminaries ring was a replica. It couldn't be repaired as he had with the heavenly dragon's breath. The sacred stone was his only hope of upgrading the item. The 7 Luminaries ring was a perfect choice. The 7 Luminaries ring replica's creator had attempted to craft a fragmented legendary ring, so one could imagine the quality of the materials used in its production. Unfortunately, the ring had been epic rank. In fact, he should be able to upgrade the ring to legendary rank with enough sacred stones. However, Shifeng only played with the thought of upgrading the 7 Luminaries ring to legendary rank. Quite a few god rank players had attempted to upgrade their weapons and equipment to legendary rank with sacred stones, but even after 10 years, not one of these players had succeeded. The reason for their failure was simple. Upgrading an item to legendary rank required far too many sacred stones. Even god-ranked experts with super guild support hadn't been able to gather enough. As for exactly how many sacred stones were required, no one knew. However, there was a rumor that one god-ranked expert had failed to upgrade their item to legendary rank even after investing over a dozen sacred stones. Let's see how much potential you have. Shifeng then opened the wooden box and picked up the white, palm-sized sacred stone. He then chose to use it on the 7 luminaries ring. Suddenly, the sacred stone radiated an incomparably intense power. Golden energy streamed from the stone, flowing into the 7 luminaries ring in Shifeng's other palm. A moment later, the sacred stone turned to dust while the 7 luminaries ring underwent an earth-shattering transformation. 7 different streams of light flowed out of the ring, giving it a mesmerizing look. Moreover, the ring now emitted a faint trace of pressure. It was hard to imagine that this item was only a ring, not a weapon so strong. When Shifeng called up and read the 7 luminaries ring's attribute panel, he could not help but gasp. Chapter 1374, Humanoid Great Lord. Chapter 1374, Humanoid Great Lord. Staring at the 7 luminaries ring's attributes, even Shifeng could not believe that it was merely a fragmented legendary item. The ring had already been the most powerful epic ranked ring he had ever seen. Now that he had upgraded to fragmented legendary rank, not only had its physical appearance undergone a massive transformation, but its attributes had as well. 7 luminaries ring, replica, ring, fragmented legendary rank. Equipment requirement, strength 1200, agility 1000. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Strength plus 130, agility plus 115, intelligence plus 102, endurance plus 105, vitality plus 106, current level, 55. When equipped, increase strength by 40%, agility by 40%, intelligence by 40%, endurance by 30%, and vitality by 30%. All negative environmental effects weakened by 50%. Ignore levels plus 15. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional skill dash. 7 luminaries aura. There are 7 different auras: earth, water, wind, fire, time, illusion, and space. Only one aura can be used each time, and there will be a cooldown of 20 seconds when changing between auras. Aura of earth requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Defense increased by 100%. Damage taken reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Absolute domain, become immune to all damage for 10 seconds. All allies within a 50-yard radius become immune to all damage for 5 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Aura of water requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Healing effects increased by 100%. Cast consumption reduced by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Life domain, heals all allies within a 50-yard radius for 10% of their HP every second for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of wind requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Movement speed increased by 80%. Attack speed increased by 60%. Reaction speed increased by 20%. Activatable skill dash. Gale domain, enables temporary flight and movement speed increase of 300% and reduces the movement speed of all enemies within a 100-yard radius by 50% for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of fire requires 2 billion EXP to level up. Damage increased by 50%. Target's defense reduced by 80%. Activatable skill dash. Flame domain, inflicts 1500% damage within a 60-yard radius for 7 seconds. Damage upscales by 20% every second. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Aura of time requires 3 billion EXP to level up. Cooldown of all skills reduced by 50%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have their movement speed and attack speed reduced by 40%, and cooldown of skills increased by 50%. Activatable skill dash. Forbidden domain, prevents enemies within a 500-yard radius from using any skills or tools for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of illusion requires 3 billion EXP to level up. All attributes increased by 40%. Enemies within a 200-yard radius will have all their attributes reduced by 40%. Activatable skill dash. Fantasy domain, immunity to all magic damage and 20% of magic damage received will be converted to healing to recover players' HP for 20 seconds. For 180 seconds, all negative effects within a 100-yard radius will be removed. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Aura of Space. Requires 3 billion EXP to level up. Immunity to all control and restricting effects. Activatable skill 1 dash. Space movement. Instantly move to any location within a radius of 600,000 yards. Cooldown 3 minutes. Activatable skill 2 dash. Spatial gate. Opens a spatial gate that allows players to go through it. Spatial gate can be connected to any location within a 300,000 yard radius. Spatial gate will stay open for 1 minute. Cooldown 20 minutes. Although the 7 Luminaries ring's basic attributes were subpar for a fragmented legendary item, even inferior to the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, all players dreamed of using its activatable skills. The skills were useful in nearly all aspects of battle. Most importantly, these skills wouldn't only benefit the user as they also benefited one's allies. The Aura of Space's new skill, Spatial Gate, was particularly useful as it could allow the ring's user to take a player team with them wherever they wished. With this skill, traveling to dangerous maps to farm bosses would become much easier. After all, 300,000 yards was the equivalent of an average leveling map. Spatial Gate? Shifeng's lips curled into a smile as he read this new skill. I had thought that claiming the manatite vein was going to be troublesome. It seems I've just saved myself a lot of time. The Sea of Death's manatite vein was not that easy to obtain. He had planned to secure a group instantaneous teleportation scroll, but it seemed that he no longer needed to. When Shifeng re-equipped the 7 Luminaries ring, it felt as if the power of an ancient beast welled within him. Moreover, his mind became much clearer and more active than before. Is this the ring's hidden effect? Shifeng was surprised to notice the surrounding mana converge towards him. Although the affected area wasn't large, only 2 yards around his body, the mana density was roughly 30% higher than normal. Despite such a low percentage, it shouldn't be taken for granted. In a high mana density environment, the results would be staggering. Following which, Shifeng's fist shot out in a mock punch. Bang. He heard an explosion as his fist created a gust of wind that extended up to 10 yards away. My strength and speed can match a great lord of the same level now. Shifeng balled his fist as he estimated his current strength. Previously, he had nearly had as much strength as a great lord of the same level. Now, he was certain that his strength was on par with a great lord's. Although there did not seem to be a huge difference between the two, the gap was massive. If his strength were only close to rivaling a great lord of the same level, he'd receive a lot of damage in a head-on confrontation. Without a healer support, it was only a matter of time before the monster whittled him down, as monsters had far more HP than players. However, if he had truly reached the Great Lord's standard, his battle recovery could make up for the damage he took in a one-on-one fight. He could fight until he ran out of stamina. Meanwhile, as long as he dealt enough damage, he could solo a Great Lord without any special tricks. He could now fight foes of a higher tier. In the past, he had envied Apex experts and their frighteningly high attributes, yet now, he stood among them upon reaching tier 2. If the Apex experts in his past knew about this, their jaws would hit the ground. Now that I've completed my quest, it's about time to visit Charlene. Shifeng smiled, satisfied. Before he left the Adventurers Association, though, he hid the 7 Luminaries ring's hidden effect. Otherwise, he would attract a lot of attention even with a black cloak. As soon as Shifeng left the Adventurers Association, he received a call from Melancholic Smile Guild leader. The assassins I've dispatched have discovered a large group of evil demons. There are 3 times as many as those that assaulted our patrol teams. By the looks of it, their target seems to be an NPC merchant fleet, Melancholic Smile anxiously reported. When she had taken over Stone Forest Town's management, she had learned just how important the NPC merchant fleets were to the town. Without these NPC merchant fleets, Stone Forest Town would lose all sorts of special merchandise. If NPC merchants stopped visiting the town's popularity growth would slow to a crawl. To put it simply, the NPC merchant fleets were crucial to Stone Forest Town's promotion. However, these NPC merchant fleets normally hired both NPC and player guards, making them difficult to mug. They simply weren't opponents current players could go up against. However, with so many evil demons participating in the assault, these NPC merchant fleets could suffer defeat. They're retargeting the NPCs already? Shifeng smiled faintly. Good. I can use this opportunity as a test. Guild leader, do you really intend to solo all of those evil demons? Melancholic Smile was stunned. The idea was simply too reckless. The opponent consisted of over 100 evil demons, including great lords. Even a 100-man expert team would risk extermination, much less a single player relax. Send me the coordinates. Also, tell the assassins to be a little more careful and avoid discovery at all costs. Those evil demons have very sharp senses, Shifeng said as he tried to soothe melancholic Smile's panic. He then disconnected the call and retrieved a guild transfer scroll from his bag. He then transformed into a streak of light before vanishing. Chapter 1375, Display of Strength. Chapter 1375, Display of Strength. Starmoon City region, in one of the forested valleys in the Stoneclaw Mountains. A fleet of carriages rolled along the gravel road as it passed through the valley. From the top of a mountain, one could easily spot over 50 carriages. Among them, the most inferior carriage was an advanced transport carriage pulled by 2 horses. Meanwhile, the carriages carried all sorts of large crates containing rare merchandise to be sold in Stone Forest Town. Due to Stone Forest Town's Adventurers Association, the town had attracted far more wandering merchants. Moreover, Simo Town was no longer the only town connected to Stone Forest Town. A total of 3 towns now had roads leading to the guild town. However, the 2 new trade routes weren't as lively as the road linked to Simo Town, since the other 2 towns were further away. Regardless, due to the increase of wandering merchants traveling to Stone Forest Town, the 3 NPC towns began to receive more high-rank escort quests. Although escort quests did not award a lot of EXP, they did offer plenty of coins. To independent players, these quests offered a considerable income. Moreover, players who just so happened to plan on heading to Stone Forest Town could rake in some additional income while they were at it, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, such a profitable opportunity was not available to everyone, as escort quests had a minimum strength requirement. Moreover, the larger a merchant fleet was, the higher the requirements were. As for how these NPC merchants determined if a player were strong enough, said player would be required to spar with the fleet's NPC guards. The main god system would automatically lower the guard's strength to the standard of elite players at this stage of the game. If the player defeated the NPC guards, they could accept the escort quest. If a player wanted to become the merchant fleet's vice leader, receiving greater pay, they needed to defeat an NPC guard adjusted to the standard of current expert players in the Stoneclaw Mountains Valley. Over 100 players accompanied this merchant fleet. Even without the NPC guard's aid, the escort players easily defeated any monsters the fleet came across. Even monster groups led by a level 45 Great Lord were no match for these players. Commander, are we really going to buy a private house in Stone Forest Town this time? A grey-robed woman with long, crimson hair asked the man with disheveled hair seated next to her in one of the transport carriages. This charming woman's question quickly attracted the attention of the other players in the carriage. These players weren't only focused on the woman because of her beauty. Rather, it was because this woman was a level 43 summoner. She was also the vice commander of Firecloud Fox, a well-known adventurer team from the Black Dragon Empire, and one of the Empire's top 100 summoners. Graceful Moon. Many of the Black Dragon Empire's large guilds wanted to recruit Graceful Moon. Unfortunately, none of them had ever succeeded. As for the disheveled, cool-looking man, his identity was even more astounding. His name was Remnant Cloud, the Firecloud Fox's commander. Similarly, he was one of the top 100 shield warriors within the Empire. It was due to such a powerful MT that Firecloud Fox had grown into a large-scale adventurer team with over 500 members and a reputation known throughout the Black Dragon Empire. I plan to look around first. If Stone Forest Town is as impressive as the rumors make it out to be, buying a house wouldn't be a bad idea, Remnant Cloud said, chuckling. Stone Forest Town was considerably famous in the Black Dragon Empire. One of the main reasons for its popularity was the battle arena. Recently, quite a few experts had earned themselves a spot among the top 100 on the Black Dragon Empire's various class ranking lists. After some research, many other players discovered that these newcomers shared one similarity: they all trained in Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Moreover, these players' ranks in the Empire continued to rise. Because of this, Stone Forest Town's battle arena had become quite popular in the Black Dragon Empire. To improve his team members' strength, Remnant Cloud had decided to make the trip and investigate the town himself. Commander, it's fine if you just want to look around, but if you decide to purchase a private house, I suggest otherwise. I've heard that a war has recently broken out between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial, and the latter seems to have the advantage. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial's Red Iron Town has more potential. Not only are there plenty of high-level and high-resource maps nearby, but players will also be able to use Evernight City as a transfer point between the guild's other towns in the future. Investing in Red Iron Town will be more convenient than investing in Stone Forest Town. As for the battle arena, currently, other guilds have already begun to construct battle arenas in their own towns. It is only a matter of time before they catch up with Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Graceful Moon did not view Stone Forest Town's future in a particularly positive light. In her opinion, the town only had a few minor advantages at the moment. However, as time passed, the various large guilds' towns in the Black Dragon Empire would undoubtedly catch up. After all, the Black Dragon Empire was far more prosperous than Starmoon Kingdom. Even if their adventurer team wanted to purchase a private house in Starmoon Kingdom, considering their long-term development, purchasing a house in Red Iron Town was the wiser choice. I guess you're right. But since we're already here, let's go take a look. After giving the matter some thought, Remnant Cloud saw the reasoning in Graceful Moon's words. Various guild towns were already prioritizing their battle arenas. As for the mana density, these guilds were doing their best to find solutions. They would deal with the problems sooner or later. While Graceful Moon and Remnant Cloud conversed, they heard a commotion in the forest on both sides of the gravel road. Suddenly, easily over 1,000 pitch-black figures darted out of the dense woods. Not only did these figures block the merchant fleet's path, but they had also surrounded the carriages. Upon seeing these monsters, the escorting players prepared for battle. These monsters were nothing like the wild monsters they had faced on the road thus far. Every one of these monsters radiated a frightening aura, their eyes containing human-like wisdom. Moreover, their levels were shockingly high. These monsters were all level 70, roughly 25 levels higher than the monsters the merchant fleet had previously encountered. How is this possible? Didn't they say that these evil demons only assaulted passing players? Why are they targeting the merchant fleets? Some escort players from Starmoon Kingdom recognized the evil demons immediately. After all, they had seen these evil demons siege Stone Forest Town. These monsters' attacks on Stone Forest Town's players was nothing new. Either what surprised these players was that these evil demons actually dared to assault an NPC fleet. Aside from the escort players, a large number of NPC guards protected the merchant fleet. Each one of these guards was level 80, and among them were 3 Tier 3 guards, over 60 Tier 2 guards, and over 100 Tier 1 guards. They were not existences current players could easily defeat. Before these players could recover from their shock, the evil demons surged forward. Ha ha ha. Go. Destroy the merchandise. Ghost Shadow, hiding amongst the trees, laughed as he watched his legion surround the merchant fleet to ensure the fleet's destruction. Heaven's Burial had dispatched the Ghost Shadow Legion's elites, and Beast Emperor had sent them an evil demon army to assist. 2 level 70, Grand Lord ranked evil demons led the army. Given enough time, they could certainly eliminate the NPC merchant fleet. Although the evil demons' levels were lower than the NPCs, they had the numerical advantage. Moreover, they didn't need to kill the NPCs. Their goal was simply to kill the players and destroy the cargo. Damn it. Why are there so many powerful monsters? Graceful Moon's eyebrows rose in surprise. Not only did the level 70 chieftain-ranked evil demons easily defeat her summoned creatures, but they also dodged her spirit bullets. If not for Remnant Cloud activating a berserk skill and life-saving skill to hold the evil demons back, the monsters would have long since closed in on her. The other players weren't as lucky. Despite the battle beginning only a brief moment ago, over a dozen players had already died. On this kind of battlefield, these players were utterly useless. They were slaughtered like ants. Moon, get out of here. I'll hold them back. Remnant Cloud barked. He could tell that only death awaited them should they stay. They couldn't win a battle of this level, but, although Graceful Moon wanted to argue, when she saw a High Lord overwhelm her commander, she took out an instantaneous movement scroll and activated Ida Feudal Struggle. Ghost Shadow growled disdainfully when he noticed several players removing instantaneous movement scrolls from their bags before they had taken action. He had used a tool Beast Emperor had given him to seal the area, making it impossible for players to escape via return scrolls or instantaneous movement scrolls. Why did it fail? Graceful Moon's expression darkened when she realized that she was still on the battlefield even after the instantaneous movement scroll had disintegrated. As for Remnant Cloud, despite barely holding on thanks to a healer's help, it would only be a matter of minutes before he died as more evil demons descended on their prey. When Remnant Cloud had less than 20% HP remaining, a Great Lord-ranked evil demon circled the man, swinging its claws at the shield warrior. Remnant Cloud was already doing everything he could to block the evil demon's attacks from the front. He did not have any spare power to protect his back commander. Graceful Moon gasped, "Am I going to die, just like this?" Remnant Cloud understood that there was no escaping death when he noticed the Great Lord behind him. Suddenly, a spatial tear appeared between Remnant Cloud and the evil demon, and a figure leaped onto the battlefield. However, despite the spatial tear's abrupt appearance, the evil demon's attack did not falter in the least. "Be careful," Remnant Cloud shouted. He could faintly tell that the figure behind him was a player. Unfortunately, only 3 yards separated this figure and the evil demon. Not even an expert could react in time to block such an unexpected attack from a Great Lord with so little distance between them. However, when the evil demon's claws were less than 1 yard away from the newcomer, a blue glow blossomed on the evil demon's body like a cannonball. The Great Lord-ranked evil demon shot backward, crossing a dozen yards before crashing into a large tree. A second after the impact, the towering tree fell to the ground. As for the figure that emerged from the spatial tear, he remained where he had stood, his calm composure making it seem as if nothing had happened. Chapter 1376, The 7 Luminaries Rings Power. Chapter 1376, The 7 Luminaries Rings Power. When the Great Lord-ranked evil demon's body hit the ground, the battlefield fell silent. "How is that possible?" Graceful Moon wore an incredulous look as she stared at the evil demon sprawled in the dirt. Turning her gaze toward Shifeng, she muttered, "Just what did he do?" Without using any special tricks or magic arrays, contending with a level 70 Great Lord was impossible for current players. Even if Remnant Cloud, Firecloud Fox's commander, activated his Berserk skill and life-saving skill, he'd be lucky to survive even a moment against such an advisory, much less throw such a monster over a dozen yards. Graceful Moon wasn't the only one shocked. Every player that had witnessed the scene was stupefied. "That can't be a player, right? What is going on? No, that's not right. There's a green marker above his head. He must be a player. Who is that?" Everyone's gaze fixed on Shifeng. For a moment, they tried to guess the man's identity, both curious and surprised. "Fellow friend, hurry and leave this place. There are too many monsters here," Remnant Cloud advised as he turned to Shifeng, who stood behind him. Although he hadn't seen how the evil demon had been thrown, not one of the experts he was familiar with were capable of sending a level 70 Great Lord flying with such strength. Shifeng could definitely shatter the evil demon's encirclement. "You want to leave?" Ghost Shadow, still hiding in the forest, sneered as he asked, "Do you think you can?" Although Shifeng's counterattack had surprised him, that was all. Since Shifeng had already joined the battle, he shouldn't cling to any hope of leaving alive. After all, Shifeng had only used some special method to knock back the Great Lord. The swordsman was not truly capable of defeating one. Moreover, more than 10 Great Lords participated in this operation. If one was not enough, he simply needed to send 2 more at the newcomer. As Remnant Cloud was about to warn Shifeng of this, one of the nearby Great Lords and 5 Lord-ranked evil demons dashed towards the swordsman, dark fog wrapping around their claws as they swiped at Shifeng. To make matters worse, the evil demon's coordination was only slightly inferior to expert players. Seeing this, Remnant Cloud frowned. Even as a shield warrior, he could only stand against 3 evil demons at once. No swordsman could block 6 evil demons simultaneously without activating a life-saving skill. However, just as the 6 evil demons were about to land their attacks, a galaxy of stars appeared around Shifeng, radiating a brilliant blue glow. Compared to Shifeng's previous executions, his current sword's orbit was more complete and beautiful. Peng. 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 When the blue glow illuminated the area, the 6 evil demons were instantly sent flying by over 20 yards. They hadn't even managed to reach the edge of Shifeng's cloak, much less deal any damage. Meanwhile, each of the 6 evil demons had instantly lost over 20,000 HP, with some losing nearly 50,000 HP due to a critical hit. As evil demons had much less HP than ordinary monsters, their HP bars had decreased significantly. This Remnant Cloud was dumbfounded. Shifeng's previous feat of throwing a Great Lord could have been brushed off as a powerful skill. Now, however, Shifeng had launched 6 evil demons with a single move. Even an experienced expert like Remnant Cloud could not help his surprise. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who remained in his original position, glanced down at the Abyssal Blade, astonished. After upgrading the Abyssal Blade, the magic weapon had gained the passive skill Abyssal Will, which improved his physique depending on the surrounding mana density. Due to the 7 Luminaries ring, the mana density around him had increased considerably, which, in turn, improved his physique further. If not for the combination of these factors, he would not have executed such a perfect sword's orbit. I wonder how this move will fare. Shifeng suddenly vanished. Void steps. He disappeared? Where did he go? Did he leave? That's not right. He was using 2 one-handed swords. He should either be a berserker or a swordsman. How could he possibly be an assassin? Was he a ghost? Before everyone could recover from their shock, Shifeng's sudden disappearance surprised them once more. Impossible. I've already sealed the area. Players can only enter, not leave. Ghost Shadow's eyes widened in surprise. Quickly, he turned to look around the battlefield, trying to locate the swordsman. But no matter how he searched, he couldn't find the players. Players began to wonder if they had hallucinated. A figure appeared behind the 3 evil demons that Remnant Cloud faced. Fresh blood fountained from the 3 evil demons' bodies as they curled like shrimp and flew over 20 yards away so fast. By the time Remnant Cloud realized what had happened, the 3 evil demons before him had disappeared. When he tried to get a good look at his savior, he realized that the figure before him was only an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng reappeared over a dozen yards away. Once again, 4 evil demons were struck and sent flying. In such a way, Shifeng's figure vanished and reappeared all over the battlefield. Each time he appeared, his attack sent several evil demons through the air. He seemed like a deadly ghost on the battlefield. Commander, just who is that? Graceful Moon could not help but ask as she watched Shifeng's afterimages flood the road. She had encountered and fought many experts in the Black Dragon Empire. She had even sparred with the Empire's top 10 experts. Although she hadn't been a match for those players, she could estimate how much of a difference separated them. However, as she watched Shifeng, she couldn't fathom how vast the gap was between this man and herself. She felt as if she were staring into a bottomless abyss. I don't know either. Remnant Cloud smiled bitterly. Once Shifeng had thrown over 300 evil demons, he stopped 50 yards away from the battlefield. He seemed like he had just casually strolled through the area, coming and going with ease. My physique should have improved by nearly 10%. Shifeng rejoiced as he glanced at his abyssal blade. Although the burden of using void steps so many times consecutively was great, it wasn't intolerable due to his high attributes and physique. Moreover, executing void steps was now easier than ever before thanks to the high mana density encasing his body. His current location's average density was the only limiting factor. If he fought in a high mana density environment, the effects would be unimaginable. After a short pause, the 300+ evil demons that he sent flying charged at him like maniacs. The weakest among these evil demons was a chieftain, and the charge included 8 Great Lord Xianxia. He aggroed so many evil demons. Remnant Cloud's eyes twitched as he watched the evil demons stampede toward Shifeng. He could not fathom what Shifeng intended to accomplish by luring so many monsters when the evil demons were within 30 yards. Shifeng smiled faintly as he thrust the abyssal blade into the ground. Abyssal curse. A pitch-black light pillar emerged from within the evil demon group, extending into the sky. The pillar then expanded to a radius of 30 yards, preventing all evil demons within range from moving. Even the Great Lord-ranked evil demons felt as if they had just stepped in mud. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free. Moreover, their attributes were rapidly reducing, following which, a frightening amount of mana gathered around one of Shifeng's hands, a crimson magic array forming above his palm. He then directed the magic array at the army before him. Flame Domain. A twofold, crimson magic array formed in the center of the evil demon army, crimson shockwaves radiating from the center. Before everyone could figure out what was happening, a towering pillar of fire rose up from the ground, forming a mountain of flame as it enveloped every evil demon that had charged at the swordsman. The scorching fire ripped pain screams from the evil demons' throats as their HP plummeted initially, the evil demons had lost around 350,000 HP. In the next second, they lost over 400,000 HP. Then, they lost another 500,000 HP. By the time the flames scattered, the Lord-ranked evil demons had less than half their HPs remaining. The chieftains had been utterly annihilated. The fire's horrific damage had stupefied the witnesses. However, before these players could recover their senses, Shifeng followed up Flame Domain with Lightning Blade, dealing another a heavy blow, following which, he took out 2 Tier 3, large-scale destruction magic scrolls and used them consecutively against the remaining evil demons. In the end, all 300+ evil demons turned to dust suddenly. A golden glow flashed on Shifeng's body as he rose from level 55 to level 56. Chapter 1377, He is Black Flame. Chapter 1377, He is Black Flame. Amazing. Just who is this guy? The players still fighting the evil demon army gaped when they saw Shifeng turn over 300 evil demons to dust in just a few moments. A single chieftain-ranked evil demon could easily kill any one of them. If not for the level 80 NPC guards, they would have long since been annihilated. Yet, the mysterious, cloaked swordsman before them had slaughtered these evil demons as if he were grinding common monsters. It was an extravagant grinding method. Evil demons weren't like ordinary monsters. They did not drop any loot, only offering slightly higher EXP. Setting aside the fire spell Shifeng had used, the 2 Tier 3, large-scale destruction magic scrolls could easily sell for over 1,000 gold. With that kind of money, a player could purchase a valuable plot of land in an NPC city. Moreover, even with enough money, Tier 3 magic scrolls weren't easy to purchase, much less large-scale destruction magic scrolls in reality. However, Shifeng hadn't wasted the 2 scrolls. Chieftain-rank evil demons had a considerably high chance of dropping evil energy crystals. In Shifeng's previous life, a single crystal had sold for 10 gold on the market. Among the evil demons that he had killed, over 100 had dropped evil energy crystals. Not only had he earned back the money for the scrolls, but he had also made a profit. Damn it. Where did this person come from? Ghost Shadow frowned, his expression grim as he stared at the distant Shifeng. Evil demons feared large-scale destruction spells almost more than anything. Unlike ordinary monsters, although evil demons had very high combat power, they didn't have a lot of HP. Even a level 70, Grand Lord-ranked evil demon only had 35 million HP, not to mention the Great Lords and below. Commander, what should we do? We've lost nearly 1/3 of our evil demons. At this rate, it will be difficult to destroy the merchant fleet. A level 42 assassin, clad in blue, asked worriedly. Powerful magic barriers protected the NPCs' carriages. Breaking a single barrier would take some time. In addition, the magic barriers buffed the nearby NPC guards. With these buffs, the 3 level 80, Tier 3 NPC guards were ridiculously powerful. They needed only a short time to kill Great Lord-ranked evil demons. Only the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons were a threat yet. Shifeng had eliminated nearly 1/3 of their forces. This wasn't in the plans. He must be sick of living. He dares to treat Heaven's Burial's evil demons as EXP. Use our trump cards. Have the 2 Grand Lords prioritize that player. Lead 3 parties and assist the monsters from the side. Do not let him get away. Ghost Shadow growled, sneering. Understood. The blue-clad assassin immediately went into action. The Ghost Shadow Legion members, who had been hiding in the forest, snuck towards the Tier 3 NPC guards with bluish-purple scrolls. When they were less than 30 yards away from the Tier 3 NPCs, they revealed themselves and unfurled the scroll suddenly. 3 purplish gold magic barriers, each manned by 36 players, appeared and trapped the 3 Tier 3 NPCs and a large number of Tier 2 NPCs, freeing the evil demons from their opponents. No matter how these NPC guards struggled against the barriers, the purplish gold walls didn't waver in the slightest. As for the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, which suddenly found themselves without an opponent, they promptly left behind afterimages as they darted for Shifeng. The sudden development inspired despair in the defending players. The evil demons alone were more than they could handle. Now, hundreds of assassin players had joined the battle. Even Remnant Cloud, someone who had experienced many fierce battles, could not help his bitter smile. The fact that several hundred players had emerged to attack them proved that someone was in command of these evil demons. There was a huge difference between monsters under a player's command and those that were not. After factoring in the several hundred assassin players, his people had no chance of surviving this fight. As for their savior, Shifeng, he needed to face off against 2 level 70 Grand Lords. Unfortunately, the swordsman would be lucky to keep his own life, let alone help them. Only the NPCs' weapons and equipment were different. Ghost Shadow's calm expression changed abruptly. Commander, what happened? The blue-clad assassin asked curiously. Crap. He is Black Flame. Ghost Shadow exclaimed. Chapter 1378, Kill Black Flame? When the other Ghost Shadow Legion members heard their leader's realization, they could not help but shift their gazes onto the distant Shifeng, their mouths falling wide open as a chill crawled down their backs. Black Flame's fame had long since spread throughout the kingdom. Many players even treated his battle records like classics. He was Star Moon Kingdom's undisputed #1 expert. However, Black Flame's tracks were always a mystery. Even Zero Wing's inner members did not know Black Flame's whereabouts. They had only heard of Black Flame's strength, that he was akin to a monster. They had thought the rumors were just exaggerations. However, it would seem that the real deal was even greater than the rumors had made him out to be. After all, Black Flame could actually hold his ground against 2 level 70, Great Lord-ranked evil demons by himself. This was simply too terrifying. Commander, isn't this a good chance to kill Black Flame? The blue-clad assassin asked with a smile. We haven't received any reports of Stone Forest Town mobilizing forces. Black Flame must be acting on his own this time. Although Black Flame is monstrously strong, at the end of the day, he is only one person, and we still have many evil demons. We can use them to wear him down. His death will be far more meaningful than destroying an NPC merchant fleet. Hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly glowed with excitement. They all agreed with the blue-clad assassin. If they were here without their demonic support, it would be impossible to deal with Black Flame. But the Ghost Shadow Legion was backed by the evil demon army. They even had 2 Grand Lords. This was a heaven-sent opportunity to kill Black Flame. If they defeated Black Flame, the blow to Zero Wing's reputation would be far more severe than simply destroying an NPC merchant fleet. Indeed, this is a golden opportunity. Ghost Shadow nodded his agreement. Notify everyone to gather at our location immediately. Order the Lord-ranked evil demons and above to keep an eye on Black Flame, as well. Do not let him get away. Black Flame had already used his berserk skill. Once the duration ended, with the evil demon army attacking head-on and the Ghost Shadow Legion assisting from the sides, they would take the swordsman's life. Upon receiving Ghost Shadow's command, the Ghost Shadow Legion members assisting the evil demons in destroying the fleet left their positions and stealthily surrounded Shifeng. The 100-plus Lord-ranked evil demons remaining also shifted their focus towards the player remnant Cloud and the other defending players sighed with relief. What's going on? Are they giving up? As she watched the Ghost Shadow Legion's assassins withdraw, Graceful Moon was confused. Had those assassins continued their assault, they would have been defeated. She watched as hundreds of Lord-ranked evil demons and above charged for Shifeng, shock and lamentation filling her heart. Given enough time, she was confident in becoming one of the top 10 summoners in the Black Dragon Empire, yet it was obvious that their attackers didn't view her or the other guard players as important. Otherwise, they wouldn't have switched targets so suddenly at such a crucial moment. She was a little frustrated at being looked down on. Moreover, was it really necessary to send so many players and lords against a single player? Good. All Great Lord-ranked evil demons, distract Black Flame's personal guards while the other evil demons focus on Black Flame. Everyone else, find an opportunity to land a killing blow. Ghost Shadow gave out the command to attack once his people were in place. Unlike the prior attack, the evil demons put more space between themselves. Even if Shifeng had more large-scale destruction spells, he couldn't put them to good use. Furthermore, he wouldn't have another opportunity to use a magic scroll with the 2 Grand Lords distracting him. Roar. With Ghost Shadow's command, over a dozen Great Lord-ranked evil demons charged at Anna and Kite, while the other evil demons dashed for Shifeng. The level 40-plus assassin experts nearby stealthily approached their target as well. Black Flame, today will be your funeral. Ghost Shadow exclaimed as he watched the Grand Lords force Shifeng into a defensive position. Quite a few superpowers had attempted to kill Shifeng, but none had succeeded today. However, he would put an end to Zero Wings legend crap. Everyone's coming for me. Shifeng, who had activated omniscient eyes to scout for ambushes, discovered countless evil demons and players around him. Moreover, these evil demons and players aimed for his life. Dealing with the two Grand Lords had only become easier after he had summoned Anna and Kite. If so many evil demons and players joined into the fight right now, he'd be in trouble. Seeing the evil demon army and player army inch closer, Shifeng switched the aura of fire to the aura of time. Forbidden Domain. A silvery gray space formed in a 500-yard radius around him. The skill prevented all enemies in range from using skills or tools for 30 seconds. It also decreased enemies' movement speed and attack speed by 40% within 200 yards of him. Due to this forbidden domain, the stealth assassins were promptly exposed. The dark fog that shrouded the evil demon's claws also disappeared. The Ghost Shadow Legion panicked when they realized they had lost their ability to use skills and tools. Assassins were powerful was because of their skills' damage and control effects. If they couldn't use their skills, they were practically crippled. They wouldn't even be able to exhibit 30% of their true combat power. What are you afraid of? This silencing skill will only last a short moment. Charge. No matter what, he mustn't escape. Ghost Shadow shouted arrogantly. While not being able to use skills and tools was a disadvantage, they wouldn't get another opportunity like this to kill him again if they failed. Hearing Ghost Shadow's words, the panicked assassins calmed quickly as they tightened the encirclement around Shifeng. They might not be able to exhibit their full strength right now, but the same wasn't true for the evil demons. Even if the evil demons couldn't use their skills, it would only affect their combat power slightly. There were more than enough evil demons to whittle Shifeng down. They could leave the offense to the demons while they contained Shifeng escape. Shifeng formed a sinister smile as he surveyed his surroundings. That smile made the Ghost Shadow Legion members shudder involuntarily as they realized that something felt off. However, before they could react, Anna, who stood beside Shifeng, finished reciting her incantation. Immediately, a massive, golden magic array appeared in the sky, its imposing appearance visible to anyone within 500 yards, following which, a golden armored Valkyrie descended from the array. The moment the level 75 Valkyrie appeared, a powerful aura washed over the battlefield like a tidal wave. The Ghost Shadow Legion felt an unprecedented pressure weigh them down. Crap. Everyone, retreat. When Ghost Shadow saw the Valkyrie, he instantly understood the meaning behind Shifeng's sinister smile. Shifeng hadn't used a silencing skill to escape. Rather, he had used the skill to prevent them from escaping. Even without Ghost Shadow's warning, the Ghost Shadow Legion members had already turned and fled. Unfortunately, the Valkyrie already held a spear of thunder. She then swept the spear towards her targets. Countless arcs of golden lightning streaked forward, dealing devastating damage to everything within 150 yards in a cone-shaped area. The Valkyrie used the Tier 4 skill, Roaring Thunder. She also dealt double damage against dark creatures. As a result, the fragile Lord-ranked evil demons died on the spot. Only the High Lords and above barely survived. As for the players within range, not even their bodies remained after the attack. Chapter 1379, Unstoppable. Chapter 1379, Unstoppable. As the golden lightning dissipated, it revealed a large clearing on the road. Despite the Ghost Shadow Legion members having spread out, over 100 members had died instantly under the Valkyrie's merciless assault. As for Ghost Shadow, who hid a short distance away, he turned deathly pale upon seeing the devastation. Over 40 Lord-ranked evil demons had died. Even level 80, Tier 3 NPCs would require quite some time to kill one level 70 Lord. Yet the Valkyrie had done so in one hit. Although the High Lords caught in the attack hadn't died, they weren't far from death's door. 4 Great Lords had also sustained severe injuries, each one with a little over a third of their HP remaining. This frightening damage and destructive power were simply unparalleled. Ghost Shadow had never witnessed such an attack. The Valkyrie's strength stupefied everyone. For a moment, many of the surviving Ghost Shadow Legion members stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Attempting to escape was meaningless. Even if they tried to run, the Valkyrie would likely kill them before they reached the Forbidden Domain's boundaries. Don't panic. Spread out. The Valkyrie won't last very long. Such a powerful skill has to have a long cooldown. Maintain your distance and buy as much time as possible. Ghost Shadow hurriedly commanded. While the Valkyrie's combat power had exceeded Ghost Shadow's expectations, he was no ordinary player. He had fought countless battles to reach his current standards. Naturally, powerful boss monsters were among his many foes. Not only could he calm himself quickly, but he could also devise a plan to deal with the Valkyrie. After all, this wasn't his first time against the summoned creature. When the Valkyrie had joined the first siege battle in Stone Forest Town, her pros and cons had been revealed. As long as they were far enough apart, she couldn't wipe them out. During the short time she could remain on the battlefield hearing Ghost Shadow's orders, his assassins exploded into action. They maintained a certain distance from the Valkyrie and each other. They sure reacted quickly. The Ghost Shadow Legion's reaction time surprised Shifeng slightly. If the enemy players had simply scattered, running for their lives like a chaotic mob, they would have been easy to slaughter. However, by deliberately maintaining a fixed distance from the Valkyrie and attracting her attention, the summoned angel could only kill a small number of their forces. However, the development didn't worry Shifeng. Instead, he commanded Anna indifferently. The NPC then changed another incantation and summoned 10 Rock Guardians. The Rock Guardians formed a magic barrier around the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, trapping them within. Meanwhile, the Valkyrie vanished and reappeared before the 2 Grand Lords, sweeping her spear of thunder horizontally. Before the 2 evil demons could react, they were sent flying over 20 yards away, slamming into the magic barrier. Their HP bars lost another large chunk. Crap. He's aiming for the Grand Lords. Ghost Shadow's expression darkened as he watched the summons trap his 2 Grand Lords. Hurriedly, he shouted in the team chat, "Quick! Everyone, attack the magic barrier." Every Grand Lord-ranked evil demon was incredibly precious. Nurturing one was highly dependent on luck. Beast Emperor had only given Heaven's Burial 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons as trump cards to deal with Zero Wing. Each Grand Lord could easily annihilate a 100-man expert team on their own. If not for Singular Burial's demand that he destroy the NPC merchant fleet, he wouldn't have mobilized the 2 Grand Lords at all. It's too late. Shifeng smiled. He then activated Phantom Kill, 9 Dragon Slash, and Divine Providence. Shifeng, his doppelganger, and the Abyssal Blade Phantoms attacked the Grand Lords together in front of the Valkyrie. The 2 Grand Lords were utterly powerless. Hence, Shifeng could attack to his heart's content as the Valkyrie dealt double damage to dark creatures. Each of her attacks caused over -1 million damage. When she used the Tier 4, single target skill, Judgment Spear, she could eliminate over 1/3 of the Grand Lord's HP. As for Shifeng, he possessed the Sacred Sword Killing Ray, which also dealt double damage to dark creatures. Factoring in Heavenly Dragon's power, each of his strikes easily dealt over -100,000 damage. After exhausting all 9 Shadow Blade attacks, he instantly devoured over 1 million HP from one of the evil demons. Although Shifeng's doppelganger only had 80% of his basic attributes, its damage shouldn't be underestimated either. Anna and Kite also bombarded the Grand Lords in less than 6 seconds. One of the 2 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons collapsed as its 35 million HP fell to 0. As it fell, it dropped several items and contributed an astronomical amount of EXP, pushing Shifeng very close to level 57 quick. Destroy the barrier. Ghost Shadow's stomach churned with anxiety as he watched one of his Grand Lords die. However, despite both players and evil demons assaulting the magic barrier unhindered, the barrier remained intact. The Rock Guardians maintaining the barrier only lost a small amount of HP. It was clear that it would take some time to bring this barrier down. As a result, Ghost Shadow and the others watched helplessly as the other Grand Lord rapidly lost its HP. Of course, as time passed, the Valkyrie's summoned duration dwindled. When the duration had only 1 second left, the Valkyrie began to fade. Meanwhile, the Grand Lord-ranked evil demon still had over 17 million HP remaining. Seeing this, Ghost Shadow breathed a sigh of relief. Without the Valkyrie suppression, Shifeng would have a difficult time dealing any significant damage to the evil demon. His 2 personal guards wouldn't change that. Shifeng would need a long time to kill the Grand Lord. His subordinates should break through the barrier before that happened. Die. Suddenly, Shifeng shouted as his 2 swords released a blinding light. A similar phenomenon occurred on his doppelganger's blades as well. Both Shifeng and his doppelganger then brandished their swords at the evil demon's back. Flame burst. Every strike dealt over -800,000 damage, with some doubling that due to a critical hit. By the time Shifeng and his doppelganger landed all 30 strikes, the evil demon's remaining 17 million plus HP had fallen to zero. Impossible. Ghost Shadow was stunned. Ghost Shadow wasn't the only one shocked. Shifeng's burst damage flabbergasted everyone on the Ghost Shadow Legion. He had wiped out over 17 million of a Grand Lord's HP in the blink of an eye. This kind of explosive power was simply unheard of for a player. Upon killing the second Grand Lord, Shifeng had also risen to level 57. Although both Grand Lords had dropped plenty of valuable loot, as Shifeng was still in the midst of a battle, he swept the items into his bag without sparing them a second. Look, Commander, what should we do now? The blue-clad assassin asked worriedly as he watched Shifeng inside the magic barrier. When he saw the man's smile, he could not help but shudder. If Shifeng could instantly kill a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon with half of its HP, who could possibly stop him on this battlefield? Retreat. This place is no longer safe for us. Ghost Shadow sighed helplessly. Although the Valkyrie was no more, they had lost their only combatants capable of contending with Shifeng. If they stayed and fought, they'd be nothing more than EXP and loot. Based on the strength the swordsman had displayed here, it was clear that attempting to kill him was futile. Chapter 1380, Fame Spreading Throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Chapter 1380, Fame Spreading Throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Hearing Ghost Shadow's order to retreat, the Ghost Shadow Legion members breathed a sigh of relief. They had lost the courage to face Shifeng. Shifeng had stood against a level 70 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon in a direct confrontation. Killing them would be child's play. It hadn't been easy for them to reach their current level, and if they died here, recovering their lost progress would be even more difficult. With Ghost Shadow's command, the evil demons and Ghost Shadow Legion fled, not daring to linger in this land of death for a second longer. Don't even think of escaping so easily. Seeing his opponents run, Shifeng pointed the abyssal blade at the sky and activated Skywheel Sword. Suddenly, golden, divine swords descended, one after another. All assassins caught in the rain of divine swords died instantly. 3 great lords and over a dozen lords were also within range of the AoE, unable to leave the area. Meanwhile, Shifeng's personal guards and doppelganger launched an assault on the great lord-ranked evil demons. Evil demons were not easy to produce, particularly the Grand Lords and above. Evil Gods Temple players treasured every one of these high-ranking evil demons dearly. Hence, Shifeng had prioritized the strongest evil demons first. As for Shifeng, he charged at the escaping players. While inside the Forbidden Domain, all enemies would receive a movement speed penalty. With his superior attributes, Shifeng could effortlessly catch the felling players. Taking these assassins' lives, who couldn't use skills or tools, was like taking candy from a baby. Every time he swung his sword, a player died. Moreover, Shifeng had already activated Omniscient Eyes, so he knew the situation within a 100-yard radius like the back of his hand. This made it much easier to track down the players that had escaped into the dense forest, following which, Shifeng transformed into a black shadow as he darted around the battlefield, players screaming in agony as he passed before they transformed into particles of white light and vanished. The fleeing players paled with fear when they saw the horrific scene, shuddering uncontrollably. Their opponent was nothing like a player, but a death god harvesting lives. As he listened to his praise screams, even the guard players' blood ran cold. Despite facing an evil demon army and hundreds of level 40+ assassins by himself, Shifeng had actually forced his opponents to run for their lives after such a short battle. So strong. Who is that? So, this is a true expert player? Everyone stared in shock as they watched Shifeng chase down the last Ghost Shadow Legion members. They felt as if they were looking at a whole new world. The Ghost Shadow Legion members were all level 40+ assassins and equipped with top-tier weapons and equipment. To ordinary players, they were definitely experts, yet hundreds of these experts did everything they could to flee from a single player. Black Flame. Don't get too full of yourself. Do you really think we're afraid of you? Ghost Shadow, who stood in the distance, could not help but shout at Shifeng as he watched the swordsman slaughter his subordinates. The Ghost Shadow Legion members he had brought with him were the elite among elites. Nurturing each one of them had cost a lot of resources. Watching them fall, one after another, Ghost Shadow wanted nothing more than to charge in and kill Shifeng himself. However, he knew that he wasn't a match for the swordsman right now. He could only use the Lord-ranked evil demons to buy as much time as possible for his people to get away. Full of myself? Shifeng laughed. You're the ones who came to Stone Forest Town to rob our merchants. Do you really think that I'll let you leave alive? Shifeng's words echoed throughout the forest, the cold, killing intent lacing his words, causing the escaping Ghost Shadow Legion members to shiver. Shifeng stopped holding back as he switched to the aura of wind and activated Gale Domain, increasing his movement speed as he decreased enemy movement speed within 100-yard radius by 50%. Suddenly, several players in the forest transformed into light particles and disappeared. The Lord-ranked evil demons couldn't even slow Shifeng, although the escort players were some distance away from the fight. Both Shifeng and Ghost Shadow had been quite loud. When they overheard the conversation, their jaws dropped. Practically everybody in Star Moon Kingdom had heard of Black Flame, but they had never imagined that he was so powerful. They had heard that Black Flame was only slightly stronger than first-rate guild's top experts. However, he was clearly more than slightly stronger. What? That is Zero Wing's guild leader. I don't think it's a mistake. After all, he even admitted it. No wonder why he's so powerful. As expected of the Sword King, Black Flame. He sent hundreds of experts running for their lives by himself. He's too awesome. I have to join Zero Wing after this. Right, has anyone recorded the battle? I'll pay 10 silver for a copy. I recorded parts of it, but forget about the money. I'm going to upload it to the forums, so you can watch it later. What a pity. I should have snuck over and watched the fight between Black Flame and the two Grand Lords. For a moment, the players escorting the merchant fleet brimmed with excitement. They had never expected to witness Star Moon Kingdom's mythical character in action personally. Moreover, they got to watch this mythical character create another legend. Graceful Moon turned to Remnant Cloud and asked, "Commander, why don't we garrison our adventurer team in Stone Forest Town?" What? You've changed your mind already? Remnant Cloud teased when he saw the glimmer in Graceful Moon's eyes. In truth, he had the same thought. After all, Shifeng's battle had allowed him to witness a whole new world, and as an expert, he desperately wanted to learn more. He finally understood why the experts that had recently entered the top 100 class rankings in the Black Dragon Empire fixated on Stone Forest Town's battle arena. Of course, Graceful Moon responded without a shred of shame. On the contrary, she righteously declared, if Black Flame is this powerful, Zero Wing's other experts shouldn't be weaklings even if they're not as strong as he is. If we garrison in Stone Forest Town, we must sign a partnership contract with Zero Wing. We might even get to know those experts and get to spar with them. If we want to occupy Stone Forest Town, we'll have to prepare. I heard that the adventure houses are not cheap. Remnant Cloud nodded, agreeing with Graceful Moon's reasoning. However, he had to consider how they would earn enough money. Once we complete this quest, we should return to the Empire and start preparing immediately. Firecloud Fox was more than capable of affording a private house in Stone Forest Town, but it was a different story if they wanted an adventure house. They'd likely need several times more gold than what they currently possessed. Moreover, Stone Forest Town's houses would certainly become more expensive after this battle. Fortunately, he learned about the change early. If he had only discovered this after news hit the Black Dragon Empire, it would be more difficult to prepare enough coins. News of the battle quickly spread to Star Moon Kingdom's forums, and everyone who watched the battle video was astounded. Without any backup, Black Flame had killed 2 level 70, Grand Lord ranked evil demons. Hundreds of evil demons and expert players had even fled from this terrifying player. Chapter 1381, Town Competition. As Shifeng's battle video spread on the forums, the news shook Star Moon Kingdom. The battle's outcome particularly affected the various major powers based in the kingdom. Zero Wing's position as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild had been unshakable, but no one had expected Heaven's Burial to rise so quickly. Red Iron Town's development had exceeded everyone's expectations. Although players understood that Red Iron Town would develop quickly due to its auction house, they hadn't expected this level of speed in just one day. The cheap fees had lured over 300,000 players to consign and purchase items in Red Iron Town's auction house. Many super rare items had even been placed on auction, attracting more independent experts and members of the various large guilds. At this point, the town's auction house was far more popular than those in ordinary NPC cities. If Red Iron Town's auction house continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be long before it rivaled Star Moon City's auction house. Heaven's Burial's income from processing fees alone would be astronomical. Heaven's Burial's financial strength might even grow to rival, or even surpass, Zero Wing. Rather than a single party ruling over the kingdom, Star Moon Kingdom's various powers would prefer two powerful forces vying for lordship. This way, weaker powers like themselves could thrive in secret. However, after witnessing Shifeng exterminate so many powerful evil demons, they were at a loss. Not only is Black Flame powerful, but he even has a long-distance teleportation tool. This is ludicrous. Heaven's Burial will be in trouble after losing so many evil demons. I've heard that these evil demons are incredibly difficult to nurture. Since Black Flame can also teleport over long distances, Heaven's Burial will find it much more difficult to cause trouble in Stone Forest Town. That's right. Some players had given up on Stone Forest Town thanks to the evil demons, but now that Black Flame has devastated their numbers, Heaven's Burial won't attack so casually in the future. People will start visiting Stone Forest Town again to train in the battle arena. As the various major powers recovered from their shock of seeing Shifeng's strength, Heaven's Burial's upper echelons, who were in the distant Frozen Scar, received the news. Guild leader, the Ghost Shadow Legion, has suffered grievous losses. Among the 600 members dispatched, less than 300 made it out alive. The evil demon army that Beast Emperor gave us suffered even greater losses. Of the 2 Grand Lords and dozen or so Great Lords we received, Black Flame killed them all, Daybreak Fog reported, an ugly expression on her face. The Ghost Shadow Legion was one of Heaven's Burial's trump card legions. Now that so many of its members had died, the lost weapons and equipment would burden the guild's finances. Moreover, it would take quite some time to catch up those members' levels. I really underestimated Black Flame, but he won't be able to stay complacent for much longer. As long as we take down the Frost King, so what if Stone Forest Town recovers to its peak? Moreover, Beast Emperor has nearly completed his quest. Just ignore Zero Wing for now, Singular Burial said nonchalantly. I guess you're right. It's already too late for Zero Wing to do anything. Daybreak Fog giggled as she directed her gaze towards the giant on the frozen throne inside the shrine. This giant was none other than the boss. Star Moon Kingdom's various major powers vied for the Frost King. Meanwhile, Stone Forest Town, Shifeng received a call from Melancholic Smile shortly after returning to the guild residence. Guild leader, you must be crazy. You dealt with all those evil demons by yourself. If Vice Guild leader Aqua finds out about this, she'll give me a lashing. Melancholic Smile complained, glaring at Shifeng with resentment. Vice Guild leader Snow has even called to ask me about the matter. The guild leader had gone into such a dangerous situation by himself. On the off chance that something had happened to Shifeng, Zero Wing's reputation would be wounded. Haven't I returned? Shifeng asked, chuckling. They would have noticed if I mobilized a large group. We would never have achieved such results. Although Shifeng had considered taking reinforcements with him, when he recalled the spies in the guild, he decided to go alone. He had also wanted to see how much he had improved. Melancholic Smile saw the reasoning in Shifeng's explanation. Now that Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, it would be a lie to say that the other guilds within the kingdom had not sent spies to infiltrate their guild. In fact, even Zero Wing had sent its own spies to some of the noteworthy large guilds. Even if Zero Wing's management were secure, it was impossible to contain all information. It was also precisely because of Shifeng's ambush that Zero Wing once more stood in the limelight, becoming a hot topic on the kingdom's official forums. Moreover, Stone Forest Town had begun to show signs of revitalizing, the tense atmosphere left over from the siege evaporating. Many of the town's players discussed the event, livening up the town. The Candlelight trading firm also saw a significant increase in the number of players inquiring about Stone Forest Town's private housing right. How are the private houses and shops I asked you to build coming along? Shifeng asked before he had left for the morning battlefield. He had tasked Melancholic Smile with managing Stone Forest Town's affairs. This way, Blackie and Aqua Rose could take care of their promotion quests without worry. They're complete. However, we've constructed them so far away from the central area. Will players really want to purchase them? Melancholic Smile asked, confused logically. One would construct private houses and shops near a town's business district, yet Shifeng had told her to build them very far away from the Candlelight trading firm and the Adventurers Association. To adventurer teams and merchant players, this would be inconvenient. It'll be fine. Shifeng nodded. Guild leader, regarding the surveillance you requested on Heaven's Burial, based on the information we've received, it seems that the guild is making progress in the Frozen Scar. We're not sure how far they've reached, but based on our estimates, they'll read the Frost King in the next few days. And due to their auction house, Red Iron Town has attracted many players. I've heard that quite a few top adventurer teams from neighboring kingdoms have agreed to garrison in Red Iron Town. I'm afraid that it won't be long before Red Iron Town's popularity surpasses Stone Forest Town. Melancholic smile felt powerless as she watched Red Iron Town's development speed. Due to the town's potential, many merchant players had allied with the town auction house. Shifeng revealed a faint smile. He then told Melancholic smile, "This is a good opportunity. Send me 100 architects. It's about time Heaven's Burial had a wake-up call."